6a2 Chinese forms and Soviet forms 1. Only through democracy can one arrive at socialism. This is an axiom of Marxism. In China, the period of struggling for democracy will be a long one. Without a unified state based on a new democratic coalition, without the development of a new democratic state economy, without the development of a vast private capitalist economy and cooperative economy, without the development of a national, scientific, and mass culture, that is, a new democratic culture, without the liberation and development of the individual initiative of hundreds of millions of people, in short without a thorough bourgeois democratic revolution of a new type *, the establishment of socialism on the debris of a colonial, semi-colonial, and semi-feudal China is an empty dream. Some people suspect that after the communists come to power they will perhaps, following the example of Russia, establish a proletarian dictatorship and a one-party system. Our answer is that a new democratic state based on the union of several democratic classes is different in principle from a socialist state based on a proletarian dictatorship *. China, during the entire period of the new democratic system, cannot and therefore should not be a system of one-class dictatorship and a one-party monopoly of government. If any party, any social group, any individual outside the Communist Party adopts a cooperative, friendly attitude toward the Communist Party, we can have no reason for not cooperating with them. Russian history has created the Russian system. There they have eliminated the social system of exploitation of man by man and have realized the newest type of democracy, namely the socialist political, economic, and cultural system. All anti-socialist political parties have been thrown out by the people. They support only the Bolsheviks. In this way they have created the Russian state, which is entirely necessary and reasonable for them. Chinese history 3 will create the Chinese system. For a long period there will exist a special type of system that is entirely necessary and reasonable for us, but different from that of Russia, a new democratic type of state and government with a union of several democratic classes. 6a3 The function of dictatorship in the transformation of society 1. Don't you want to abolish state power? Yes, we do, but not right now, we cannot do it yet. Why? Because imperialism still exists, because domestic reaction still exists, because classes still exist in our country. Our present task is to strengthen the people's state apparatus, mainly the people's army, the people's police, and the people's courts, in order to consolidate national defense and protect the people's interests. Given this condition, China can develop steadily, under the leadership of the working class and the Communist Party, from an agricultural into an industrial country and from a new democratic into a socialist and communist society, abolish classes and realize the great harmony Ta Feng. The state apparatus, including the army, the police, and the courts, is the instrument by which one class oppresses another. It is an instrument for the oppression of antagonistic classes. It is violence and not benevolence. You are not benevolent. Quite so. We definitely do not apply a policy of benevolence to the reactionaries and the reactionary activities of the reactionary classes. Our policy of benevolence is applied only within the ranks of the people, not to the reactionaries or to the reactionary activities of reactionary classes, for these are outside the people. The people's state protects the people. Only when the people have such a state can they educate and remold themselves on a countrywide scale by democratic methods and, with everyone taking part, shake off the influence of domestic and foreign reactionaries, which is still very strong, will survive for a long time, and cannot be quickly destroyed, rid themselves of the bad habits and ideas acquired in the old society, not allow themselves to be led astray by the reactionaries, and continue to advance toward a socialist and communist society. Here, the method we employ is democratic, the method of persuasion, not of compulsion. When anyone among the people breaks the law, he too should be punished, imprisoned, or even sentenced to death, but this is a matter of a few individual cases and differs in principle from the dictatorship exercised over the reactionaries as a class. As for the members of the reactionary classes and individual reactionaries, So long as they do not rebel, sabotage, or create trouble after their political power has been overthrown, land and work will be given to them as well to allow them to live and remold themselves through work. If they are not willing to work, the people's state will compel them. Propaganda and educational work will be done among them too and, moreover, will be done with as much care and thoroughness as among the captured army officers in the past. This, too, may be called a policy of benevolence if you like, but it is imposed by us on the members of the enemy classes and cannot be mentioned in the same breath with the work of self-education that we carry on within the ranks of the revolutionary people. Such remolding of members of the reactionary classes can be accomplished only by a state of the people's democratic dictatorship under the leadership of the Communist Party. When it is well done, China's major exploiting classes, the landlord class and the bureaucrat bourgeoisie, the monopoly capitalist class, will be eliminated for good. There remain the national bourgeoisie. At the present stage, we can already do a good deal of suitable educational work with many of them. When the time comes to realize socialism, that is, to nationalize private enterprise, we shall carry the work of educating and remolding them a step further. The people have a powerful state apparatus in their hands. There is no need to fear rebellion by the national bourgeoisie. The serious problem is the education of the peasantry. 6b1 Non-antagonistic contradictions 1. Within the party, opposition and struggle between different ideas occur constantly. They reflect the class contradictions and the contradictions between the old and the new things in society. If there were neither contradictions nor ideological conflicts through which the contradictions are resolved, the party's life would come to an end. Even under the social conditions of the Soviet Union, a difference exists between the workers and the peasants. This difference is a contradiction, though, unlike that between labor and capital, it will not become intensified into antagonism or assume the form of class struggle. In the course of socialist construction, the workers and the peasants have formed a firm alliance and will gradually solve this contradiction in the process of development from socialism to communism. This is a question of distinction in the character of contradictions, not a matter of the presence or absence of them. Contradiction is universal, absolute, existing in all processes of the development of things and running through all processes from beginning to end. As we have pointed out above, the contradiction between correct ideology and erroneous ideologies within the Communist Party reflects the class contradictions when the classes exist. In the beginning, or with regard to certain matters, such a contradiction need not immediately manifest itself as antagonistic. But with the development of the class struggle, it can also grow and become antagonistic. The history of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union shows us that the contradiction between the correct ideology of Lenin and Stalin and the erroneous ideologies of Trotsky, Bukharin, and others initially was not manifested in an antagonistic form, but subsequently developed into antagonism. A similar case occurred in the history of the Chinese Communist Party. The contradiction between the correct ideology of many of our comrades in the party and the erroneous ideologies of Chen Tuxiu, Chiang Kuo-tao, and others was also not manifested in an antagonistic form initially, but subsequently developed into antagonism. At present the contradiction between the correct ideology and the erroneous ideologies in our party is not manifested in an antagonistic form and, if comrades who have committed mistakes can correct them, it will not develop into antagonism. Therefore, the party on the one hand must carry on a serious struggle against erroneous ideologies, and on the other must give the comrades who have committed mistakes sufficient opportunity to become aware of them. Under such conditions, conflicts pushed to excess are obviously not appropriate. But if those people who have committed mistakes persist in them and increase the gravity of their mistakes, then it is possible that such contradictions will develop into antagonisms. Economically, in capitalist society, where the town under bourgeois rule ruthlessly exploits the countryside, and in the Kuomintang-controlled areas in China, where the town under the rule of foreign imperialism and the native big comprador bourgeoisie savagely exploits the countryside, the contradiction between the town and the countryside is one of extreme antagonism. But in a socialist country and in our revolutionary bases, Such an antagonistic contradiction becomes a non-antagonistic contradiction, and it will disappear when a communist society is realized. Lenin said, antagonism and contradiction are utterly different. Under socialism, antagonism disappears, but contradiction subsists. That is to say, antagonism is only one form of struggle between contradictions, but not its universal form. We cannot apply this formula everywhere. 6b2 Contradictions under Socialism 1. Some naive ideas seem to suggest that contradictions no longer exist in a socialist society. To deny the existence of contradictions is to deny dialectics. The contradictions in various societies differ in character, as do the forms of their solution, but society at all times develops through continual contradictions. Socialist society also develops through contradictions between the productive forces and the conditions of production. In a socialist or communist society, technical innovations and improvement in the social system inevitably continue to take place, otherwise the development of society would come to a standstill and society could no longer advance. Humanity is still in its youth. The road it has yet to traverse will be no one knows how many times longer than the road it has already traveled. Contradictions between progress and conservatism, between the advanced and the backward, between the positive and the negative, will constantly occur under varying conditions and different circumstances. Things will keep on like this, one contradiction will lead to another, and when old contradictions are solved new ones will arise. It is obviously incorrect to maintain, as some people do, that the contradiction between idealism and materialism can be eliminated in a socialist or communist society. As long as contradictions exist between the subjective and the objective, between the advanced and the backward, and between the productive forces and the conditions of production, the contradiction between materialism and idealism will continue in a socialist or communist society and will manifest itself in various forms. Since man lives in society, he reflects, in different circumstances and to varying degrees, the contradictions existing in each form of society. Therefore, not everybody will be perfect, even when a communist society is established. By then there will still be contradictions among the people, and there will still be good people and bad, people whose thinking is relatively correct and others whose thinking is relatively incorrect. Hence there will still be struggle between people, though its nature and form will be different from those in class societies. Viewed in this light, the existence of contradictions between the individual and the collective in a socialist society is nothing strange. Of the bourgeois democratic revolution and the socialist revolution, coupled with our achievements in socialist construction, have rapidly changed the face of old China. Now we see before us an even brighter future. The days of national disunity and turmoil, which the people detested, have gone forever. Led by the working class and the Communist Party, and united as one, our 600 million people are engaged in the great work of building socialism. However, this does not mean that there are no longer any contradictions in our society. It would be naive to imagine that there are no more contradictions. To do so would be to fly in the face of objective reality. We are confronted by two types of social contradictions, contradictions between ourselves and the enemy and contradictions among the people. These two types of contradictions are totally different in nature. The term the people has different meanings in different countries and in different historical periods in each country. At this stage of building socialism, all classes, strata, and social groups that approve, support, and work for the cause of socialist construction belong to the category of the people, while those social forces and groups that resist the socialist revolution and are hostile to and try to wreck socialist construction are enemies of the people. The contradictions between ourselves and our enemies are antagonistic ones. Within the ranks of the people, contradictions among the working people are non-antagonistic, whereas those between the exploiters and exploited classes have a non-antagonistic aspect as well as an antagonistic one. In the conditions existing in China today, what we call contradictions among the people include the following: contradictions within the working class, contradictions within the peasantry, contradictions within the intelligentsia, contradictions between the working class and the peasantry, contradictions between the working class and other sections of the working people on the one hand and the national bourgeoisie on the other, contradictions within the national bourgeoisie, and so forth. Our people's government is a government that truly represents the interests of the people and serves the people, yet certain contradictions do exist between the government and the masses. These include contradictions between the interests of the state, collective interests, and individual interests, between democracy and centralism, between those in positions of leadership and the led, and contradictions arising from the bureaucratic practices of certain state functionaries in their relations with the masses. All these are contradictions among the people. Generally speaking, underlying the contradictions among the people is the basic identity of the interests of the people. In our country, the contradiction between the working class and the national bourgeoisie is a contradiction among the people. This is because of the dual character of the national bourgeoisie in our country. Exploitation of the working class for profit is one aspect, while support of the Constitution and willingness to accept socialist transformation is the other. The contradiction between exploiter and exploited that exists between the national bourgeoisie and the working class is in itself an antagonistic one. But, in the concrete conditions existing in China, such an antagonistic contradiction, if properly handled, can be transformed into a non-antagonistic one and resolved in a peaceful way. But if it is not properly handled, if, say, we do not follow a policy of uniting with, criticizing, and educating the national bourgeoisie, or if the national bourgeoisie does not accept this policy, then the contradiction between the working class and the national bourgeoisie can turn into an antagonistic contradiction as between ourselves and the enemy. Our state is a state of the people's democratic dictatorship, led by the working class and based on the worker-peasant alliance. What is this dictatorship for? Its first function is to suppress the reactionary classes and elements and those exploiters in the country who range themselves against the socialist revolution, to suppress all those who try to wreck our socialist construction, that is to say, to solve the contradictions between ourselves and the enemy within the country. The second function of this dictatorship is to protect our country from subversive activities and possible aggression by the external enemy. Our Constitution states that citizens of the People's Republic of China enjoy freedom of speech, of the press, of assembly, of association, of procession, of religious practices, and so on. Our socialist democracy is democracy in the widest sense, such as is not to be found in any capitalist country. But this freedom is freedom with leadership, and this democracy is democracy under centralized guidance, not anarchy. Anarchy does not conform to the interests or wishes of the people. Certain people in our country were delighted when the Hungarian events took place. They hoped that something similar would happen in China, that thousands upon thousands of people would demonstrate in the streets against the people's government. Such hopes ran counter to the interests of the masses and therefore could not possibly get their support. In Hungary, a section of the people, deceived by domestic and foreign counter-revolutionaries, made the mistake of resorting to acts of violence against the people's government, with the result that both the state and the people suffered for it. Democracy sometimes seems to be an end, but it is in fact only a means. Marxism teaches us that democracy is part of the superstructure and belongs to the realm of politics. That is to say, in the last analysis, it serves the economic base. The same is true of freedom. Both democracy and freedom are relative, not absolute, and they come into being and develop under specific historical circumstances. Within the ranks of our people, democracy stands in relation to centralism, and freedom to discipline. They are two conflicting aspects of a single entity, contradictory as well as united, and we should not one-sidedly emphasize one to the detriment of the other. Within the ranks of the people, we cannot do without freedom, nor can we do without discipline, we cannot do without democracy, nor can we do without centralism. Under democratic centralism, the people enjoy a wide measure of democracy and freedom, but at the same time they have to keep themselves within the bounds of socialist discipline. All this is well understood by the masses of the people. While we stand for freedom with leadership and democracy under centralized guidance, In no sense do we mean that coercive measures should be taken to settle ideological matters and questions involving the distinction between right and wrong among the people. Any attempt to deal with ideological matters or questions involving right and wrong by administrative orders or coercive measures will be not only ineffective but harmful. Administrative orders issued for the maintenance of social order must be accompanied by persuasion and education, for in many cases administrative orders alone will not work. Contradictions in a socialist society are fundamentally different from contradictions in old societies, such as capitalist society. Contradictions in capitalist society find expression in acute antagonisms and conflicts, in sharp class struggle, which cannot be resolved by the capitalist system itself, but only by socialist revolution. But contradictions in socialist society are not antagonistic and can be resolved one after the other by the socialist system itself. The basic contradictions in socialist society are still those between the relations of production and the productive forces, and between the superstructure and the economic base. Let 100 flowers bloom, and let 100 schools contend, long-term coexistence and mutual supervision. How did these slogans come to be? They were put forward in the light of the specific conditions in China, on the basis of the recognition that various kinds of contradictions still exist in a socialist society, and in response to the country's urgent need to speed up its economic and cultural development. The policy of letting 100 flowers bloom and 100 schools contend is designed to promote the flourishing of the arts and the progress of science. It is designed to enable socialist culture to thrive in our land. Questions of right and wrong in the arts and sciences should be settled through free discussion in artistic and scientific circles and in the course of practical work in the arts and sciences. They should not be settled in summary fashion. A trial period is often needed to determine whether something is right or wrong. In the past, new and correct things often failed at the outset to win recognition from the majority of people and had to develop by twists and turns in struggle. Copernicus' theory of the solar system and Darwin's theory of evolution were once dismissed as erroneous and had to win over bitter opposition. Chinese history offers many similar examples. In a socialist society, conditions for the growth of new things are radically different from and far superior to those in the old society. Nevertheless, it still often happens that new, rising forces are held back and reasonable suggestions smothered. Marxism has also developed through struggle. At the beginning, Marxism was subjected to all kinds of attack and regarded as a poisonous weed. It is still being attacked and regarded as a poisonous weed in many parts of the world. But in the socialist countries it enjoys a different position. Yet even in these countries there are non-Marxist as well as anti-Marxist ideologies. In China, remnants of the overthrown landlord and comprador classes still exist, the bourgeoisie still exists, and the petty bourgeoisie has only just begun to remold itself. The class struggle is not yet finished. The class struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, the class struggle between various political forces, and the class struggle in the ideological field between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie will still be long and arduous and at times may even become very acute. The proletariat seeks to transform the world according to its own world outlook. So does the bourgeoisie. In this respect, the question whether socialism or capitalism will win is still not really settled. Marxists are still a minority of the entire population as well as of the intellectuals. Marxism therefore must still develop through struggle. That which is correct always develops in the course of struggling against that which is wrong. As mankind in general rejects an untruth and accepts a truth, a new truth will begin struggling with new erroneous ideas. Such struggles will never end. This is the law of development of Marxism. Ideological struggle is not like other forms of struggle. Crude, coercive methods should not be used in this struggle, only the method of painstaking reasoning. Today, socialism enjoys favorable conditions in the ideological struggle. The main power of the state is in the hands of the working people led by the proletariat. The Communist Party is strong and its prestige stands high. Although there are defects and mistakes in our work, every fair-minded person can see that we are loyal to the people, that we are both determined and able to build up our country together with the people, and that we have achieved great successes and will achieve still greater ones. The vast majority of the bourgeoisie and intellectuals who come from the old society are patriotic, they are willing to serve their flourishing socialist motherland, and they know that if they turn away from the socialist cause and the working people led by the Communist Party, they will have no one to rely on and no bright future to look forward to. People may ask, since Marxism is accepted by the majority of the people in our country as the guiding ideology, can it be criticized? Certainly it can. Marxism, being a scientific truth, fears no criticism. Quite the contrary. Marxists need to steal and improve themselves and win new positions in the teeth of criticism and the storm and stress of struggle. Fighting against wrong ideas is like being vaccinated. A man develops greater immunity from disease after the vaccine takes effect. Plants raised in hothouses are not likely to be robust. Carrying out the policy of letting 100 flowers bloom and 100 schools contend will strengthen, not weaken the leading position of Marxism in the ideological field. What should our policy be toward non-Marxist ideas? As far as unregenerate counter-revolutionaries and wreckers of the socialist cause are concerned, the matter is easy, we simply deprive them of their freedom of speech. But it is quite a different matter when we are faced with incorrect ideas among the people. It is not only futile but very harmful to use crude and summary methods to deal with ideological questions among the people, with questions relating to the spiritual life of man. You may ban the expression of wrong ideas, but the ideas will still be there. On the other hand, correct ideas, if pampered in hothouses without exposure to the elements or immunization against disease, will not win out against wrong ones. What, from the point of view of the broad masses of the people, should be the criteria today for distinguishing between fragrant flowers and poisonous weeds? Basing ourselves on the principles of our Constitution, the will of the overwhelming majority of our people and the political programs jointly proclaimed on various occasions by our political parties and groups, we believe that, broadly speaking, words and actions can be judged right if they, 1. help to unite the people of our various nationalities rather than divide them, 2. are beneficial, not harmful, to socialist transformation and socialist construction, 3. help to consolidate, not undermine or weaken, the people's democratic dictatorship, 4. help to consolidate, not undermine or weaken, democratic centralism, 5. tend to strengthen, not to cast off or weaken, the leadership of the Communist Party, 6. are beneficial, not harmful, to international socialist solidarity and the solidarity of the peace-loving peoples of the world. Of these 6 criteria, the most important are the socialist path and the leadership of the party. These are political criteria. Naturally, in judging the truthfulness of scientific theories or assessing the aesthetic value of works of art, other pertinent criteria are needed, but these 6 political criteria are also applicable to all activities in the arts or sciences. In a socialist country like ours, can there possibly be any useful scientific or artistic activity that runs counter to these political criteria? In 1956, small numbers of workers and students in certain places went on strike. The immediate cause of these disturbances was the failure to satisfy certain of their demands for material benefits, of which some should and could be met, while others were out of place or excessive, and therefore could not be met for the time being. But a more important cause was the bureaucratism of those in positions of leadership. In some cases, responsibility for such bureaucratic mistakes should be placed on the higher authorities, and those at lower levels should not be made to bear all the blame. Another cause for these disturbances was the inadequacy of the ideological and political educational work done among the workers and students. In the same year, members of a small number of agricultural cooperatives also created disturbances, and the main causes were also bureaucratism on the part of the leadership and lack of educational work among the masses. We do not approve of disturbances, because contradictions among the people can be resolved in accordance with the formula unity, criticism, unity, while disturbances inevitably cause losses and are detrimental to the advance of socialism. With regard to this question, we should pay attention to the following. 1. In order to get rid of the root cause of disturbances, we must stamp out bureaucratism, greatly improve ideological and political education, and deal with all contradictions in a proper way. If this is done, there usually will not be any disturbances. 2. If disturbances should occur as a result of bad work on our part, then we should guide those involved in such disturbances toward the correct path, make use of these disturbances as a special means of improving our work and educating the cadres and the masses, and work out solutions to questions neglected in the past. The guiding spirits of disturbances should not be removed from their jobs or expelled without good reason, except for those who have committed criminal offenses or active counter-revolutionaries who should be dealt with according to law. In a big country like ours, it is nothing to get alarmed about if small numbers of people create disturbances, rather we should turn such things to advantage to help us get rid of bureaucratism. In our society, there is a small number of people who, unmindful of public interests, refuse to listen to reason, commit crimes, and break the law. They may take advantage of our policies and distort them, deliberately put forward unreasonable demands in order to stir up the masses, or deliberately spread rumors to create trouble and disrupt social order. We do not propose to let these people have their way. On the contrary, proper legal action must be taken against them. The masses demand that these persons be punished. Not to do so would run counter to popular will. Some comrades see only the interests of the part and not the whole. They always put undue stress on that part of the work for which they themselves are responsible and always wish to subordinate the interests of the whole to the interests of their own part. They do not understand the party's system of democratic centralism. They do not know that the Communist Party not only needs democracy, but needs centralization even more. They forget the system of democratic centralism, in which the minority is subordinate to the majority, the lower level to the higher level, the part to the whole, and the entire membership to the Central Committee. We must definitely build a centralized, unified party and make a clean sweep of all unprincipled factional struggles. We must combat individualism and sectarianism so as to enable our whole party to march in step and fight for one common goal. 6C2 Against the intimidation of comrades. 2. The second charge against party formalism is that of making a false show of authority to instill terror. Some types of party formalism are expressed not only as the mouthing of empty phrases and words without substance, but also as a false show of authority to instill terror, an attitude that contains a deadly poison. The mouthing of empty phrases and words without substance may be considered merely childish, but making a false show of authority to instill terror is not only childish but knavish. That which is scientific never fears public criticism. Because science is the truth, it does not fear refutation. On the other hand, subjectivism and sectarianism, as displayed in formalistic party essays and speeches, are deeply afraid of refutation and show extreme cowardice when they rely on a false show of authority to instill terror. Faced with this terror, people shut their mouths. Subjectivism and factionalism can then return to court, having achieved the victory. This false show of authority cannot reflect the truth. On the contrary, it is detrimental to it. Hitherto, two phrases have recurred in our essays and speeches. One is, struggle savagely, the other is, attack mercilessly. It is necessary to use such means in dealing with the enemy and with opposition thought, but it is a mistake to use them in dealing with our own comrades. Quite often, as is stated in the fourth section of the conclusion of the history of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, enemies and opposition thought sneak into the party. Without a doubt, savage struggle and merciless attack must be used as means against these persons and types of thought, for scoundrels take advantage of these means in dealing with the party. If we persist in being lenient with them, we fall into their trap. But we cannot use the same means in dealing with comrades who unwittingly commit errors. With such comrades we must make use of criticism and self-criticism. This is the method referred to in the fifth section of the conclusion of the history of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. No matter with whom you are dealing, a false show of authority to instill terror is always uncalled for. This strategy of terror is not of the slightest use against the enemy. Against our comrades it only does harm. The Chinese Communist Party does not rely on terror for nourishment, it relies on the truth, on arriving at the truth by a verification of facts, and on science. All organs that make decisions and issue directives, and all comrades who write essays or deliver speeches, must always rely on truth one and utility. Only when they do this can victory in the revolution be attained. 1. There are two methods which must be employed in whatever work we do. One is to combine the general with the particular, the other is to combine the leadership with the masses. 2. In any task, if no general and widespread call is issued, the broad masses cannot be mobilized for action. But if persons in leading positions confine themselves to a general call, if they do not personally, in some of the units, participate deeply and concretely in the application of this call, make a breakthrough at some single point, gain experience, and afterwards use this experience for guiding other units, then they will have no way of testing the correctness or of enriching the content of their general call, and there is the danger that nothing may come of it. This is the method by which the leaders combine leading and learning. No one in a leading position is competent to give general guidance to all the units unless he has studied concrete individuals and events in concrete subordinate units. This method must be promoted everywhere so that leading cadres at all levels learn to apply it. 3. However active the leading group may be, its activity will be transformed into fruitless effort by a handful of people unless combined with the activity of the broad masses. On the other hand, if the broad masses alone are active without a strong leading group to organize their activity properly, such activity cannot be sustained for long, or carried forward in the right direction, or raised to a high level. The masses in any given place are generally composed of three parts: the relatively active, the intermediate and the relatively backward. If we compare these three groups of people, then in general the two extremes are small, while the middle group is large. The leaders must therefore be skilled in uniting the small number of active elements to form a leading group, and must rely on this leading group to raise the level of the intermediate elements and to win over the backward elements. A leading group that is genuinely united and linked with the masses can be formed only gradually in the process of mass struggle, such as in rectification or study campaigns, and not in isolation from it. In the process of any great struggle, the composition of the leading group should not and cannot remain entirely unchanged throughout the initial, middle, and final stages. The activists, heroes, who come forward in the course of the struggle must constantly be promoted to replace those original members of the leading group who are inferior by comparison or who have degenerated. One fundamental reason why the work in many places and many organizations cannot be pushed ahead is the lack of a leading group which is united, linked with the masses and kept constantly healthy. In every organization, school, or army unit, whether large or small, we should give effect to the ninth of Stalin's conditions for the Bolshevization of the party, namely, that regarding the establishment of a nucleus of leadership. 1. The criteria for such a leading group should be the four which Dimitrov enumerated in his discussion of cadre policy: absolute devotion to the cause, contact with the masses, capacity for independent work, and observance of discipline. 4. In all the practical work of our party, all correct leadership is necessarily from the masses, to the masses. This means, take the ideas of the masses, scattered and unsystematic ideas, and concentrate them, through study turn them into concentrated and systematic ideas, then go to the masses and propagate and explain these ideas until the masses embrace them as their own, hold fast to them and translate them into action, and test the correctness of these ideas in such action. Then once again concentrate ideas from the masses and once again take them to the masses so that the ideas are persevered in and carried through. And so on, over and over again in an endless spiral, with the ideas becoming more correct, more vital, and richer each time. Such is the Marxist-Leninist theory of knowledge, or methodology. 5. Many comrades do not see the importance of, or are not good at, drawing together the activists to form a nucleus of leadership, and they do not see the importance of, or are not good at, linking this nucleus of leadership closely with the broad masses, and so their leadership becomes bureaucratic and divorced from the masses. Many comrades do not see the importance of, or are not good at, summing up the experience of mass struggles, but fancying themselves clever, are fond of voicing their subjectivist ideas, and so their ideas become empty and impractical. Many comrades rest content with making a general call with regard to a task and do not see the importance of, or are not good at, following it up immediately with particular and concrete guidance, and so their call remains on their lips, or on paper or in the conference room, and their leadership becomes bureaucratic. 9. The harder the struggle, the greater the need for communists to link their leadership closely with the demands of the broad masses, and to combine general calls closely with particular guidance, so as to smash completely subjectivist and bureaucratic methods of leadership. All leading comrades of our party must at all times counterpose scientific methods of leadership to subjectivist, bureaucratic methods of leadership and use the former to overcome the latter. Subjectivists and bureaucrats do not understand the principles of combining the leadership with the masses and the general with the particular. They greatly impede the development of the work of the party. Hence, to combat subjectivist and bureaucratic methods of leadership, we must promote scientific methods of leadership both extensively and intensively. 6c4 Let us transform the consciousness of the masses. 1. All intellectuals must absolutely get rid of the bad habit of isolating themselves from the masses. They must give themselves to the people in a spirit of abnegation, unite closely with the workers, peasants, and soldiers. For their part, the worker and peasant cadres must respect these revolutionary intellectuals and have confidence in them. In working for the masses we must start from their needs, not from our wishes, however good, nor from historical dogmas. Everything must be adapted to the time and place. It sometimes happens that the masses objectively need some reform but are not yet subjectively awakened to it and willing or determined to bring it into effect. In that case, we should wait patiently and introduce the reform only when, through our work, the great majority of the masses have become awakened to the need and are willing and determined to start it. We absolutely must not proceed by orders or constraints. Unless the masses are awakened and willing, all work that needs their participation will turn out to be an empty formality and end in failure. The saying haste brings no success from the Confucian Analects does not mean that we should not make haste, but that we should not take reckless action that will inevitably lead to failure. 6c5 Without a party, there can be no revolution. 2. If there is to be a revolution, there must be a revolutionary party. Without a revolutionary party, without a party built on the revolutionary theory and style of Marx, Lenin, and Stalin, it is impossible to lead the working class and the broad masses of the people to defeat imperialism and its running dogs. In the more than 100 years since the birth of Marxism, it was only through the example of the Russian Bolsheviks in leading the October Revolution, in leading socialist construction and in defeating fascist aggression that revolutionary parties of a new type were formed and developed in the world. With the birth of revolutionary parties of this type, the face of the world revolution has changed. The change has been so great that transformations utterly inconceivable to people of the older generation have come into being amid fire and thunder. The Communist Party of China is a party built and developed on the model of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. With the birth of the Communist Party of China, the face of the Chinese Revolution took on an altogether new aspect. Is this fact not clear enough? 6*C6 Learning from one's subordinates. 1. Ask your subordinates about matters you don't understand or don't know, and do not lightly express your approval or disapproval. Some documents, after having been drafted, are withheld from circulation for a time because certain questions in them need to be clarified and it is necessary to consult the lower levels first. We should never pretend to know what we don't know. We should not feel ashamed to ask and learn from people below from the Confucian Analects, and we should listen carefully to the views of the cadres at the lower levels. Be a pupil before you become a teacher, learn from the cadres at the lower levels before you issue orders. In handling problems, This should be the practice of all bureaus of the Central Committee and party committees of the fronts, except in military emergencies or when the facts of the matter are already clear. To do this will not lower one's prestige, it can only raise it. Since our decisions incorporate the correct views of the cadres at the lower levels, the latter will naturally support them. What the cadres at the lower levels say may or may not be correct, we must analyze it. We must heed the correct views and act upon them. The reason why the leadership of the Central Committee is correct is chiefly that it synthesizes the material, reports, and correct views coming from different localities. Listen also to the mistaken views from below, it is wrong not to listen to them at all. Such views, however, are not to be acted upon but to be criticized. 6C7 Victory is only the first step. 1. To win countrywide victory is only the first step in a long march of 10,000//. Even if this step is worthy of pride, it is a comparatively minor one. What will be more worthy of pride is yet to come. After several decades, the victory of the Chinese People's Democratic Revolution, viewed in retrospect, will seem like only a brief prologue to a long drama. A drama begins with a prologue, but the prologue is not the climax. The Chinese Revolution is great, but the road after the revolution will be longer, the work greater and more arduous. This must be made clear now in the party. The comrades must be taught to remain modest, prudent, and free from arrogance and rashness in their style of work. The comrades must be taught to preserve the style of plain living and hard struggle. We can learn what we did not know. We are not only good at destroying the old world, we are also good at building the new. Not only can the Chinese people live without begging alms from the imperialists, they will live a better life than that of the imperialist countries. The line followed in this locality is correct. This township, Shang, already has 5 agricultural producers cooperatives, 7 combined mutual aid teams, 3 year-round mutual aid teams, and 14 seasonal mutual aid teams. Their total membership amounts to 98.4% of those peasant households which ought to be organized. Prior to December 1954, the party branch in this township had still not placed the main emphasis, in its work of leadership, on the mutual aid and cooperative movement. Party members feared the difficulties in leading the mutual aid teams. The party branch relied not on the method of the party secretary takes the lead and all the party members help run the cooperatives, but on the work team, sent there apparently from a higher level. At the present time, rural party branches in quite a number of places throughout the country show this weak and impotent attitude toward the question of agricultural cooperation. And it is not only the branches, there may well be some higher level party committees that do the same. This is the crux of the problem. Whether or not the socialist transformation of our agriculture can keep pace with the rate of advance of industrialization in our country, whether or not the cooperative movement can develop in a healthy fashion with very few flaws and guarantee an increase in production, depends on whether or not the local party committees at all levels can quickly and correctly shift the emphasis to this task. Work teams must be sent, but it must be stated very clearly that they are sent to help local party organizations, and not to replace them, not to incite them to make no use of their own hands and brains, and rely exclusively on the work teams. This township in Kweichow showed very great achievements in the period of only a little over 5 months after. It changed its attitude in December 1954. They didn't rely on the work team, but pitched in themselves, and the party members no longer feared difficulties. A change of this kind depends first and foremost on the secretaries of the party committees at various levels, and on the party branch secretaries. They must assume responsibility for the whole process of forming agricultural cooperatives. If they are afraid of trouble, of difficulties, if they do not throw themselves personally into this great task confronting them but merely pass it on to the rural work departments of the party or to the work teams, not only will they be unable to carry out the task, but they may also cause a great deal of disorder. 6C9 The danger of right opportunism within the party. 1 In many localities there is a practice prevalent almost to the point of being universal, right opportunists within the party, working hand in glove with the forces of capitalism in society, are preventing the broad masses of poor and lower middle peasants from taking the road to the formation of cooperatives. Literally, Hatsohwa, cooperativization. Some people, although they call themselves communists, manifest little interest in the cause of socialism we are now endeavoring to advance. Not only do they fail to support the enthusiastic masses, but on the contrary they throw cold water on the masses' heads. In China, 1955 was the year of decision in the struggle between socialism and capitalism. This decisive struggle was reflected first and foremost in the course of the three conferences called by the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party in May, July, and October. The first half of 1955 was murky and obscured by dark clouds. But in the second half, the atmosphere changed completely. Tens of millions of peasant households swung into action. In response to the call of the Central Committee, they carried out the formation of cooperatives Hotsohwa. As the editor i.e., Mao writes these few lines, more than 60 million peasant households throughout the country have already joined cooperatives. It is as if a raging tidal wave has swept away all the demons and ghosts. Now we can look at every member of society and see exactly who is who. It is the same in the party. By the end of this year, the victory of socialism will be assured to a very large extent. Of course, many more battles still lie ahead. We must continue to fight hard. 6c10 The Socialist Education Movement in the Countryside 1. Since the 10th plenum of the 8th Central Committee of the Party in September 1962, as a result of the socialist education movement which has developed in the cities and in the countryside, as a result of the application of a series of Central Committee policies by the whole party, as a result of the active efforts of the popular masses, numerous party members and cadres, an excellent situation has come into being on the political, economic, ideological, and cultural, and military fronts in our country. In the course of the past few months, more than 1 million cadres throughout the country have gone deep down into units at the grassroots level in the villages, and a new high tide has emerged in the movement for socialist revolution. The many great successes which our country has obtained so rapidly in the course of the past year, demonstrate that our party's general line for building socialism is correct. At the same time, this has demonstrated even further that our Chinese Communist Party, headed by Comrade Mao Zedong, is a great, glorious, and correct party. Serious and sharp class struggles persist both in our cities and in the countryside. Once the socialist transformation of the system of property has been basically carried out, the class enemies who oppose socialism endeavor to use the method of peaceful evolution in order to re-establish capitalism. This situation of class struggle is necessarily reflected within the party. The leadership of some communes, brigades, enterprises, and other units has been corrupted, or usurped. Experience has shown that if only the whole party thoroughly applies the various directives of the party Central Committee regarding the socialist education movement, grasps the essential principle of class struggle, relies on the working class, the poor and lower middle peasants, the revolutionary cadres, the revolutionary intellectuals, and other revolutionary elements, and takes care to unite over 95% of the masses, and over 95% of the cadres, provided we do this, the numerous questions still persisting in the cities and in the countryside will not be hard to locate and to solve. The important point in this campaign is rectifying those people within the party who are in authority and are taking the capitalist road. Some of those people in authority taking the capitalist road do so openly, others act behind the scenes. Some of those who support them are at lower levels, some are at higher levels. At the lower levels, there are landlords, rich peasants, counter-revolutionaries, and other bad elements who have already been identified, and also similar elements who have not been detected. At the higher levels, there are those who oppose building socialism in the communes, the Ch2, the Xi'an, the special districts, and even in the work of provincial and central committee departments. Among them are those who were originally class alien elements, there are those who have shed their skins and changed their nature, and there are those who have taken bribes and traitorously banded together to break the law and cause disorder. The overwhelming majority of our cadres want to take the socialist road, but there are a few people among them who do not have a clear understanding of the socialist revolution, do not. Dictatorship, contradictions, and the mass line 325. Employ people properly, do not investigate the work energetically, and commit bureaucratic errors. The socialist education movement in the cities and the countryside will henceforth be called simply the For Clean UPS movement, i.e. political, economic, organizational and ideological cleanup. In the cities, the socialist education movement was known in the past as the Five Antis movement. Henceforth, it will also be known as the For Clean UPS, and the term Five Antis will be abolished. In June 1964, at a meeting of the Standing Committee of the Politburo of the Central Committee, attended by the first secretaries of all the regional bureaus of the Central Committee, Comrade Mao Zedong said, "What are the criteria for carrying out the socialist education movement well? 1. One must see whether the poor and lower middle peasants are really stirred into action or not. 2. Has the problem of the four uncleans among the cadres been solved or not? 3. Have the cadres taken part in manual labor or not? 4. Has a good leadership corps been established or not? 5. When landlords, rich peasants, counter-revolutionaries and bad elements are discovered who indulge in disruptive activities, is this contradiction simply handed over to higher authorities, or are the masses mobilized to watch them seriously and reform them on the spot? 6. One must see whether the result is to increase or to decrease production. Throughout the whole movement, we must make use of contradictions, win over the majority, oppose and smash the minority. Those who resolutely take the capitalist road are always an extreme minority. There are some people who have committed errors who can still correct them. As for those people who are the target of the For Clean UPS, we must be good at dissociating them, at treating them in a discriminating fashion, and at isolating the worst offenders to the greatest extent possible. Veteran cadres performed meritorious services in the past, but they must not rest on their past achievements. They should temper and remold themselves very well in the great proletarian cultural revolution, win new merit, and make new contributions. A human being has arteries and veins through which the heart makes the blood circulate, and he breathes with his lungs, exhaling carbon dioxide and inhaling fresh oxygen, that is, getting rid of the stale and taking in the fresh. A proletarian party must also get rid of the stale and take in the fresh, for only thus can it be full of vitality. Without eliminating waste matter and absorbing fresh blood, the party has no vigor. The Chinese Communist Party is the political party of the proletariat. The basic program of the Chinese Communist Party is completely to overthrow the bourgeoisie, to replace the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie by the dictatorship of the proletariat, and 1. Quoted in an editorial regarding the formation of a revolutionary committee in Qinghai, Zhenmin Jipao, August 13, 1967, p. 1. Available translations, Peking Review, No. 34, 1967, p. 25. 2. Quoted in the editorial Absorb Fresh Blood from the Proletariat, Hung Chi, No. 4, 1968, p. 7. Available translation, Peking Review, No. 43, 25 October 1968, p. 5. 3. Extracts from the draft constitution of the Chinese Communist Party elaborated on the basis of suggestions by Mao Zedong and submitted at his request to the 12th plenum of the Central Committee in October 1968. Text as given in the Hong Kong newspaper Xingtao Jipao on January 9, 1969. Available translation, China Quarterly, No. 37, 1969. To use socialism to defeat capitalism. The ultimate aim of the party is to realize communism. The Chinese Communist Party is composed of advanced elements of the proletariat. It is a vigorous and vital vanguard organization which leads the proletariat and the revolutionary masses in the struggle against the class enemy. 1. The Chinese Communist Party takes Marxism, Leninism, and Mao Zedong's thought as the theoretical basis guiding its thinking. Mao Zedong's thought is the Marxism-Leninism of the era when imperialism is heading for total collapse and socialism is advancing towards worldwide victory. During the past half-century, Comrade Mao Zedong, in leading China in the great struggle for the completion of the new democratic revolution, in leading China's great struggle for socialist revolution and socialist construction, and in the great struggle of the international communist movement in the present era to oppose imperialism, oppose modern revisionism and oppose the reactionaries of all countries, has combined the universal truth of Marxism-Leninism with concrete revolutionary practice, and has inherited, defended, and developed Marxism-Leninism, raising it to a completely new stage. Comrade Lin Piao has consistently held high the great red banner of Mao Zedong's thought, and has most loyally and resolutely implemented and defended the proletarian revolutionary line of Comrade Mao Zedong. Comrade Lin Piao is the close comrade in arms and successor of Comrade Mao Zedong. Socialist society is a relatively long historical stage. Classes, class contradictions, and class struggle will exist from beginning to end of this historical stage, as will the struggle between the two roads of socialism and capitalism, the danger of a capitalist restoration, and the threat of subversion and aggression from imperialism and modern revisionism. These contradictions can only be resolved by relying on the theory and practice of Marxist permanent revolution. The great proletarian cultural revolution in our country is precisely a great political revolution under Khan. Revolution is more or less identical with the attitude of the various classes of Western Europe toward the social revolution. This may seem strange, but in reality it is not strange at all. For basically today's revolution is the same everywhere, its goals and its techniques are similar: to overthrow world capitalist imperialism and to unite the exploited peoples and classes to wage war. This is the unique feature that distinguishes today's revolution from all other revolutions in history. What are the conditions of the various classes in Chinese society? 1. The big bourgeoisie. In economically backward and semi-colonial China, the big bourgeoisie is the vassal of the international bourgeoisie, depending upon imperialism for its existence and development. The goals of this class and those of the national revolution are absolutely incompatible. From beginning to end, they side with imperialism and form the extreme counter-revolutionary group. 2. The middle bourgeoisie. This class aspires to attain the position of the big bourgeoisie, but it suffers from the blows of foreign capital and the oppression of the warlords and cannot develop. This class has a contradictory attitude toward the national revolution. When it suffers from the blows of foreign capital and the oppression of the warlords, it feels the need of a revolution and favors the revolutionary movement against imperialism and the warlords, but when the proletariat at home takes a militant part in the revolution and the international proletariat abroad gives its active support, it senses a threat to the realization of its desire to move up into the class of the big bourgeoisie and becomes skeptical about the revolution. This class is what is called the national bourgeoisie. Politically, it stands for nationalism Kuo-Chia-Chui, that is to say, the establishment of a state dominated by a single class, the national bourgeoisie. A self-styled true disciple of Tai Chi Tao wrote, "Raise your left fist to knock down imperialism and your right fist to knock down the Communist Party." This remark illustrates the contradictory character of this class. Its aim of establishing a state under its own rule is impracticable, because the present world situation is one in which the two big forces, revolution and counter-revolution, the party's decisions and pays the party subscription, may become a member of the Chinese Communist Party. Article 2. A person who applies to join the party must individually complete the formalities for entering the party, must be introduced by two party members, and must fill in a certificate of desire to enter the party. He must be examined by the party branch, the views of the broad masses with an eye the party must be heard, the application must be passed by a full meeting of the party branch, and it must be approved by the party committee one level higher. Article 3. A member of the Chinese Communist Party must, I. Creatively study and apply Marxism, Leninism, and Mao Zedong's thought, 2. seek to promote the interests of the majority of the people of China and of the world. 3. Be able to unite with the majority, including those who have wrongly opposed him but have sincerely corrected their errors. However, he must be particularly vigilant against careerists, plotters, and two-faced people, and must prevent this kind of bad person from usurping the leadership of the party and the state at any level. 4. Discuss with the masses any matter which arises. V. Boldly practice criticism and self-criticism. Article V. The principle of the party's organization is democratic centralism. The leading organs of the party at every level are produced by democratic consultation and election. The whole party must obey a uniform discipline, the individual must obey the organization, the minority must obey the majority, lower ranks must obey higher ranks, and the whole party must obey the center. Leading organs of the party at every level must report on their work at regular intervals to the party congress or to a general assembly of party members, and must constantly listen to the 1. Certain texts read within and without. Opinions of the masses both inside and outside the party and be subject to their supervision. A party member has the right to raise criticism and to make proposals to the party organization and to the leaders at every level. If he does not agree with the decisions and directives of the party organization, a party member may reserve his opinion. Moreover, he has the right to bypass his immediate superiors and report directly to the Central Committee and the chairman of the Central Committee. We must create a lively political situation characterized by both centralism and democracy, both discipline and freedom, both unity of will and a happy mood on the part of each individual. The organs of proletarian dictatorship, the Communist Youth League, and all the people's organizations must accept the leadership of the party. Article 12. Basic level party organizations must raise high the great red banner of Marxism, Leninism, and Mao Zedong's thought, put proletarian politics to the fore, resolutely support the 4 firsts and extensively promote the 3/8 working style. Their main tasks are, I. To lead party members and the revolutionary masses in the creative study and application of Mao Zedong's thought. 2. Constantly to carry out education of party members and the revolutionary masses in class struggle and the struggle between the two lines, and to lead them in resolute struggle against the class enemy. 3. To propagate party policies, thoroughly carry out party resolutions, and fully accomplish every task given them by the party and the state. 4. To establish close links with the masses, constantly listen to the opinions and demands of the masses, develop active ideological struggle within the party and make the life of the party vigorous and vital. V. To develop party members, carry out party discipline, constantly rectify the party organization, and resolutely maintain the purity of the party ranks. This chapter deals with Mao's efforts, culminating in the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, to change the face of China both by reshaping the country's society and economy so as to turn it into a powerful modern nation, and by transforming the patterns of thought and behavior of the Chinese people. The first subdivision is devoted to a subject which has always been close to Mao's heart, the family system and relations between the sexes. Texts A1 and A2, dating respectively from the May 4th period and from the years of the Kiangsi Soviet Republic, illustrate the liberal side of Mao's thinking in this domain: freedom to love for the individual rather than the servitude of arranged marriages, and equal rights for women. Text A3 reveals one of the utilitarian aims of this policy, making women available for productive labor. Another and equally important goal, not touched on by the texts in this chapter, is of course to weaken the family as an obstacle to social mobilization for political ends. I have substituted text A4, in praise of the women's militia, for Mao's poem in memory of his first wife, because it seems more characteristic of his state of mind today. Part B of this chapter deals with agrarian policy, and spans the successive stages from land reform to the establishment of the communes. The first 3 texts, B1, B2, and B3, illustrate Mao's position before taking power on the first stage in the agrarian transformation of China. On the one hand, Mao is constantly preoccupied with the problem of the link between changes in this field and the social basis of the communists' power, and on the other hand, there is his clear affirmation that the collectivization of agriculture was the ultimate goal, even if he did not say explicitly then, as he did in today's revised edition, that the Chinese form of collectivization would necessarily be identical with the Soviet form. Once solidly established in power, he expounded, as shown by text B4, the very ideas about preserving a rich peasant economy in order to restore production for which Liu Shaochi is today branded a traitor to the revolution. Text B5 contains extracts from Mao's speech of July 1955 on forming cooperatives, by which he turned his back on moderation and launched China on a new and radical path. Text B6 shows Mao once more concerned with the priority which should be accorded to the political objective of maintaining the control of the poor peasants in the villages, rather than to the economic objective of increasing production. Text B7, published in December 1955, calls for a transition from semi-socialist to socialist cooperatives within 3 years, but in less time than that, Mao was calling, as illustrated by text B8, for the creation of people's communes. The texts in Part C illustrate the mood which suffused both the socialist upsurge of 1955 and the Great Leap Forward of 1958, and which has erupted even more spectacularly in the current Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, the belief that revolution can change everything, coupled with the will to take advantage of China's poverty and blankness in order to paint the most beautiful pictures on this blank sheet of paper and ultimately live better than the imperialist countries. This last concern with collective well-being has receded today in favor of a puritanical doctrine of abstention from the pleasures of this life, and an evident anxiety about the corrupting effects of wealth and ease. But the link between Mao's impatience in the face of natural and human obstacles, and his warlike temperament and guerrilla experience, illustrated by text C4, remains as strong as ever. Part D of this chapter, dealing with youth, once more illustrates the antinomy we have so often emphasized in our analysis of Mao's thought, a simultaneous insistence on spontaneity and discipline. On the one hand, Mao shows an appreciation of the role of youthful enthusiasm in revolution, independently of class origins, which he has attenuated in the current edition of the selected works. Thus, in text D2, the following sentence has now been eliminated: the whole of the Chinese revolutionary movement found its origin in the action of young students and intellectuals. But at the same time, Mao strongly emphasized in 1939, texts D1 and D2, that young people must listen to their elders, who have the experience they lack, and look to them for guidance. But, as shown by text D3, he had already, by 1955, arrived at the view, put into practice on a vast scale in 1966 in the role attributed to the Red Guards, that young people must lead the way and force their more conservative elders to follow. The 10 texts constituting part of this chapter illustrate various aspects and stages in the development and application of Mao's ideas about cultural revolution, both in the narrow sense of the reform of art and literature and in the broad sense of reshaping the ideas and habits of an entire nation. Text E1, a brief extract from On New Democracy, contains Mao's views regarding the selective assimilation of elements from China's traditional culture. These principles are theoretically still in force today, though in the course of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution they have been more honored in the breach than in the observance. Text E2, dating from 1942, stresses the difficulty of mastering the use of language in a way hardly compatible with today's doctrine of do-it-yourself writing by workers and peasants. Text E3 contains extracts from Mao's principal utterance on art and literature, his interventions at the forum held in Yan'an in May 1942. On this occasion, Mao expressed views corresponding essentially to the tenets of socialist realism as practiced in the Soviet Union, namely, that the people are the source of all art and that all art must serve the people and be comprehensible to the people. Text E4 is an extract from an anonymous editorial written by Mao in 1951 and now refurbished as one of the 5 militant documents on art and literature. In it, Mao stressed the political criterion of popular culture versus the feudal culture of the ruling classes in the evaluation of China's heritage. In text E5, written in 1955, Mao complained bitterly that the party formalism he had denounced in 1942 still flourished in the writings of the average coder. Text E6 reveals the fundamental anxiety which is, in a sense, the starting point of the whole cultural revolution, that inspired by the selfish, capitalistic spontaneous tendencies which are prone to emerge in man and society. Text E7 is a brief quotation from Mao's remarks at the 10th plenum of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party in September 1962, denouncing the use of literature for anti-party activities /i.e. for the propagation of ideas different from his. Text E8, written in 1963 and published in 1964, first put forward the clarion call to prevent China from changing color by constantly mobilizing the masses for class struggle. Text E9, a directive written in December 1963, denounces the lag of the superstructure, and in particular of the arts, as compared to the economic base of Chinese society. In text E10, I have gathered together 18 of the brief quotations attributed to Mao in the course of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, arranging them roughly in chronological order. Although these supreme directives continue to stress mobilizing the masses, one can see the evolution from attacks on the cadres to a reconciliation with important elements in the party in order to save China from chaos. SRS. YIIA 1 Miss Chow's suicide 1. A person's suicide is entirely determined by circumstances. Was Miss Chow's original idea to seek death? On the contrary, it was to seek life. If Miss Chow ended up by seeking death instead, it is because circumstances drove her to this. The circumstances in which Miss Chow found herself were the following: 1. Chinese society, 2. The Chow family of Nanyang Street in Changsha, 3. The Wu family of Kantsuyian Street in Changsha, the family of the husband she did not want. These three factors constituted three iron nets, composing a kind of triangular cage. Once caught in these three nets, it was in vain that she sought life in every way possible. There was no way for her to go on living, the contrary of life is death, and Miss Chow thus felt compelled to die. If, among these three factors, there had been one that was not an iron net, or if one of these nets had opened, Miss Chow would certainly not have died. 1. If Miss Chow's parents had not had recourse to compulsion but had yielded before Miss Chow's free will, Miss Chow would certainly not have died. 2. If Miss Chow's parents had not resorted to compulsion but had permitted Miss Chow to explain her point of view to the family of her future husband, and to explain the reasons for her refusal, and if in the end the family of her future husband had accepted her point of view, and respected her individual freedom, Miss Chow would certainly not have died. 3. Even if her parents and the family of her future husband had refused to accept her free will, if in society there had been a powerful group of public opinion to support her, if there were an entirely new world where the fact of running away from one's parents' home and finding refuge elsewhere were considered honorable and not dishonorable, in this case, too, Miss Chow would certainly not have died. If Miss Chow is dead today, it is because she was solidly enclosed by the three iron nets: society, her own family, the family of her future husband. She sought life in vain and finally was led to seek death. Yesterday's incident was important. It happened because of the shameful system of arranged marriages, because of the darkness of the social system, the negation of the individual will, and the absence of the freedom to choose one's own mate. It is to be hoped that interested persons will comment on all aspects of this affair, and that they will defend the honor of a girl who died a martyr's death for the cause of the freedom to choose her own love. The family of the parents and the family of the future husband are both bound up with society, they are both parts of society. We must understand that the family of the parents and the family of the future husband have committed a crime, but the source of this crime lies in society. It is true that the two families themselves carried out this crime, but a great part of the culpability was transmitted to them by society. Moreover, if society were good, even if the families had wanted to carry out this crime, they would not have had the opportunity to do so. Since there are factors in our society that have brought about the death of Miss Chow, this society is an extremely dangerous thing. It was capable of causing the death of Miss Chow. It could also cause the death of Miss Che, Miss Sun, or Miss Lee. It is capable of killing men as well as women. All of us, the potential victims, must be on our guard before this dangerous thing that could inflict a fatal blow on us. We should protest loudly, warn the other human beings who are not yet dead, and condemn the countless evils of our society. If we conduct a campaign in favor of marriage reform, it is first of all the superstitions about marriage that must be demolished, above all the belief that marriages are predestined by fate. Once these beliefs are demolished, the pretext behind which the arrangement of marriages by parents hides itself will disappear at the same time, and then the concept of incompatibility of husband and wife will immediately appear in society. And with the appearance of the concept of incompatibility of husband and wife, the army of the family revolution will arise in countless numbers, and the great wave of the freedom of marriage and of the freedom to love will sweep over China. My attitude towards suicide is to reject it. First of all, man's goal is to seek life, and he should not go against the grain of his natural tendency and seek death. Secondly, although suicide results from the fact that society deprives people of all hope, we should struggle against society in order to regain the hope that we have lost. We should die fighting. Thirdly, if people show respect for those who have courageously put an end to their own lives, that does not at all mean that they respect suicide as such, but rather that they respect the courageous spirit of resistance to brute force, which inspires the person who commits suicide. It is so much better to be killed in fighting than to take one's own life. The goal of struggle is not to be killed by others but to aspire toward the emergence of a true personality. If a person does not attain this despite all his efforts, if he fights to the death and sacrifices himself, then he will be the most courageous of all on earth, and his tragedy will make a great impression on men's minds. 7a2 Decree regarding marriage 1. Under feudal domination, marriage is a barbaric and inhuman institution. The oppression and suffering borne by woman is far greater than that of man. Only the victory of the workers' and peasants' revolution, followed by the first step toward the economic emancipation of men and women, brings with it a change in the marriage relationship and makes it free. In the Soviet districts, marriages now are contracted on a free basis. Free choice must be the basic principle of every marriage. The whole feudal system of marriage, including the power of parents to arrange marriages for their children, to exercise compulsion, and all purchase and sale in marriage contracts shall henceforth be abolished. Although women have obtained freedom from the feudal yoke, they are still laboring under tremendous physical handicaps, for example, the binding of the feet, and have not obtained complete economic independence. Therefore, on questions concerning divorce, it becomes necessary to protect the interests of women and place the greater part of the obligations and responsibilities entailed by divorce upon men. Children are the masters of the new society. Under the old system, little attention was paid to children. Consequently, special regulations have been established concerning the protection of children. These present regulations are hereby made public and shall enter into force as of December 1, 1931. Mao Zedong, Chairman of the Central Executive Committee. Shang Ying. Chang Kuo Tao. Vice Chairman, January 28, 1931. 7a3 China's women are a vast reserve of labor power. 1 Prior to the formation of cooperatives, Hua, many localities throughout the country had a problem of surplus labor. Since cooperatives have been formed, many cooperatives are finding themselves short of labor. It has become necessary to get the broad masses of the women, who in the past did not work in the fields, to take their place on the labor front. This is an important development, quite unexpected for many people. In the past, people commonly said that after the formation of cooperatives, there would certainly be a labor surplus. We have too big a labor force already, they used to say, what shall we do if there is a further surplus? In a great many places, when the formation of cooperatives was carried out, this anxiety was dissipated. In a great many localities, when the scale of production is expanded, the number of types of activity increased, the sphere of the exploitation of nature extended and deepened, and work done more skillfully, a lack of labor power will be felt. This condition is only beginning to make its appearance, and in the future it will develop from year to year. The same thing will happen after the mechanization of agriculture. In the future there will be all sorts of enterprises that people have never dreamed of, raising our agricultural output to several times, 10 times, or even several tens of times its present level. The development of industry, transportation, and exchange will go even farther beyond the bounds of our ancestors' imagination. Science, culture, education, and hygiene will do the same. China's women are a vast reserve of labor power. This reserve should be tapped and used in the struggle to build a mighty socialist country. To encourage women to join in productive labor, we must put into effect the principle of equal pay for equal work, men and women alike. VTIA 4 lines written on a picture of the women's militia 1. Proud and alert, they carry 5-foot guns. The first rays of the morning sun illuminate the drill field. The daughters of China are filled with high resolve, to red garments they prefer the uniform. 7b1 Let's get organized. 2. For thousands of years a system of individual production has prevailed among the peasant masses under which a family or a household forms a productive unit. This scattered, individual form of production was the economic foundation of feudal rule and has plunged the peasants into perpetual poverty. The only way to change the state of affairs is gradual collectivization, and, according to Lenin, the only way to bring about collectivization is through cooperatives. Here in the border region, many peasants' cooperatives have been set up, but they are still not the Soviet-type cooperatives known as collective farms. 3. Our economy is new democratic, and our cooperatives are at present still organizations of collective labor founded on the basis of individual ownership, i.e., the basis of private property. Such cooperatives, again, fall into several types. No matter what names they have, no matter whether they are each composed of a few, or dozens or hundreds of people, no matter whether their mutual aid is rendered in terms of manpower, animal power, or implements, or whether their members may or may not live and board together during the busy season, and no matter whether they are of a temporary or permanent nature, all are good so long as they are collective mutual aid organizations in which the masses take part of their own free will, no compulsion whatever is allowed. This method of collective mutual aid was discovered by the masses themselves. 7b2 On the enlightened gentry 1. The enlightened gentry are individual landlords and rich peasants with democratic leanings. Such people have conflicts with bureaucrat capitalism and imperialism, and to a certain extent also with the feudal landlords and rich peasants. We unite with them not because they are a political force to be reckoned with or because they are of any economic importance. Their feudal land holdings should be handed over with their consent to the peasants for distribution, but because they gave us considerable help politically during the War of Resistance and during the struggle against the United States and Chiang Kai-shek. During the period of land reform, it will help the land reform throughout the country if some of the enlightened gentry favor it. In particular, it will help win over the intellectuals, most of whom come from the landlord or rich peasant families, the national bourgeoisie, most of whom have ties with the land, and the enlightened gentry throughout the country, who number several 100,000, and it will help isolate the chief enemy of the Chinese Revolution, the Chiang Kai-shek reactionaries. At the present stage, what we require of them is that they favor the struggle against the United States and Chiang Kai-shek, favor democracy, not be anti-communist, and favor the land reform. If they can meet these requirements, we should unite with them without exception, and while uniting with them educate them. 7b3 The general line of land reform: unite 90% of the population. 1. Feudalism is the ally of imperialism and bureaucrat capitalism and the foundation of their rule. Therefore, the reform of the land system is the main content of China's new democratic revolution. The general line in the land reform is to rely on the poor peasants, unite with the middle peasants, abolish the system of feudal exploitation step by step and in a discriminating way, and develop agricultural production. Only the poor peasants can and must be the basic force to be relied upon in the land reform. Together with the farm laborers, they make up about 70% of China's rural population. The main and immediate task of the land reform is to satisfy the demands of the masses of poor peasants and farm laborers. In the land reform program, it is necessary to unite with the middle peasants. The poor peasants and the farm laborers must form a solid united front with the middle peasants, who account for about 20% of the rural population. Otherwise, the poor peasants and farm laborers will find themselves isolated and the land reform will fail. A section of the middle peasants must be allowed to keep some land over and above the average obtained by the poor peasants. We support the peasants' demand for equal distribution of land in order to help arouse the broad masses of peasants speedily to abolish the system of land ownership by the feudal landlord class, but we do not advocate absolute equalitarian. There is a kind of thinking now current in the countryside that undermines industry and commerce and advocates absolute equalitarian in land distribution. Such thinking corresponds to a kind of agrarian socialism. It is reactionary, backward, and retrogressive in nature. We must criticize it. The sole target of the land reform is and must be the system of feudal exploitation by the landlord class and by the old-type rich peasants, and there should be no encroachment either upon the liberal bourgeoisie one or upon the industrial and commercial enterprises run by the landlords and rich peasants. The aim of the land reform is to abolish the system of feudal exploitation, that is, to eliminate the feudal landlords as a class, not as individuals. Therefore, a landlord must receive the same allotment of land and property as does a peasant and must be made to learn productive labor and participate in the nation's economic life. Except for the most heinous counter-revolutionaries and local tyrants who have incurred the bitter hatred of the broad masses, who have been proved guilty and who therefore may and ought to be punished, a policy of leniency must be applied to all, and any beating or killing without discrimination must be forbidden. The system of feudal exploitation should be abolished step by step, that is, in a tactical way. In launching the struggle, we must determine our tactics according to the circumstances and the degree to which the peasant masses are awakened and organized. We must not attempt to wipe out overnight the whole system of feudal exploitation. 7b4 We must preserve a rich peasant economy too. The work of agrarian reform should be carried forward by stages, and in an orderly manner. Since the war has virtually ended on the mainland, the situation is completely different from that during the 1946-8 period when the People's Liberation Army was locked in a life and death struggle with the Kuomintang reactionaries and the issue had not yet been decided. The state can now, by means of loans to poor peasants, help them solve their difficulties, and make up for the fact that they received less land than under the policy in force from 1946 to 1948. Therefore, there should be a change in our policy toward the rich peasants, a change from the policy of requisitioning the surplus land and property of the rich peasants to one of preserving a rich peasant economy, in order to further the early restoration of production in the rural areas. This change of policy will also serve to isolate the landlords, while protecting the middle peasants and those who rent out small plots of land. Blindness and anarchy in the economic field should be gradually eliminated in line with the principle of unified planning and of considering the interests of all sections. Existing industry and commerce should be properly readjusted, while practical and appropriate steps should be taken to improve relations between public and private enterprises and between labor and capital. Under the leadership of the state sector of the economy, which is socialist in nature, the various components of the social economy should establish a division of labor and cooperation, facilitating the revival and development of the entire social economy. The view held by some people that it is possible to eliminate capitalism and introduce socialism at an early date is wrong. It is not adapted to conditions in our country. 7b5 The question of agricultural cooperation. 1 A new upsurge in the socialist mass movement is in sight throughout the Chinese countryside. But some of our comrades are tottering along like a woman with bound feet, always complaining that others are going too fast. They imagine that by picking on trifles, grumbling unnecessarily, worrying continuously, and putting up countless taboos and commandments, they are guiding the socialist mass movement in the rural areas on sound lines. No, this is not the right way at all, it is wrong. The tide of social reform in the countryside, in the shape of cooperation, has already reached some places. Soon it will sweep the whole country. This is a huge socialist revolutionary movement, which involves a rural population more than 500 million strong, one which has very great world significance. We should guide this movement vigorously, warmly, and systematically, and not act as a drag on it. It is wrong to say that the present pace of development of the agricultural producers' cooperatives has gone beyond practical possibilities or gone beyond the consciousness of the masses. The situation in China is like this: its population is enormous, there is a shortage of cultivated land, only 3 mao of land per head taking the country as a whole. In many parts of the southern provinces the average is only 1 mao or less. Natural catastrophes occur from time to time. Every year large numbers of farms suffer more or less from flood, drought, gales, frost, hail, or insect pests, and methods of farming are backward. As a result, many peasants are still having difficulties or are not well off. The well-off ones are comparatively few, although since land reform the standard of living of the peasants as a whole has improved. For all these reasons there is an active desire among most peasants to take the socialist road. It is quite true, the socialist revolution is a new revolution. In the past we only had experience with bourgeois democratic revolution, we had no experience with socialist revolution. How can we get such experience? By sitting back and waiting for it, or by throwing ourselves into the struggle for the socialist revolution and learning in the process. How can we get experience in industrialization if we do not carry out the 5-year plan, if we do not engage in the work of socialist industrialization? Cooperation in agriculture is one of the integral parts of the 5-year plan. If we do not guide the peasants in organizing one or several agricultural producers' cooperatives in every shang or village, where will the cotter's experience come from? How will the level of that experience be raised? Clearly the idea that the present state of development reached by the agricultural producers' cooperatives has gone beyond the level of the cotter's experience shows faulty thinking. The Soviet Union's great historical experience in building socialism inspires our people and gives them full confidence that they can build socialism in their country. Some comrades disapprove of the party's Central Committee's policy of keeping agricultural cooperation in step with socialist industrialization. That is to disregard the Soviet Union's experience. These comrades do not understand that socialist industrialization is not something that can be carried out in isolation, separate from agricultural cooperation. In the first place, as everyone knows, the level of production of marketable grain and industrial raw materials in our country is very low, whereas the state's demands for these items grow year by year. Therein lies a sharp contradiction. If, in a period of roughly 3 5-year plans, we cannot fundamentally solve the problem of agricultural cooperation, if we cannot jump from small-scale farming with animal-drawn farm implements to large-scale farming with machinery, which includes state-sponsored land reclamation carried out on a large scale by settlers using machinery, we shall fail to resolve the contradiction between the ever-increasing demand for marketable grain and industrial raw materials and the present, generally poor yield of staple crops. In that case our socialist industrialization will run into formidable difficulties, we shall not be able to complete socialist industrialization. The Soviet Union faced this problem in the course of building socialism. It solved it by systematically guiding and expanding agricultural cooperation. We, too, can solve this problem only by using the same method. In the second place, some of our comrades do not think of linking up the following 2 factors: heavy industry, which is the most important branch in the work of socialist industrialization and produces the tractors and other agricultural machinery, the chemical fertilizers, modern means of transport, oil, electric power for the needs of agriculture and so on, and the fact that all these can be used on a big scale only on the basis of large-scale, cooperative farming. We are carrying out a revolution not only in the social system, changing from private ownership to common ownership, but also in technology, changing from handicraft production to mass production with up-to-date machinery. These two revolutions interlink. In agriculture, under the conditions prevailing in our country, the formation of cooperatives must precede the use of big machinery. In the capitalist countries, agriculture undergoes a capitalist transformation. What is more, there are two other things that some of our comrades do not think of linking up: the large sums needed to complete both national industrialization and the technical reconstruction of agriculture, and the fact that a considerable portion of these funds is derived from agriculture. We have been taking steps to bring about a gradual advance in the socialist transformation of agriculture. The first step in the countryside is to call on the peasants, in accordance with the principles of voluntariness and mutual benefit, to organize agricultural producers' mutual aid teams. Such teams contain only the rudiments of socialism. Each one draws in a few households, though some have 10 or more. The second step is to call on the peasants, on the basis of these mutual aid teams and still in accordance with the principles of voluntariness and mutual benefit, to organize small agricultural producers' cooperatives semi-socialist in nature, characterized by the pooling of land as shares and by single management. Not until we take the third step will the peasants be called upon, on the basis of these small, semi-socialist cooperatives and in accordance with the same principles of voluntariness and mutual benefit, to unite on a larger scale and organize large agricultural producers' cooperatives completely socialist in nature. These steps are designed to raise steadily the socialist consciousness of the peasants through their personal experience, to change their mode of life step by step, and so minimize any feeling that their mode of life is being changed all of a sudden. 7b6 Maintaining the predominance of the poor peasants in the cooperatives. 1. The leading bodies in cooperatives must establish the dominant position of the poor peasants and the new lower middle peasants in these bodies, with the old lower middle peasants and the upper middle peasants, whether old or new, as the supplementary force. Only thus can unity between the poor and middle peasants be attained, the cooperatives be consolidated, production be expanded, and the socialist transformation of the entire countryside be correctly accomplished in accordance with the party's policy. Otherwise, there can be no unity between the middle and poor peasants, the cooperatives cannot be consolidated, production cannot be increased, and the socialist transformation of the entire countryside cannot be achieved. Many comrades do not understand the reasoning behind this. They agree that it was necessary for the poor peasants to have been dominant during land reform because the poor peasants then constituted 50, 60, or even 70% of the rural population and had not yet risen to the status of middle peasant, while the middle peasants at that time wavered in their attitude toward land reform. But, say these comrades, now we are carrying out the socialist transformation of agriculture, most of the former poor peasants have already risen to the status of new middle peasants, and the old middle peasants own a good part of the means of production. Unless the old middle peasants take part, the problem of the cooperative's shortage of the means of production cannot be solved. And so, these comrades believe, the slogan "Rely on the poor peasants and establish their predominance" should not be raised now. Slogans of this type are disadvantageous to the formation of cooperatives. We consider these views to be erroneous. If the working class and the Communist Party want to use the spirit of socialism and the socialist system to transform thoroughly the system prevailing throughout the countryside of private ownership of the means of production in small peasant holdings, they can do so relatively easily only by relying on the broad masses of the former semi-proletarian poor peasants. Otherwise the transformation will be very difficult. For the rural semi-proletariat are not so insistent on private ownership of the means of production in small peasant holdings, they accept socialist transformation fairly readily. Most of them have already become new middle peasants, but compared with the old middle peasants, except for a few poor peasants who have become well-to-do middle peasants, the majority are of a relatively high level of political consciousness and often recall the hard life they led in the past. Furthermore, the lower ranks of the old middle peasants are fairly close to the lower ranks of the new middle peasants, both in economic position and in political outlook, but they are different from both the upper ranks of the new and the upper ranks of the old middle peasants, that is, the well-to-do and comparatively well-to-do middle peasants. In the process of forming cooperatives, therefore, we must pay close attention to, 1. The poor peasants who are still in a difficult position, 2. The lower ranks of the new middle peasants, and 3. The lower ranks of the old middle peasants. This does not mean that we will carry out once more the work of determining class status in the countryside. It is, rather, a statement of the principle which party branches and comrades sent to guide the work of cooperation in the countryside should make sure to grasp, a principle which should be proclaimed publicly to the peasant masses. Nor are we saying that the well-to-do middle peasants may not join the cooperatives, only that we should wait until the level of their socialist consciousness has been raised, until they show a desire to join and are willing to accept the leadership of the poor peasants, including the present poor peasants and all the former poor peasants who have become lower middle peasants. It is then that we should allow them into the cooperatives. Don't force them to join before they are willing just for the sake of obtaining the use of their draft oxen and their farm implements. People who are a little short on the means of production can organize cooperatives too. Many cooperatives formed by poor peasants and lower middle peasants have proved this. Because ownership in the first stage cooperatives remains of a semi-private nature, sooner or later it fetters the expansion of the forces of production, and people begin to demand that the form of ownership be changed to permit the cooperative to become a collectively managed economic organization in which all means of production are owned jointly. When the ties hampering the forces of production are thus loosened, production will develop much more rapidly. Some places can make the changeover fairly quickly, others will probably have to go a bit slower. Most first-stage cooperatives that have been in existence about 3 years basically meet the requirements. The party organizations in every province, city, and autonomous region should look into the situation and, with the agreement of the masses, arrange for the establishment of a number of experimental higher-stage cooperatives during 1956 and 1957. When people see that large higher-stage cooperatives are better than small first-stage cooperatives, when people see that long-range planning brings them a life of a much higher material and cultural level, they will agree to combine their cooperatives and build higher-stage ones. 7b-8 communes are better too. Chairman Mao emphasized particularly that arrangements for all types of work must be the subject of vigorous and uninhibited debate by the masses. He said that if plans and directions were not debated by the masses, the ideas would be yours, i.e., those of the cotters. After such debates, the masses themselves became the masters, and were naturally prepared to work more energetically. Chairman Mao emphasized once more that the leading cotters must go frequently to the lower levels to have a look, to aid the basic level cotters in summing up their experience, and to give guidance on the spot. When Tnchi Lungshan Tung provincial secretary reported that Pei Yian Shang in Li Chien was preparing to set up large collective farms, Chairman Mao said, "It is better to set up people's communes. Their advantage lies in the fact that they combine industry, agriculture, commerce, education, and military affairs. This is convenient for leadership. 7C1 revolution can change everything. 1. Of all things in the world, people are the most precious. As long as there are people, every kind of miracle can be performed under the leadership of the Communist Party. We are refuters of Acheson's counter-revolutionary theory. We believe that revolution can change everything, and that before long there will arise a new China with a big population and a great wealth of products, where life will be abundant and culture will flourish. All pessimistic views are utterly groundless. 7C2 600 million paupers too. Taking part in the cooperative movement in Sunhua County is the Wankuo-Fan Cooperative, originally consisting of 23 poor peasant families and a 3/4 share in the ownership of a donkey, literally, 3 legs of a donkey. It was nicknamed the Paupers Co-op. But within 3 years, relying on their own efforts, its members accumulated a large quantity of the means of production. They got it from the mountains. They explained. Some of the people visiting the cooperative were moved to tears by this. I think the situation is the same as regards our whole nation. In a few decades, why can't 600 million paupers, by their own efforts, create a socialist country, rich and strong? The wealth of society is created by the workers, the peasants, and the working intellectuals. If only they take their destiny into their own hands, follow a Marxist-Leninist line, and energetically tackle problems instead of evading them, there is no difficulty in the world that they cannot resolve. 7c3 China is poor and blank 1. Throughout the country, the communist spirit is surging forward. The political consciousness of the masses is rising rapidly. Backward sections among the masses have roused themselves energetically to catch up with the more advanced, proving that China is forging ahead in her socialist economic revolution, where transformation of the relations of production has not yet been completed, as well as in her political, ideological, technical, and cultural revolutions. In view of this, our country may not need as much time as previously thought to catch up with the big capitalist countries in industrial and agricultural production. The decisive factor, apart from leadership by the party, is our 600 million people. The more people, the more views and suggestions, the more intense the fervor, and the greater the energy. Never before have the masses been so high in spirit, so strong in morale, and so firm in determination. The former exploiting classes are reduced to mere drops in the ocean of the working people. They must change whether they want to or not. There are undoubtedly some who will never change and would prefer to keep their heads as hard as rocks till their dying day, but this does not affect the general situation. All decadent modes of thought and other unsuitable parts of the superstructure are crumbling daily. It will still take time to clear this refuse away completely, but there can be no doubt that the influence of these things has disintegrated. Apart from their other characteristics, China's 600 million people have two remarkable peculiarities. They are, first of all, poor, and secondly, blank. That may seem like a bad thing, but it is really a good thing. Poor people want change, want to do things, want revolution. A clean sheet of paper has no blotches, and so the newest and most beautiful words can be written on it, the newest and most beautiful pictures can be painted on it. The THIRD-WORLDISM big character poster, later to figure so prominently in the Cultural Revolution of 1966-8, is a most useful new weapon. It can be used in cities, rural areas, factories, cooperatives, shops, government institutions, schools, army units, and streets, wherever the masses congregate. Where it has been used widely, people should go on using it. A poem written by Kung Tze of the Qing dynasty reads: "Let thunderbolts rouse the universe to life. Alas, that 10,000 horses should stand mute. I urge heaven to bestir itself anew and send down talented men of every kind. The THIRD-WORLDISM have broken the dull air in which 10,000 horses stand mute. Do the working people of China still look like slaves as they did in the past? No, they have become the masters. The working people who live on the 9.6 million square kilometers of the People's Republic of China have really begun to rule this land. 7c4 The masses can do anything. 1. During this trip, I have witnessed the tremendous energy of the masses. On this foundation it is possible to accomplish any task whatsoever. We must first complete the tasks on the iron and steel fronts. In these sectors, the masses have already been mobilized. Nevertheless, in the country as a whole, there are a few places, a few enterprises, where the work of mobilizing the masses has still not been properly carried out, where mass meetings have not been held, and where the tasks, the reasons for them, and the methods have still not been made perfectly clear to the masses or discussed by the masses. There are still a few comrades who are unwilling to undertake a large-scale mass movement in the industrial sphere. They call the mass movement on the industrial front irregular and disparage it as a rural style of work and a guerrilla habit. This is obviously incorrect. However, while devoting ourselves to iron and steel production on a large scale, we must not sacrifice agriculture. The 1959 task in agriculture is to achieve a leap forward even greater than that of 1958. Consequently, we must organize the industrial and agricultural labor force effectively and extend the system of people's communes throughout the whole country. 7D1 Youth Needs Experience 1. The young people, whether or not they be members of the Communist Party who join the ranks of the revolutionary movement, bringing new blood and enthusiasm, are all very precious. Without them, the ranks of the revolution could not develop and the revolution could not triumph. But lack of experience is the natural failing of our young comrades. Now a revolutionary experience comes from personal participation in revolutionary struggle. If one begins working at the grassroots, if, for several years, one does work that is genuine, not false, then experience will come to those who do not have it. 7D2 The Role of Youth in the Revolution 1. On this very day 20 years ago, a movement of great historical significance was begun in China, the May 4th movement, in which the students participated. What role have the Chinese youth played since the May 4th movement? They have played the role of the vanguard, and this is recognized by all the people of the country except the diehards. What is meant by the role of the vanguard? It is to take the lead, i.e., to stand at the head of the revolutionary ranks. The ranks of the anti-imperialist and anti-feudal people in China include a contingent composed of the country's young intellectuals and students. This contingent is of considerable size, not counting those who have died, it numbers several millions at present. This million-strong contingent is a front army in the fight against imperialism and feudalism, and an important front army too. But this front army is not enough, we cannot defeat the enemy by relying on it alone, because it is not yet the main force. Who then constitutes the main force? None other than the broad masses of workers and peasants. The young intellectuals and students of China must go into the midst of the masses of workers and peasants and mobilize and organize these broad masses who constitute 90% of the country's population. Lacking this main force of the workers and peasants, and relying only on the contingent of the young intellectuals and students, we cannot achieve victory in the fight against imperialism and feudalism. The whole of the Chinese revolutionary movement found its origin in the action of young students and intellectuals. But every beginning must have a fulfillment. Thus, for example, when the students at Yan'an break up virgin lands and plant grain, the breaking up of the virgin lands is the beginning, but the fulfillment comes only with the harvest. The young students and intellectuals must unite with the broad masses of young workers and peasants. It is only if the few millions of young students and the several tens of millions of young workers and peasants unite that they can become a powerful youth movement. Otherwise they cannot become a powerful movement. If the young people wish to achieve results, they must also establish friendly relations with the adults, they must unite with the majority of the population, who are more than 25 years old. Do we also need the old people? Of course we need them. Old people have experience, one cannot neglect them because they are old. Consequently, the young people must unite with the old, even if they are 100, in order to struggle together against Japan. Old men carry out propaganda work very well, the common people love to listen to them. Comrades, the organization of children is also an important task in the framework of the youth movement. Out there, Japanese imperialism is busy training our children, to make of them little traitors to their country. How can we in our turn abstain from organizing the children? Once organized, children have many advantages. They can catch traitors, keep watch on the opium smokers, confiscate mahjong sets, and even serve as scouts to watch the roads. Thus we can see that the young people absolutely must unite with the adults, the old people, and the children. Let the young people go among the 450 millions of our people, let them organize them to make of them a great anti-Japanese revolutionary army. It is only if we have such a revolutionary army that we can overthrow Japanese imperialism. In the youth movement of several decades ago, a section of youth, unwilling to unite with the broad masses of workers and peasants, opposed their movement. Was such a tendency good? I think not, because in opposing the workers and peasants they were in fact opposing the revolution, and, as I say, constituted a countercurrent in the youth movement. Such a youth movement was a narrow youth movement. And a youth movement of this kind cannot bring about good results. It is like planting a tree that gives no fruit or cereals that yield no crop. Can one say then that such a movement was truly revolutionary, anti-imperialist, and anti-feudal? A few days ago I wrote a short article in which I made this remark: the ultimate line of demarcation between the revolutionary intellectuals on the one hand and the non-revolutionary and counter-revolutionary intellectuals on the other lies in whether they are willing to, and actually do, become one with the masses of workers and peasants. There I proposed a criterion that I regard as the only criterion. YIID3 young people are less conservative. 1. Youth is one of the most active and vital forces in society. 2. Young people are the most anxious to learn, they are the least conservative in their thinking. This is especially so in the era of socialism. We hope that the local party organizations in various places will work with the youth league organizations in studying attentively how to bring the power of our youth into the fullest possible play. We must not lump them together with everybody else and overlook their special characteristics. Of course, the young people must learn from the old people and adults, and should strive as much as possible to engage in all sorts of useful activities with their agreement. Old people and adults are relatively conservative in their thinking. They often retard the progressive activities of the young people. Only after the young people make a success of something are their elders willing to concede. Naturally, no compromise should be made with conservative ideas. All right, then, let's have a try. If we are successful, the conservatives will have to give in. Pres Zion and upholds the national dignity and independence of the Chinese people. It belongs to our own people and bears our national characteristics. It unites with the socialist and new democratic cultures of all other peoples and establishes with them the relations whereby they can absorb something from each other and help each other to develop. Like them, it constitutes a part of the New World culture, but it can never unite with the reactionary imperialist culture of any country, for it is a revolutionary national culture. China should absorb on a large scale the progressive cultures of foreign countries as an ingredient for enriching her own culture. We must absorb whatever we find useful today, not only from the present socialist or new democratic cultures of other nations, but also from the older cultures of foreign countries, such as those of the various capitalist countries in the Age of Enlightenment. However, we must treat these foreign materials as we do our food, which should be chewed in the mouth, submitted to the workings of the stomach and intestines, mixed with saliva, gastric juice, and intestinal secretions, and then separated into essence to be absorbed and waste matter to be discarded. Only thus can food benefit our body. We should never swallow anything raw or absorb uncritically. So-called wholesale westernization represents a mistaken viewpoint. China has suffered a great deal in the past from the formalist absorption of foreign things. A splendid ancient culture was created during the long period of China's feudal society. To clarify the process of development of this ancient culture, to throw away its feudal dross, and to absorb its democratic essence is prerequisite for the development of our new national culture and for the increase of our national self-confidence, but we should not absorb anything and everything uncritically. We must separate all the rotten things of the ancient feudal ruling class from the fine ancient popular culture that is more or less democratic and revolutionary in character. 72 The mastery of language is not easy. 1. We are a revolutionary party, acting for the masses, and if we do not learn the language of the masses, we cannot do our work well. At present many of our comrades doing propaganda work make no study of language. Their propaganda is very dull, and few people care to read their articles or listen to their talk. Why do we need to study language and, what is more, spend much effort on it? Because the mastery of language is not easy and requires painstaking effort. First, let us study the language of the masses. The people's language is rich, vigorous, vivid, and expressive of real life. A great many of our comrades have not studied this language, and consequently our articles and speeches contain few vigorous, vivid, and effective expressions and resemble not a hale and healthy person, but an emaciated paisan, to a mere bag of bones. Secondly, let us study foreign languages. The language of the people of foreign countries is not in the least foreign formalism. It is only when the Chinese copy them and import their expressions indiscriminately that they become lifeless foreign formalism. We should not import foreign expressions indiscriminately, but should absorb what is good and suitable for our work. Our current language has already incorporated many foreign expressions, because the Chinese language is inadequate. 3. For instance, today we are holding a meeting of Ganpiyu, cotters, and the term Ganpiyu is derived from a foreign word. We should continue to absorb many fresh things from abroad, not only progressive ideas but new expressions as well. For example, in his speech on the new Soviet constitution, Stalin spoke of the alliance of party and non-party people have absorbed this phrase into the administrative platform of the Shenzi-Kansuningsha border region, calling it the carrying out of democratic cooperation between Communist Party members and non-party people. In a word, we cannot but absorb a great many good elements of this kind from foreign countries. Thirdly, let us also study the language of the ancients. A large part of the present-day popular language has been transmitted to us by the ancients, and the treasure vault of the classical Chinese language can still be further excavated. Whatever is still alive in it, we should absorb in our articles, speeches, and talks. Of course, we are resolutely opposed to the use of obsolete allusions, and that is final, but what is good should be absorbed. 73. Literature and art in the service of the people. 1. So far as we are concerned, art and literature are intended for the people. At the present stage, China's new culture is an anti-feudal, anti-imperialist culture of the broad masses of the people under the leadership of the proletariat. Everything that truly belongs to the broad masses of the people must now of necessity be under the leadership of the proletariat. Nothing under the leadership of the bourgeoisie can possibly belong to the broad masses of the people. Who, then, are the broad masses of the people? The broadest masses of the people, constituting more than 90% of the total population, are the workers, peasants, soldiers, and petty bourgeoisie. We should also cooperate with those elements within the landlord and bourgeois classes who are still resisting the Japanese, but we must not forget that they oppose a broad-based democracy for the Chinese people. They have their own culture and ours is not meant for them, as they would only reject and repudiate it anyway. Our art and literature should be intended for the 4 groups of people mentioned above. The question of whom to serve having been solved, the question of how to serve arises. To put it in the words of our comrades, should we devote ourselves to elevation or to popularization? In the past, some comrades rather, or even very much, despised and neglected popularization and stressed elevation unduly. Elevation should be stressed, but it is wrong to stress it lopsidedly and solely and excessively. Since our art and literature are basically intended for the workers, peasants, and soldiers, popularization means extending art and literature among these people, while elevation means raising their level of artistic and literary appreciation. All revolutionary artists and writers of China, all artists and writers of high promise, must, for long periods of time, unreservedly and wholeheartedly go among the masses of workers, peasants, and soldiers. They must go into fiery struggles, go to the only, the broadest, the richest source to observe, learn, study, and analyze all men, all classes, all kinds of people, all the vivid patterns of life and struggle and all the natural forms of art and literature. Although the natural state of literature and art is the only source for the conceptual form of literature and art, and although the former is incomparably more vivid and meaningful than the latter, still the people are not satisfied with the former and ask for the latter. What is the reason for this? This happens because, while both are beautiful, created literature and art is more organized and concentrated, more typical and more idealized. It, therefore, offers more general application. The living Lenin was incomparably more vigorous and meaningful than the Lenin of a novel, play or motion picture. But the living Lenin did so much work from morning to night, and his work was not much different from that of other people. Furthermore, only a few people have seen Lenin, and nobody could see him after his death. From this aspect, the Lenin of the novel, play, or motion picture is Lenin reinforced. The revolutionary novel, drama, motion picture, etc., can create all kinds of characters on the basis of actual life and help the masses to push history forward. For example, on the one hand there are people suffering from hunger, cold, and oppression, on the other hand there are men exploiting and oppressing men, a contrast that exists everywhere and seems quite commonplace to people. Artists and writers, however, can take such daily occurrences and organize them, bring them to a focal point and make them more typical, and so create art and literature that can awaken and arouse the masses and impel them to unite and struggle to change their environment. The problem facing the workers, peasants, and soldiers today is this: engaged in a ruthless and bloody struggle against the enemy, they remain illiterate, ignorant, and uncultured as a result of the prolonged rule of the feudal and bourgeois classes. Consequently, they are eager for a culture, knowledge, art, and literature that meet their immediate need. But popularization and elevation cannot be sharply separated. The people need popularization, but along with it they need elevation too, elevation month by month and year by year. Experienced writers should be respected, they are valuable to our cause. But we should also remind them that no revolutionary artist or writer can produce any work of significance unless he has contact with the masses, gives expression to their thoughts and feelings, and becomes their loyal spokesman. Only by speaking for the masses can he educate them, and only by becoming their pupil can he become their teacher. If he regards himself as the master of the masses or as an aristocrat who lords it over the low people, then no matter how great his talent, he will not be needed by the people and his work will have no future. In this connection I might mention the change in my own feelings. I began as a student and acquired the habits of a student, surrounded by students who could neither fetch nor carry for themselves. I used to consider it undignified to do any manual labor, such as shouldering my own luggage. At that time it seemed to me that the intellectuals were the only clean persons in the world. Next to them, the workers and peasants seemed rather dirty. I would put on the clothes of other intellectuals, because I thought they were clean, but I would not put on clothes belonging to a worker or peasant, because I felt they were dirty. Having become a revolutionary, I found myself in the ranks of the workers, peasants, and soldiers of the Revolutionary Army, and gradually I became familiar with them, and they with me. It was then and only then that a fundamental change occurred in the bourgeois and petty bourgeois feelings implanted in me by the bourgeois schools. I came to feel that it was those unreconstructed intellectuals who were unclean as compared with the workers and peasants, while the workers and peasants are after all the cleanest persons, cleaner than both the bourgeois and the petty bourgeois, even though their hands are soiled and their feet smeared with cow dung. This is what is meant by having one's feelings transformed, changed from those of one class into those of another. If our artists and writers from the intelligentsia want their works to be welcomed by the masses, they must transform and remold their thoughts and feelings. There is thus the political as well as the artistic criterion. How are the two related? All classes in all class societies place the political criterion first and the artistic criterion second. The bourgeoisie always rejects proletarian artistic and literary works, no matter how great. The proletariat must also reject the reactionary political essence of bourgeois literature and art, although their artistic quality may be acceptable. It is possible that completely reactionary literature and art, for instance the creative work of fascists, could have a certain degree of artistry. But the more artistic such a work, the greater the harm it will do to the people, and the more reason for us to reject it. The contradiction between reactionary political content and artistic form is a common characteristic of the art and literature of all exploiting classes in their decline. What we demand is unity of politics and art, of content and form, and of the revolutionary political content and the highest possible degree of perfection in artistic form. Works of art, however politically progressive, are powerless if they lack artistic quality. Therefore, We are equally opposed to works with harmful content and to the tendency toward the so-called poster and slogan style, which is concerned only with content and not with form. We must carry on a two-front struggle in art and literature. 74 Down with the praise of reactionary feudal culture. 1. The questions raised by the life of Wu Xian are fundamental in character. Living in the era of the Chinese people's great struggle against foreign aggressors and the domestic reactionary feudal rulers towards the end of the Qing dynasty, people like Wu Xian did nothing whatever to disturb the tiniest fragment of the feudal economic base or its superstructure. On the contrary, they worked fanatically to spread feudal culture and, moreover, sedulously fawned upon the reactionary feudal rulers in order to acquire the status they themselves lacked for spreading feudal culture. Ought we to praise such vile conduct? Can we ever tolerate singing the praises of such vile conduct to the popular masses, especially when such praise flaunts the revolutionary flag of serving the people, and the failure of the revolutionary peasant struggle is used to heighten the contrast? To approve or tolerate such praise means to approve or tolerate reactionary propaganda vilifying the revolutionary struggle of the peasants, the history of China and the Chinese nation, and to regard reactionary propaganda as justified. The appearance of the film The Life of Wu Xian, and particularly the praise lavished on Wu Xian and the film, show the degree of ideological confusion reached in our country's cultural circles. In the view of many writers, history develops not by the replacement of the old by the new, but by the exertion of every effort to preserve the old from extinction, not by class struggle to overthrow the reactionary feudal rulers who had to be overthrown, but by the negation of the class struggle of the oppressed and their submission to the feudal rulers, in the manner of Wu Xian. Our writers have not studied history to ascertain who were the enemies oppressing the Chinese people, and whether there is anything praiseworthy in those who submitted to these enemies and served them. Moreover, they have not tried to find out what new socio-economic forms, new class forces, new personalities and ideas have appeared in China and struggled against the old socio-economic forms and their superstructure, politics, culture, etc., in the century and more since the Opium War of 1840, and they have accordingly failed to determine what is to be commended and praised, what is not to be commended and praised, and what is to be opposed. Certain communists who have reputedly grasped Marxism warrant particular attention. They have learned the history of social development, historical materialism, but when they come across specific historical events, specific historical figures, like Wu Xian, and specific ideas contrary to history, as in the film The Life of Wu Xian and the writings about Wu Xian, they lose their critical faculties, and some have even capitulated to these reactionary ideas. Is it not a fact that reactionary bourgeois ideas have found their way into the militant Communist Party? What has become of the Marxism which certain communists claim to have grasped? For the above reasons, there should be discussion on the film The Life of Wu Xian and on other books and essays relating to Wu Xian so as thoroughly to straighten out the confused thinking on this question. 75 Party formalism gives the reader a headache. 1. The writer of this article understands the party's line, and what he says is entirely correct. The article is moreover well written and easily understandable, without a hint of party formalism tangpaku. Here I should like to call the reader's attention to the fact that many of our comrades, when they write articles, are extremely fond of party formalism. Their writings are without life or imagery, and give people a headache to read. Nor do they pay any attention to grammar or syntax. They are fond of a kind of semi-literary, semi-colloquial style, sometimes excessively verbose, sometimes excessively laconic in the manner of the classics. It is as though they were absolutely resolved to make the readers suffer. Of the 170-odd articles included in this book, quite a few were thoroughly impregnated with party formalism. It is only after they had been rewritten several times that they became fairly readable. Nevertheless, a minority of the pieces still contain some obscure and difficult passages. It is only because of the importance of their content that we have printed them here. When literally in what year will the tune at last come in which we shall see a bit less party formalism that gives people a headache? This problem demands the attention of our comrades on the editorial staff of newspapers and periodicals, who must require of authors that they write lively and comprehensible articles, and also take a hand in helping authors to revise their articles. 76 Oppose spontaneous capitalist tendencies. 1. Political work is the lifeblood of all economic work. This is particularly true at a time when the economic system of society is undergoing a fundamental transformation. From the very beginning, the movement to form agricultural cooperatives has been a severe ideological and political struggle. No cooperative can be established without going through such a struggle. Before a brand new social system can be built on the site of the old, the site must first be swept clean. Remnants of old ideas reflecting the old system invariably remain in people's minds for a long time. They do not easily give way. After a cooperative is formed, it must go through many more struggles before it becomes firmly established. Even then, the moment it relaxes its efforts, it may collapse. Opposition to selfish, capitalistic spontaneous tendencies, and promotion of a socialist spirit which makes the principle of linking the collective interests with the interests of the individual the standard by which all words and deeds are judged, these are the ideological and political guarantees that the scattered, small peasant economy will gradually be transformed into a large-scale cooperative economy. This is an arduous task. It must be based on the life and experience of the peasants and be conducted in a very practical manner, with careful attention to detail. Neither bluster nor oversimplification will do. It should be conducted not in isolation from our economic measures, but in conjunction with them. The use of the novel for anti-party activities is a great invention. To overthrow a political power, it is always necessary, first of all, to create public opinion, to do work in the ideological sphere. This is true for the revolutionary class, and it is also true for the counter-revolutionary class. 78 We must prevent China from changing color. One class struggle, the struggle for production, and scientific experiment are the three great revolutionary movements for building a mighty socialist country. These movements are a sure guarantee that communists will be free from bureaucracy and immune against revisionism and dogmatism, and will forever remain invincible. They are a reliable guarantee that the proletariat will be able to unite with the broad working masses and realize a democratic dictatorship. If, in the absence of these movements, the landlords, rich peasants, counter-revolutionaries, bad elements, and monsters of all kinds were allowed to crawl out, while our cotters were to shut their eyes to all this and in many cases fail even to differentiate between the enemy and ourselves, but were to collaborate with the enemy and were corrupted, divided, and demoralized by him, if our cotters were thus pulled out or the enemy were able to sneak in, and if many of our workers, peasants and intellectuals were left defenseless against both the soft and the hard tactics of the enemy, then it would not take long, perhaps only several years or a decade, or several decades at most, before a counter-revolutionary restauration on a national scale inevitably occurred. The Marxist-Leninist Party would undoubtedly become a revisionist party or fascist party, and the whole of China would change its color. 79 The dead still rule today. 1. There are quite a few problems in all forms of art such as the drama, ballads, music, the fine arts, the dance, the cinema, poetry, and literature. The people engaged in them are numerous, and in many departments very little has been achieved so far in socialist transformation. The dead still rule today in many departments. What has been achieved in the cinema, new poetry, folk songs, the fine arts and the novel should not be underestimated, but there, too, there are quite a few problems. As for such departments as the drama, the problems are even greater. The social and economic base has already changed, but the arts as part of the superstructure, which serve this base, still remain a great problem today. Hence we should proceed with investigation and study and attend to this matter in earnest. Isn't it absurd that many communists are enthusiastic about promoting feudal and capitalist art, but not socialist art? 7-10 Directives regarding the Cultural Revolution to overthrow the King of Hell and set the little devils free. Battle cry put forward in Shanghai, March 1966. You should pay attention to state affairs and carry the great proletarian cultural revolution through to the end. Statement to the crowd on meeting the masses in Peking on August 10, 1966. This is a movement on a vast scale. It has indeed mobilized the masses. It is of very great significance to the revolutionization of the thinking of the people throughout the country. Statement at First Red Guard Rally, 18 August 1966. You should put politics in command, go to the masses and be one with them, and carry on the great proletarian cultural revolution even better. Statement to some leading comrades at 7th Red Guard Rally, November 10, 1966. The People's Liberation Army should actively support the broad masses of the left. Published January 1967. Take hold of revolution and promote production. Published in March 1967. In those places and organizations where power needs to be seized, the policy of the revolutionary 3-in-1 combination must be carried out in establishing a provisional organ of power that is revolutionary and representative and has proletarian authority. This organ of power should preferably be called a Revolutionary Committee. Published in March 1967, reprinted in quotation marks in August. There subsist various non-proletarian ideas in the party. This is an extremely great obstacle to the application of the party's correct line. Published in March 1967. The present great proletarian cultural revolution is only the first, there will inevitably be many more in the future. The issue of who will win in the revolution can only be settled over a long historical period. If things are not properly handled, it is possible for a capitalist restoration to take place at any time in the future. Published in August 1967. We must combat selfishness and criticize and repudiate revisionism. Quoted by Lin Piao in his speech of October 1, 1967, as a recent directive. The Revolutionary Red Guards and revolutionary student organizations should realize the Revolutionary Great Alliance. So long as both sides are revolutionary mass organizations, they should realize the Revolutionary Great Alliance in accordance with revolutionary principles. Published on 1 October 1967. We must be good at guiding those people in our ranks with petty bourgeois ideas onto the path of the proletarian revolution. This is crucial to the success of the great proletarian cultural revolution. Published in October 1967. Correct treatment of cadres is the key to creating the revolutionary 3-in-1 combination, consolidating the revolutionary Great Alliance, and making a success of struggle criticism transformation in each unit. It must definitely be handled well. Published in October 1967, attributed to Mao during his inspection trip, in September 1967. The situation in the great proletarian cultural revolution throughout the country is not just good but excellent. The entire situation is better than ever before. The important feature of this excellent situation is the full mobilization of the masses. Never before in any mass movement have the masses been mobilized so broadly and deeply as in this one. Published in November 1967. The great proletarian cultural revolution is in essence a great political revolution under the conditions of socialism made by the proletariat against the bourgeoisie and all other exploiting classes. It is a continuation of the prolonged struggle waged by the Chinese Communist Party and the broad masses of revolutionary people under its leadership against the Kuomintang reactionaries, a continuation of the class struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. Published in July 1968. It is still necessary to have universities, here I refer mainly to the need for colleges of science and engineering. However, it is essential to shorten the length of schooling, revolutionize education, put proletarian politics in command and take the road of the Shanghai machine tools plant in training technicians from among the workers. Students should be selected from among workers and peasants with practical experience, and they should return to practical work in production after a few years' study. Published in July 1968. Our country has 700 million people, and the working class is the leading class. It is essential to bring into full play the leading role of the working class in the great cultural revolution and in all fields of work. For its part, the working class should constantly raise its political consciousness in the course of struggle. Published in August 1968. In carrying out the proletarian revolution in education, it is essential to have working class leadership. It is essential for the masses of workers to take part and, in cooperation with Liberation Army fighters, bring about a revolutionary three-in-one combination, together with the activists among the students, teachers, and workers in the schools who are determined to carry the proletarian revolution in education through to the end. The workers' propaganda teams should stay permanently in the schools and take part in fulfilling all the tasks of struggle, criticism, transformation in the schools. They should moreover lead the schools forever. In the countryside, the schools should be managed by the poor and lower middle peasants, the most reliable ally of the working class. Published in August 1968. This chapter has a double theme. 1. Mao Zedong's ideas regarding the way in which revolution should be carried out in the countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, and 2. China's role in supporting the revolution in these areas, and more generally China's place in the world. Several of the ideas already formulated in previous chapters reappear here, such as the importance of armed struggle and the necessity of choosing between revolution and counter-revolution both within the country and on a world scale. Mao repeats in Text 8b, written in 1939, what he had said in the previous several years in the military 41 writings included in Chapter V, namely that guerrilla warfare is the key to the victory of the revolution in a backward country. And he reaffirms in Text 8d what he had proclaimed in 1926, Text 3c: revolutionaries in Asia and Africa must choose between imperialism and reaction, for there is no third way. This intransigence underlies his condemnation of Nehru, in 1949, as a collaborator of imperialism. Text 8f. In the domain dealt with in this chapter, one can once more clearly see the mixture of Marxism-Leninism and Chinese nationalism that characterizes Mao's thought. On the one hand, the enumeration of China's territorial losses in Text 8c, taken from the Chinese Revolution and the Chinese Communist Party, displays the nostalgia for the grandeur of the past that inspired Mao Zedong when, as an adolescent, he was profoundly depressed by reading a pamphlet that spoke of the loss of Korea, Indochina, and Burma. 1 and Text 8 offers a curious illustration of the way in which Mao combines Marxist content with Chinese form. The term Hao Han, hero or brave fellow, with its unmistakable evocation of the outlaw heroes of All Men Are Brothers, appeared entirely in its place in Text 4g. Here, in the midst of a rather doctrinaire Leninist argument, it is nothing less than startling. But at the same time, it is clear that Mao does not reason primarily in traditional terms, but in terms of revolution and class struggle. The problem is, of course, what revolution? In Text 8d, written in 1940, Mao faithfully reproduced the Soviet position regarding leadership in the world revolution and the place of Europe and Asia in global revolutionary strategy. The oppressed peoples, he declared, were the allies of the revolution. The proletariat of the capitalist countries was its main force. But in 1949 he affirmed that if India followed China on the path towards socialism, this would in itself suffice to overthrow the worldwide domination of imperialism. See Text 8f. And he soon went on to give the non-European countries priority in the overall strategy of revolution. In his declarations of 1960, extracted in Text 8g, he proclaimed, "What imperialism fears most is the awakening of the Asian, African, and Latin American peoples." Lenin and Stalin had already established that in striking blows against the safe rear of imperialism in the colonies, one could facilitate the European Revolution. Now Mao and his friends came to the conclusion that the rear has become the front. The antecedents of this Asiocentric and Sinocentric vision are visible as early as 1936 in Text 8a. Since the first edition of this book was prepared, this tendency has reached extremes that could hardly have been predicted 5 years ago. First Asia, Africa, and Latin America were defined as the storm centers of world revolution in our era. Then China herself was openly proclaimed to be the leader and guide of the revolution. Simultaneously, the Soviet Union was first criticized for its half-hearted support of national liberation movements throughout the world, and then stigmatized as an enemy which should not even be allowed to participate in a united front. In the first text added to this chapter, Text 8, dating from 1963, Mao Zedong energetically denied that his criterion of revolutionary virtue was a racial criterion. And in texts 8e and 8h, dating respectively from 1964 and 1967, he calls upon the people of the world to unite and defeat U.S. imperialism. But it is clear to everyone that Mao's appeal is not merely to a union based upon revolutionary principles, but to the visceral solidarity of peoples long oppressed and humiliated by the white powers of Europe and America. SRS 8. China is the key one. Question: with the achievement of victory of a red movement in China, do you think that revolution would occur quickly in other Asiatic colonial or semi-colonial countries, such as Korea, Indochina, the Philippines, and India? Is China at present the key to the world revolution? Answer: the Chinese Revolution is a key factor in the world's situation, and its victory is heartily anticipated by the people of every country, especially by the toiling masses of the colonial countries. When the Chinese Revolution comes into full power, the masses of many colonial countries will follow the example of China and win a similar victory of their own. What is guerrilla warfare? It is, in a backward country, in a big semi-colonial country, and for a long period of time, the inevitable and therefore the best form of struggle for the people's armed forces to overcome the armed enemy and create their own strongholds. For 18 years the political line and the building of our party have been closely linked with this form of struggle. Apart from armed struggle, apart from guerrilla warfare, it is impossible to understand our political line and, consequently, to understand our party building. We know that in China there would be no place for the proletariat, no place for the people, no place for the Communist Party, and no victory for the revolution without armed struggle. For 18 years the development, consolidation, and Bolshevization of our party have been undertaken in the midst of revolutionary wars and have been inseparable from guerrilla warfare. Without armed struggle, without guerrilla warfare, there would not have been such a communist party as exists today. Comrades throughout the party must never forget this experience gained at the cost of blood. 8. See China's boundaries 1. After having inflicted military defeats on China, the imperialist countries forcibly took from her a large number of states tributary to China, 2, as well as a part of her own territory. Japan appropriated Korea, Taiwan, the Ryukyu Islands, the Pescadores, and Port Arthur. England took Burma, Bhutan, Nepal, and Hong Kong. France seized Annam. Even a miserable little country like Portugal took Macau from us. At the same time that they took away part of her territory, the imperialists obliged China to pay enormous indemnities. Thus heavy blows were struck against the vast feudal empire of China. 8. There is no third way 1. A change occurred in the Chinese bourgeois democratic revolution after the outbreak of the First Imperialist World War in 1914, and after the founding of a socialist state on 1/6 of the globe through the Russian October Revolution in 1917. Before these events, the Chinese bourgeois democratic revolution belonged to the category of the old bourgeois democratic world revolution and was part of that revolution. After these events, the Chinese bourgeois democratic revolution changed its character and now belongs to the category of the new bourgeois democratic revolution, and, so far as the Revolutionary Front is concerned, forms part of the proletarian socialist world revolution. In an era when the world capitalist front has collapsed in one corner of the globe, a corner that forms 1/6 of the world, and has fully revealed its decadence in other parts, when the remaining parts of capitalism cannot survive without relying more than ever on the colonies and semi-colonies, when a socialist state has been established and has declared that it is willing to fight in support of the liberation movement of all colonies and semi-colonies, when the proletariat of the capitalist countries is freeing itself day by day from the social imperialist influence of the social democratic parties and has also declared itself in support of the liberation movement of the colonies and semi-colonies. In such an era, Any anti-imperialist revolution in a colony or semi-colony, i.e., a revolution against the international bourgeoisie and international capitalism, no longer belongs to the old category of bourgeois democratic world revolution, but to a new category. And is no longer part of the old bourgeois or capitalist world revolution, but part of the new world revolution, the proletarian socialist world revolution. This correct thesis propounded by the Chinese communists is based on Stalin's theory. There are two kinds of world revolution. The first belongs to the bourgeois and capitalist categories. The era of this kind of world revolution is long past. It came to an end in 1914, when the First Imperialist World War broke out, and especially in 1917, when the October Revolution occurred in Russia. Since then, the second kind, namely, the proletarian socialist world revolution, has started. Such a revolution has the proletariat of the capitalist countries as its main force and the oppressed peoples of the colonies and semi-colonies as its allies. No matter what classes, parties, or individuals in the oppressed nations join the revolution, and no matter whether they are conscious of the point mentioned above or whether they understand it subjectively, so long as they oppose imperialism, their revolution becomes part of the proletarian socialist world revolution and they themselves become its allies. Revolutions in different colonial and semi-colonial countries necessarily have certain different characteristics, but these constitute only the minor differences within the general framework of uniformity. So long as they are revolutions in colonies or semi-colonies, the state and political power will of necessity be basically the same in structure, i.e. a new democratic state under the joint dictatorship of several anti-imperialist classes. In China today, this new democratic form of state assumes the very form of the anti-Japanese United Front. In the international situation of the 1940s and the 1950s, the heroes and brave fellows Han in the colonies and semi-colonies must either support the imperialist front and become part of the force of world counter-revolution or support the anti-imperialist front and become part of the force of world revolution. They must support either one or the other, for there is no third way. 8. China supports the Algerian people's struggle for liberation. 1. To Comrade Larbi Boilai and to all the comrades of the Central Committee of the Algerian Communist Party, permit me to express my profound gratitude for the message of congratulations of Comrade Larbi Boilai. The Chinese people has obtained its liberation after a long period of aggression and oppression at the hands of imperialism. Consequently, it feels warm sympathy and resolute faith toward the struggles of all oppressed peoples for liberation. I am persuaded that the Algerian people, under the direction of the Algerian Communist Party and with the aid of the International Camp of Peace and Democracy, will succeed in overthrowing the domination of imperialism. Long live the victory of the struggle of the Algerian people for liberation. Chairman of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party Mao Zedong, October 26, 1949. 8. India's path is similar to that of China too. Dear Comrade Ranadive, I have received your telegram of congratulations of October 12. And I thank you very much for your warm good wishes addressed to the Chinese People's Republic and to the Chinese Communist Party. Your telegram expressing the fraternal friendship of the revolutionary Indian people filled the whole Chinese people with joy and pride. The Indian people is one of the great Asian people, with a long history and a vast population. In many respects, her past fate and her path to the future resemble those of China. I firmly believe that India, relying on the brave Communist Party of India and the unity and struggle of all Indian patriots, will certainly not remain long under the yoke of imperialism and its collaborators. Like free China, a free India will one day emerge in the socialist and people's democratic family. That day will end the imperialist reactionary era in the history of mankind. I wish you victory in the unity and struggle of the Indian people. Long live the fraternal unity between the Indian people and the Chinese people. Chairman of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party Mao Zedong, November 19, 1949. 8. The peoples of Asia, Africa, and Latin America should unite and drive American imperialism back to where it came from. 1. On May 7, in Changchou, Comrade Mao Zedong received public personages, workers for peace, trade union, youth, and student delegations, and delegates from 12 African countries and regions who were then visiting China. Anthology Press of MIT, Cambridge, Massachusetts, and John Wiley, New York, 1956, p. 80, supplying my own translation of the beginning and the end of the message, which are not cited by Mr. Koskai. Comrade Mao Zedong, on behalf of the 650 million Chinese people, expressed full sympathy and support for the heroic struggle of the African people against imperialism and colonialism. He also expressed sympathy and support for the patriotic and just struggles of the South Korean people and the Turkish people against U.S. imperialism and its running dogs. He held that these struggles of the South Korean people and the Turkish people indicated that the storm of the struggles waged by the oppressed peoples of the various countries in Asia against imperialism and its running dogs will witness an even greater upsurge. These struggles will constitute a support to the just struggles of the African people, the Latin American people, and people the world over. The just struggles of the peoples of various countries in the world support each other, Comrade Mao Zedong said. He thanked the African friends for their profound friendship for the Chinese people, hailed the great unity of the Chinese and African peoples, and expressed firm confidence that ultimate victory will certainly be won in the common struggle against imperialism and colonialism. On May 8, in Changchou, Comrade Mao Zedong received friends from 8 Latin American countries then visiting China. Comrade Mao Zedong thanked them for their friendship for the Chinese people. The Chinese people, he said, just like the Latin American people, had long suffered from imperialist oppression and exploitation. Relying on their own unity and support from the peoples of various countries, the Chinese people had carried on hard and prolonged struggles and ultimately had overthrown the rule of imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism in China. They are now building their own country and changing its appearance of poverty and blankness. The Chinese people are fully confident that they can build their country and therefore they need time, peace, and friends. The Cuban people, the people of Latin America, and the people of the whole world, he said, are all friends of the Chinese people, and imperialism and its running dogs are our common enemy, but they are a tiny minority. The winning of world peace, he said, depends primarily on the struggles of the peoples of the various countries. Comrade Mao Zedong expressed admiration for the heroic struggle of the Cuban people against U.S. imperialism. The struggles of the peoples of Cuba and other Latin American countries have helped the Chinese people, he said, and the struggle of the Chinese people has also helped the peoples of Cuba and other Latin American countries. The people are the decisive factor. Reliance on the unity and struggle of the people is bound to bring about the defeat of imperialism and its running dogs and achieve lasting world peace. On May 9, Chairman Mao Zedong received in Changchou friends from the Iraqi Cultural Delegation, the Iraqi Workers Delegation, the Iranian Trade Union Delegation, and the delegation of the Cyprus Confederation of Workers. Comrade Mao Zedong said that U.S. imperialism is the biggest imperialism in the world today. It has its running dogs in many countries. Those backed by imperialism are precisely those discarded by the broad masses of the people. Chiang Kai-shek, Syngman Rhee, Kishi, Batista, said, Menders, and their ilk have either been overthrown or will be overthrown by the people. The risings of the people in these countries against the running dogs of U.S. and other imperialism are also fights against the reactionary rule of imperialism itself. The Japanese people are rising in action, Comrade Mao Zedong said. The broad masses of the Japanese people are now holding demonstrations on a bigger scale than ever to fight against the aggressive military alliance treaty signed between the Kishi government and U.S. imperialism. The Chinese people resolutely support this struggle waged by the Japanese people. The just struggles of the peoples of the various countries in the world, he said, have received and will continue to receive firm support from the 650 million people of China. The days of imperialism are numbered, he said. The imperialists have committed all manner of evils and all the oppressed peoples of the whole world will never forgive them. To defeat the reactionary rule of imperialism, Comrade Mao Zedong said, it is necessary to form a broad front and unite with all forces, accept the enemy, and continue to wage arduous struggles. On May 14, in Wuhan, Comrade Mao Zedong received friends from Japan, Cuba, Brazil, and Argentina. Comrade Mao Zedong spoke of the ever-growing national and democratic movements in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. He said that what imperialism fears most is the awakening of the Asian, African, and Latin American peoples, the awakening of the peoples of all countries. We should unite and drive U.S. imperialism from Asia, Africa, and Latin America back to where it came from. 8H The racial question is a class question. 1. Chairman Mao Zedong received visitors from Africa here this afternoon, August 8, 1963. During the reception, Chairman Mao Zedong made a statement calling upon the people of the world to unite against racial discrimination by U.S. imperialism and support the American Negroes in their just struggle against racial discrimination. 2. Chairman Mao Zedong had a very cordial, friendly talk with the friends from Africa. During the talk, he condemned the racial discrimination practiced by U.S. imperialism, as well as that of the colonialist authorities of South Africa and in every part of the world. Racial discrimination, he said, is found in Africa, in Asia, and in other parts of the world. The racial question is in essence a class question. Our unity is not one of race, it is the unity of comrades and friends. We should strengthen our unity and wage a common struggle against imperialism, colonialism, and their running dogs, to attain complete and thorough national independence and liberation. After explaining how China's revolutionary struggle had won through to victory, Chairman Mao said, "This proves that a revolution by the people can triumph and that imperialism and its running dogs can be defeated. The tide of anti-imperialism and anti-colonialism is sweeping through all Africa. All countries, whether or not they have already attained independence, will sooner or later win complete and thorough independence and liberation. All the Chinese people support you. The people of Africa are awakening with each passing day, so are the people of the whole world. The workers, peasants, revolutionary intellectuals, and all other revolutionary people, who constitute over 90% of the world's population, can be united in the fight for the victory of the revolution. In the fight for thorough emancipation," Chairman Mao said, "the oppressed peoples rely first of all on their own strength and then, and only then, on international assistance. The people who have already won victory in their revolution should help those who are still struggling for liberation. This is our internationalist duty." 8. American imperialism is closely surrounded by the peoples of the world. 1. The U.S. imperialist armed aggression against the Congo, Leopoldville, is a very grave matter. The United States has all along attempted to control the Congo. It used the United Nations forces to carry out every sort of evil deed there. It murdered the Congolese national hero Lumumba, it subverted the lawful Congolese government. It imposed the puppet Tshombe on the Congolese people, and dispatched mercenary troops to suppress the Congolese national liberation movement. And now, it is carrying out direct armed intervention in the Congo in collusion with Belgium and Britain. In so doing, the purpose of U.S. imperialism is not only to control the Congo, but also to enmesh the whole of Africa, particularly the newly independent African countries, in the toils of U.S. neocolonialism once again. U.S. aggression has encountered heroic resistance from the Congolese people and aroused the indignation of the people of Africa and of the whole world. U.S. imperialism is the common enemy of the people of the whole world. It is engaged in aggression against South Vietnam, it is intervening in Laos, menacing Cambodia, and blustering about extending the war in Indochina. It is trying everything to strangle the Cuban Revolution. It wants to turn West Germany and Japan into two important nuclear bases of the United States. It ganged up with England in creating so-called Malaysia to menace Indonesia and other Southeast Asian countries. It is occupying South Korea and China's Taiwan province, it is dominating all Latin America. It rides roughshod everywhere. U.S. imperialism has overextended its reach. It adds a new noose around its neck every time it commits aggression anywhere. It is closely surrounded by the people of the whole world. In their just struggle, the Congolese people are not alone. All the Chinese people support you. All the people throughout the world who oppose imperialism support you. US imperialism and the reactionaries of all countries are paper tigers. The struggle of the Chinese people proved this. The struggle of the Vietnamese people is now proving it. The struggle of the Congolese people will certainly prove it too. Strengthening national unity and persevering in protracted struggle, the Congolese people will certainly be victorious, and US imperialism will certainly be defeated. People of the world, unite and defeat the US aggressors and all their running dogs. People of the world, be courageous, dare to fight, defy difficulties and advance wave upon wave. Then the whole world will belong to the people. Monsters of all kinds shall be destroyed. 8J The days of the US aggressors in Vietnam are numbered. 1. On behalf of the Chinese people, I extend the warmest congratulations to the fighting people of southern Vietnam on the occasion of the 7th anniversary of the founding of the South Vietnam National Liberation Front. You are putting up a good fight? Under exceptionally difficult conditions, you have, by relying on your own strength, battered US imperialism, the most ferocious imperialism in the world, so that its forces are in disorder and it has no way out. This is a great victory. The Chinese people salute you. Your victory manifests once again that a nation, big or small, can defeat any enemy, however powerful, provided only that it fully mobilizes its people, relies firmly on the people, and wages a people's war. By their war against US aggression and for national salvation under the wise and able leadership of the great leader President Ho Chi Minh, the Vietnamese people have set a brilliant example for the oppressed peoples and oppressed nations the world over in their struggle for liberation. The days of the US aggressors in Vietnam are numbered. However, all reactionary forces on the verge of extinction invariably conduct desperate struggles. They are bound to resort to military adventure and political deception in all their forms in order to save themselves from extinction. And the revolutionary peoples are bound to meet with all kinds of difficulties before final victory. Nevertheless, all these difficulties can be surmounted, and no difficulty can ever obstruct the advance of the revolutionary people. Perseverance means victory. I am deeply convinced that, by persevering in protracted war, the Vietnamese people will certainly be able to drive the US aggressors out of Vietnam. We firmly support you. We are neighboring countries as close as the lips and the teeth. Our two peoples are brothers sharing will and woe. The fraternal people of southern Vietnam and the entire fraternal Vietnamese people can rest assured that your struggle is our struggle. The 700 million Chinese people are the powerful rearguard of the Vietnamese people. The vast expanse of China's territory is their reliable rear area. In the face of the solid fighting unity of our two peoples, all military adventures and political deceptions by US imperialism will certainly fail. Victory will definitely belong to the heroic Vietnamese people. This chapter is concerned with relations with the capitalist countries of the West. Here the ideological hostility of the Leninist who sees in imperialism the cause of all the evils from which the world suffers and the xenophobia so common among Hunan meet and reinforce one another. The first two texts offer a few samples of this hostility, at once ideological and instinctive, directed against a variety of objects. The succeeding texts are of a more analytical character. In arranging these extracts, no attempt has been made to separate the analysis of concrete situations from more general reflections on the inevitability of war and the role of war in the progress of humanity. Mao Zedong, perhaps more than other Marxist authors, always remains very close to concrete reality. Thus text 9c, dating from 1938, gives Mao's ideas regarding peaceful and warlike epochs in the history of humanity and his analysis of the conflict between the democracies and the fascist countries on the eve of Munich. In January 1939, he had lost hope in England and France, but still expected something from President Roosevelt. In September 1939, on the other hand, following the Nazi-Soviet pact, he set forth the Soviet position according to which all the imperialist countries were equally guilty, England even a bit more so than Germany, in particularly violent terms. The same point of view is expressed in certain texts included in the current edition of the selected works, but text 9a, which appears here in translation for the first time, is both more precise and more vehement. During the war, there was a time when Mao manifested respect and even gratitude toward the United States. But this friendly attitude, if not altogether meaningless and without foundation, was based on a certain number of ambiguities on both the Chinese and American side. In the spring of 1945, following the death of President Roosevelt, these ambiguities were beginning to be resolved in Washington in a manner that provoked a very violent reaction on Mao's part. As will be seen from the variants in the first third of text 9f, Mao at the time expressed himself in a more tactful manner than one would think in reading the rewritten version of the editorial in the selected works. Thus in particular he affirms that not only a large part of public opinion, today he speaks only of a part, but also quite a few politicians and military men were opposed to the policy of supporting Chiang Kai-shek, for which he attributes the initiative to Hurley and the imperialist elements in Washington. But more curious than these variants is the second editorial, published 1 week later, which provides the remaining portion of text 9f. In view of the importance of this document, it seems appropriate to explain first of all why I attribute it to Mao Zedong, although he did not sign it. It is well known that Mao often wrote unsigned editorials and leading articles for the Yan'an press. A considerable number of these were attributed to Mao by the editors of the selected works and may therefore be considered as unquestionably by Mao. Among these texts is the editorial of July 12, 1945, which constitutes the first third of text 9f, and which, at the time of its publication, was attributed to a reporter from the Xinhua agency. Now the editorial of July 19 begins as follows. The reporter from the Xinhua agency continued his criticism of Hurley's policy. Strictly speaking, one could also translate, a reporter from the Xinhua agency, that is to say, another reporter continued the criticism of Hurley's policy. But the presentation of the article as a whole gives the impression that we are dealing with the same reporter, and since the reporter of July 12 turns out to have been Mao, I conclude that the reporter of July 19 was also Mao. This conclusion is supported by certain textual similarities. Let us therefore assume that this text was written by Mao. If it was, it is extremely significant in two respects. On the one hand, the author proclaims 3 times in the space of a single paragraph that the Chinese people wants to follow Mao Zedong's way. Here we see Mao contributing to the cult of his own personality. On the other hand, he employs the term people's dictatorship, so far as I know for the first time. Hitherto, Leninists had spoken only of the dictatorship of one or several classes. To be sure, in this editorial of 1945 the reference is still to the joint democratic dictatorship of all the anti-imperialist and anti-feudal classes, but a few lines further on, in describing this dictatorship as the people's dictatorship of all the revolutionary classes, Mao appears to be groping toward the definitive term he was to employ in 1949, people's democratic dictatorship. As already suggested, this term appears to express his profound conviction that in the black and white world of his imagination virtually the whole of the Chinese nation is on the side of the angels. The last 7 texts of this chapter are all variations on the same theme. The imperialists will never lay down their butcher knives, but at the same time they are only paper tigers. It seems to me that there is here an echo of the conception of the hero that Mao Zedong has drawn from the Chinese tradition. When we read that the manifesto of the Kuomintang has thrown world reaction into panic and confusion, we seem to see a character from the romance of the Three Kingdoms or from All Men Are Brothers trembling with fright as he hears the terrible name of some celebrated captain or bandit. In dealing with recent events and policies, it is impossible to separate Mao's attitude toward the United States, the most ferocious enemy of the world's peoples, from his ideas regarding the way in which this enemy can be resisted and vanquished with the aid of the peoples of the world, and, in the past at least, of the Soviet Union. Thus, the last few texts in this chapter should be read in connection with texts 8g to j, which stress the methods by which, individually and collectively, the revolutionary peoples carry on their struggles, and in connection with texts X, K, L, and M, which deal with relations with other powers of the socialist camp, as it used to be called. As suggested in the introduction to Chapter 8, there has been a constant evolution in Mao's thinking toward a strategic conception centered on the peoples of Asia and Africa rather than on the solidarity among all communist countries. He originally drew his famous conclusion that the east wind is prevailing over the west wind. Text 9J, from Soviet economic and technological might, and his reasoning in 1957 about the probable outcome of a nuclear war, text 9K, was based squarely on Soviet support. As late as January 1964, text 9M, Mao still called for unity among the members of the socialist camp. Text XM in the next chapter illustrates how far those days are now past. But at the same time it was clear that the real force on which he was counting to put an end to American intervention in foreign countries was the raging tide of the people of the world. Like text XE in the next chapter, see the introduction to Chapter X. Text 9L illustrates the limited character of Mao's knowledge of the United States. Much of his picture of the plight of the American Negro is, as we all know, only too accurate. But his conclusion that it is only the reactionary ruling clique among the whites which supports racial discrimination is unfortunately unduly optimistic, and his tendency to lump together President Kennedy and Governor Wallace as allies of the Ku Klux Klan shows, to say the least, an imperfect understanding of the American federal system. But for all the crudeness of the picture he draws, the problem singled out by Mao of the link between race relations within and without the United States remains a real one, and we will ignore it at our peril. SRS 9A America, the most murderous of hangmen 1. In the past, some merchants had a superstitious faith in America. They firmly believed that America was a good friend who helped China. They did not know that America is actually the most murderous of hangmen. Consider, for example, how America recently gave covert assistance to Tse, whom the merchants as well as the whole nation opposed, in his capture of political power. Consider further how America exerted the greatest effort to obstruct the policy of prohibiting the export of cotton, which the merchants demanded. From these and many other examples, we can see the error of superstitiously believing in America. 9b The League of Nations is a league of robbers. 1. Workers, peasants, and soldiers of all China. Exploited masses of the whole country. The Provisional Central Government of the Chinese Soviet Republic long ago told the popular masses of the whole country that the League of Nations is a league of robbers by which the various imperialisms are dismembering China. The principal task of the Lytton Commission of Inquiry sent to China by the League was to prepare the dismemberment of China and the repression of all the revolutionary movements that have raised the flag of the Chinese Soviets. Now the Commission of Inquiry of the League of Imperialist Robbers, the Lytton Commission, has already published its report regarding the dismemberment of China. This report is an admirable document shown to the Chinese popular masses by the imperialists regarding the dismemberment they propose to inflict on China, and yet the Kuomintang, which is selling out and dishonoring the country, as well as the government which is the emanation of the Kuomintang, have accepted it completely. The Lytton Report is the bill of sale by which imperialism reduced the Chinese people to slavery. The Soviet government calls on the popular masses of the whole country to participate in an armed uprising under the direction of the Soviet government to wage a national revolutionary war in order to tear to shreds the Lytton Report, and to oppose all the new projects of the imperialists for dismembering China, repressing the Chinese Revolution, and attacking the Soviet regions and the Soviet Union. Let us hurl out of China Japanese imperialism and all other imperialisms, in order to obtain the complete liberation and independence of the Chinese people. Let us defend the Soviet Union with arms in our hands. Let us establish a close alliance between the toiling masses of China and of the Soviet Union. The Soviet government proclaims to the workers, peasants, and soldiers of the whole country, and to all the exploited popular masses, that if we really want to wage a national revolutionary war and oppose the dismemberment of China by the imperialists, we must first overthrow the reactionary domination of the Kuomintang, these scavengers who pick up the scraps of the imperialist dismemberment of China, and who are repressing the national war. The protracted nature of China's anti-Japanese war cannot be separated from the fight for permanent peace for China and the world. In no historical epoch was war ever so near to permanent peace as it is today. The life of humanity over the past several hundreds of thousands of years has already passed through two epochs, the epoch of the peaceful life of humanity and the epoch of the warlike life of humanity. The first of these epochs occupied the longest period in the history of humanity. In this epoch, the level of production was highly inadequate and men waged war only against nature. Wars between the groups composing humanity were neither necessary nor possible. The second epoch extends roughly from the end of clan society to our day. Because of the development of production and the appearance of social divisions, the epoch of warlike life of humanity began. Although this second epoch is only a few thousand years old, nobody knows how many wars each nation has fought, either wars among groups within a nation or wars among groups of nations. In the imperialist epoch of capitalist society, wars are waged on a particularly extensive scale and with a peculiar ruthlessness. The first great imperialist war of 20 years ago, though unprecedented in history until then, was not yet a war such as will not be known in all history, still less the last of all wars. The war that has now begun is without precedent in all history and brings us close to the final war, that is to say, close to the permanent peace of mankind. At present, 1/3 of the world's population has entered the war. Just consider, Italy, then Japan, on the one hand, and Abyssinia, then Spain, then China, on the other. The population of the belligerent countries now amounts to almost 600 million, or at least 1/3 of the total population of the world. The peculiar feature of the present war is its uninterruptedness and its nearness to permanent peace. Why is it uninterrupted? After engaging Abyssinia, Italy engaged Spain, with Germany contributing her share to the fight, then Japan engaged China. What next? No doubt Hitler will follow up and engage the great powers. Fascism is war, this is perfectly correct. Although one cannot say that once victory has been decided in the war between anti-fascism and fascism there will be no more wars, on the contrary there certainly will be more, the fact remains that there will be no interval between the present war and the Great World War it will develop into. Mankind cannot escape the calamity of war. Why do we also say that the present war is near to permanent peace? The present war has resulted from the development of the general crisis of world capitalism, a crisis that is compelling the capitalist countries to enter into a new war, and above all the fascist countries to embark on new military adventures. In view of this crisis, we can foresee that this war will not result in the salvation of capitalism but in its collapse. This war will be bigger and more cruel than that of 20 years ago, inevitably involving all nations and dragging on for a very long time, and mankind will suffer greatly. But because of the existence of the Soviet Union and the heightened awareness of the peoples of the world, great revolutionary wars will undoubtedly emerge from this war to oppose all counter-revolutionary wars, thus giving this war as a whole the character of a war for permanent peace. Even if there should be another warring period after this, it will not be far from permanent world peace. Once man has reached the age of permanent peace, he will never again desire war. Neither armies, nor warships, nor military planes, nor poison gas will then be needed. At this moment will begin the third epoch in the history of humanity, the epoch of peaceful life during which there will never be war. Throughout all eternity our sons and grandsons will never know war again. The war between China and Japan, two countries with a total population of over 500 million, will occupy an important place in this war for permanent peace. 9d We are for Roosevelt and against Chamberlain too. The great war of resistance now being waged by China is not merely the affair of China, it is also the affair of the world. In the democratic countries such as England, America, and France, there are broad popular masses including all the progressive people from the various social strata who sympathize with China's war of resistance and oppose the invasion of China by Japanese imperialism. It is only a reactionary faction that opposes China's war of resistance. In this great war of resistance we rely first of all on China's own strength to vanquish the enemy. But at the same time, we need outside aid. Our enemy is a worldwide enemy, and the war of resistance waged by China is a war of resistance of a worldwide character. History has already shown that a viewpoint attempting to isolate this war is erroneous. In all the democratic countries, such as England and America, there still exists an isolationist viewpoint whose adherents do not understand that if China is defeated, England, America, and the other countries will not be able to go on enjoying their own tranquility. This erroneous viewpoint is not attuned to the needs of the times. For the others, to aid China is to aid themselves. This is the only concrete verity at the present time. China is pursuing her war amidst many difficulties, but the flames of a war among the great powers of the world are coming closer every day and no country can remain aloof. We are in agreement with President Roosevelt's proclamation regarding the defense of democracy. We are, on the other hand, resolutely opposed to the policy of concessions to the fascist states in the West practiced by Chamberlain. Up to this day, Chamberlain has also displayed a cowardly attitude toward Japan. I hope that the popular masses of England and America will arise and act positively to admonish their governments and make them adopt a new policy of resistance to wars of aggression, for the good of China and also for the good of England and America themselves. 9. The Second Imperialist War 1. The New World Economic Crisis, which began in 1937, has in recent years penetrated into so-called peaceful states such as England, France, and America. It is also developing in Germany, Japan, and Italy. This economic crisis has also brought a grave political crisis in its wake. The people are discontented with capitalism and with the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. Whether it be in the states that became fascist a long time ago, or in the states where they are taking advantage of the war to carry out fascisation, this political crisis, this popular discontent, are daily becoming more acute. On the other hand, the socialist Soviet Union has been strengthened to the point where it can no longer be invaded. Under these conditions, the bourgeoisie of each of the imperialist states realizes that without a vast war, without transforming the limited war into a total war, without demolishing its imperialist friends, it cannot escape either the economic crisis or the political crisis, nor can it escape its own death. These are the calculations of the bourgeoisie of all the countries of the world on the eve of its death. The authors of these calculations have no idea that in this way, by making use of a war to divide up the world anew in order to escape from the economic and political crisis and to avoid their own death, they cannot fail to create an even greater economic and political crisis and to hasten the day of their death. They are like a mad dog, they are already mad. The capitalist system has made them altogether mad. They cannot do otherwise than hurl themselves pell-mell against their enemies and against the walls of the world. Such is the reality of life today in all the capitalist countries of the world. A fight between mad dogs, such is the present imperialist war. 1. The aims of the war. War is the continuation of politics. The nature of imperialism is predatory, and even in periods of peace there is no instance when the policy of the imperialist states is not predatory. But when the predatory policy of certain imperialist states encounters the obstacle of certain other imperialist states and cannot break through this obstacle by peaceful means, then these states use warlike means to break through this obstacle so that they may pursue their predatory policies. The aim of the Second Imperialist War is similar to that of the First Imperialist War. It consists in dividing up the world anew, that is to say, in dividing up anew the colonies, semi-colonies, and spheres of influence, in pillaging the peoples of the world, and in establishing their domination over the peoples of the world. Apart from aims of this kind, are there any other aims? Are there any good aims? There are none whatever. Whether it be Germany, Italy, or Japan, whether it be England, America, or France, all the imperialist states participating directly or indirectly in the war have only a counter-revolutionary, an imperialist goal, pillaging the people. The tasting peace of Japanese imperialism, the self-determination of peoples of Hitler, the opposition to National Socialism of Chamberlain, the aid to Poland of Daladir, all this comes down to a single word, pillage. Merely because it sounds good and to fool the people, they order their secretaries to invent a few synonyms, that is all. 2 categories. As Comrade Stalin has said, they are divided into, 1. Just wars the aim of which is not pillage but liberation, and, 2. Unjust wars of pillage. By its nature, the Second Imperialist War, like the First Imperialist War, belongs to the second category. The two sides in the present war, in order to fool the people and mobilize public opinion, both proclaim with utter shamelessness that they themselves are just and those on the other side unjust. In reality, all of this is nothing but a farce and a sham. Only wars of national liberation and wars of popular liberation, as well as wars undertaken by socialist countries to support these two kinds of liberation movements, are just wars. Many people are confused about the present war. According to them, Germany is certainly unjust, whereas England and France are democratic and anti-fascist states, and Poland, for her part, is waging a national war of self-defense. They therefore believe that on the whole the Anglo-Franco-Polish side has after all a slightly progressive character. This is an altogether muddled conception, arising from the fact that people have not clearly understood either the aims of the war or the peculiarities that characterize the first and the second stages of the war. 3. The peculiarities of the first stage of the war. A portion of the imperialist states, the fascist states of Germany, Italy, and Japan, were waging wars of aggression like mad dogs, violating the interests of all small and weak peoples, violating the interests of all democratic countries, and unleashing a fascist menace within each democratic country. At this time the people of the whole world demanded that aggression be resisted and that democracy be defended. They demanded that another part of the imperialist states, the so-called democratic states of England, America, and France, intervene against these wars of aggression, and that they allow the people to retain a small residue of democracy. The Soviet Union made known many times that she was ready to establish a joint front against aggression with all the so-called democratic states. If these so-called democratic states had intervened at the time against the aggressors, if a war had broken out to prevent aggression, if for example it had been possible together with the Soviet Union to aid the armies of the Spanish government in their effort to stop the German and Italian aggressors, and to aid China in her effort to stop the Japanese aggressors, then such an action, such a war, would have been just, would have had a progressive character. But these so-called democratic states did not intervene, they adopted a policy of non-intervention. Their aim was to bring about a situation in which the two sides, the side of the aggressors and the side of the victims of aggression, would be ravaged by war, after which they would intervene to fish in troubled waters. Nevertheless, at this time, apart from the circumstance that German, Italian, and Japanese imperialism were waging unjust wars of pillage, and that the so-called democratic states were allowing them to continue, there was another circumstance: there were also wars of national liberation. For our revolutionary policy during the first stage of the war. There is not the slightest doubt that the revolutionary policy of this stage has as its goal the organization of a united front against aggression of the people of the country that is the victim of aggression. At the same time, this policy does not ignore the organization by the Soviet Union and the governments of all the democratic countries of the struggle to prevent new aggression. Even after Munich, because of the anger aroused among the broad masses of the English and French people and even among the left wing of the bourgeoisie by the defeat of Spain and the disappearance of Czechoslovakia, there was a possibility of compelling the Chamberlain and Daladier governments to abandon their policy of non-intervention and to organize, with the Soviet Union, a common front against aggression. 5. The rupture of the Anglo-Franco-Soviet negotiations and the beginning of the second stage of the war. The bourgeoisies of the so-called democratic states fear on the one hand that the fascist states may violate their interests, but they fear the development of the revolutionary forces even more. They fear the Soviet Union, they fear the liberation movements of the peoples of their own countries, they fear the liberation movements in the colonies and semi-colonies. Consequently, they rejected a genuine united front. Against aggression, and a genuine war against aggression involving the participation of the Soviet Union, and they organized by themselves a united counter-revolutionary front. They undertook by themselves a robbers' war of pillage. The Anglo-Franco-Soviet negotiations lasted from April 15 to August 23, but from beginning to end, England and France refused to recognize the principle of equality and reciprocity. They wanted the Soviet Union to guarantee their security, but they were absolutely unwilling to guarantee the security of the Soviet Union or of the small countries of the Baltic. In addition, they would not allow the Soviet army to cross Poland to fight the aggressor. Naturally, the Soviet Union was not willing to conclude a treaty like that proposed by England and France, which would not have been adapted to revolutionary aims but only to counter-revolutionary aims. This is the basic reason for the rupture of the Anglo-Franco-Soviet negotiations. At this point, Germany abandoned her anti-Soviet position and in fact was ready to abandon the so-called Anti-Comintern Pact. She recognized the inviolability of the Soviet frontier, and so the German-Soviet non-aggression treaty was concluded. The absolute lack of sincerity of England and France in their negotiations with the Soviet Union, their absolute refusal genuinely to oppose aggression, the way in which they decided to break off the three-power negotiations, proves nothing less than that Chamberlain had already decided on war. Consequently, if the Great War broke out, it was not only Hitler but Chamberlain who wanted to fight, for if he had really wanted to avoid the war, he could have done so only with Soviet participation. 6. The peculiarities of the second stage of the war. At the present time, now that war has broken out, the situation has undergone a fundamental change. The distinction that existed in the past between the fascist states and the democratic states has lost all meaning. At the present time, if one wishes to distinguish between things of different natures, there are only the following two categories: 1. All the countries that are waging an imperialist war of pillage as well as all the countries that are in reality supporting this war, and 2. Those who are waging not wars of pillage but just wars of national liberation and popular liberation, as well as the countries that support these wars. Today England has become the most reactionary country in the world, and the number one anti-Soviet, anti-communist, anti-democratic, and anti-popular leader, the enemy of all small peoples, is none other than Chamberlain. 7. Our revolutionary policy during the second stage of the war. In conformity with the peculiarities of the second stage of the war, what should the revolutionary policy of the proletariat be, and especially of the Communist Party? In my opinion, it should be the following. 1. In all the imperialist countries participating in the war, we must call on the people to oppose the imperialist war, make clear the imperialist nature of both warring camps, treat them all as the same kind of robbers. In particular, we must oppose English imperialism, this robber chief, incite the people not to allow themselves to be deceived by the imperialist robbers, carry out propaganda among the people, in order that they may transform the imperialist war into a revolutionary civil war, establish a united popular front against the imperialist war. 2. In all the neutral countries, such as America, the members of the Communist Party should reveal to the people the imperialist policy of the bourgeois government, which calls itself neutral, but in reality aids the war and seeks to enrich itself in the war. 3. In all the colonial and semi-colonial countries, the policy to follow is that of the National United Front, either to resist the invader, as in China, or to oppose the mother country, as in the case of India, in order to attain national independence. In all the colonies of countries participating in the war we must oppose the actions of the traitors to the nation who support the war waged by the mother country, oppose the mobilization of the people of the colony to participate in the war on the front of the mother country, remind the people of the colony of the misery they suffered during the First Imperialist War. In the colonial and semi-colonial countries, if we do not oppose the traitors to the nation there is no hope for the movement of national liberation. 8. The perspectives of the war underscore wars between imperialisms and mutual weakening of imperialisms, constitute a favorable condition for movements of popular liberation in all countries, for movements of national liberation in all countries, for China's war of resistance, for the building of communism in the Soviet Union. From this standpoint, the darkness that reigns in the world is only provisional and the future of the world is bright. Imperialism will surely perish, and the liberation of the oppressed people and of the oppressed nations will surely be achieved. 9F Hurley, Chiang Kai-shek, and the Reader's Digest are a menace to world peace. 1. It becomes more and more obvious that the policy of the United States toward China as represented by its ambassador Patrick J. Hurley is creating a danger for both the Chinese and the American people. This danger can be surmounted only by taking into account the overall interests of China and America for a long period. This danger is that of a civil war in China. The Kuomintang government, sticking to its reactionary policies of neglecting the war against Japan and repressing the People's Democratic Movement, has devoted itself to the making of civil war ever since its formation 18 years ago. The late President Roosevelt did take this into account, and consequently in the interest of the United States he refrained from adopting the policy of helping one side in China against the other. 1. In November 1944, Hurley, visiting Yan'an as Roosevelt's personal representative, adopted a favorable attitude toward the plans proposed by the Chinese Communist Party for the abolition of the Kuomintang's one-party dictatorship and the establishment of a democratic coalition government. He had not yet repudiated President Roosevelt's wish of not supporting unilaterally the Kuomintang government. Then, unexpectedly, Hurley changed his tune and went back on what he had said in Yan'an. This change of tune was sharply indicated in the statement that he had made at Washington on April 2, in which, from the lips of the self-same Hurley, the Kuomintang government represented by Chiang Kai-shek suddenly became a beauty, while the Chinese Communist Party was a monster. He even bluntly declared that the United States would cooperate only with Chiang Kai-shek, not with the Chinese Communist Party. This, of course, is not only Hurley's personal opinion but that of a segment of the U.S. government. It is however an erroneous and dangerous opinion, contrary to Roosevelt's policy. At this juncture Roosevelt died and Hurley, beside himself with joy, returned to the U.S. Embassy in Chongqing. The danger of the U.S. policy toward China as represented by Hurley consists in its encouragement of the reactionary trend of the Kuomintang government and the increased danger of civil war in China. If this peril is not eliminated, the inevitable result will not only be a long period of misfortune for the people of China, by the same token, the American government with its own hands will place a crushing burden on its own back. That is to say, it will fall hopelessly into the deep, stinking cesspool of Chinese reaction. It will place itself in opposition to the hundreds of millions of awakened or awakening Chinese people, and become a hindrance to the anti-Japanese war at present and to world peace in the future. On the question of China's future, a large part of American public opinion, as well as quite a few politicians and military men, have clearly perceived that the irresistible forces of the Chinese people who demand independence, freedom, democracy, and unity, and who want to make their country rich and powerful, Fu Chiang, an ancient term meaning to enrich the country and make it strong militarily, will burst forth and supplant both foreign oppression and feudal oppression. They feel acutely worried about such a dangerous policy toward China as Hurley's, and demand that it be changed. Whether or when the policy of the United States will be changed we cannot say at present. But one thing is certain: if such a policy as Hurley's, a policy that aids and abets the anti-popular forces in China in opposition to the Chinese people whose number is so immense, is to continue, it will place a crushing burden on the government and people of the United States and plunge them into endless woes and troubles. This is a point that should be brought home to the people of the United States. Since April 2, when Hurley set forth his erroneous policy of supporting Chiang and opposing the Communists, the true face of a group of imperialist elements within the United States has become clearer. Recently the widely read American periodical Reader's Digest published in its June issue an article co-authored by J.B. Powell and Max Eastman entitled "The Fate of the World is at Stake in China", Volume 46, number 278, pages 12 to 22. One can say that it is an open exposition of Hurley's policy. After emphasizing that China's weight may well be decisive in settling the fate of the world, Powell and Eastman affirm that the biggest political question of today is whether China goes democratic or totalitarian. They say that the question whether China will go democratic or totalitarian is identical with the question whose leadership prevails, that of democratic America or of totalitarian Russia. Chinese brethren, listen to these confessions from the very mouths of these imperialists themselves. In fact, their policy toward China consists in placing her under American leadership. Needless to say, the meaning of this phrase is identical with the following idea: to make China an American colony or semi-colony. Here every hypocritical mask is torn off and we see the motives of the imperialists in all their nakedness. The trickery of American democracy and Russian totalitarianism with which Powell and Eastman entertain themselves on several occasions in their article is altogether laughable and stupid. Since they say that the way now followed by Chiang Kai-shek is the way of American democracy, it follows that in China the way of American democracy is nothing else than the way of feudal fascism camouflaged as democracy. Moreover, since they say that the way now followed by Chiang Kai-shek is a way that can lead to giving America a position of leadership in China, it follows that the way of American democracy in China would also lead quite naturally to making China an American colony. Of course, the people of China do not want to follow the way of colonization, which the American imperialist elements wish to impose on them. The way they wish to follow is that indicated by the leader of the Chinese Communist Party, Comrade Mao Zedong, which is the way of new democracy leading to independence, freedom, democracy, unity, wealth, and power. Fu Chi-sing. The repetition of this listing in the two editorials serves to strengthen my hypothesis that Mao is the author of both. The new democracy that China wishes to practice is nothing else than the joint democratic dictatorship Minchu Ti Lin Ho Chuan Cheng of all the anti-imperialist and all the anti-feudal classes. Of course, it is neither American bourgeois dictatorship nor the proletarian dictatorship of the Soviet Union. If they like only the dictatorship of a minority of big landowners and big bourgeois, as it is practiced by Chiang Kai-shek, and if they don't like the people's dictatorship of all the revolutionary classes Ko Ming Chi Chi Ti Gen Min Chuan Cheng of our comrade Mao Zedong, and if they therefore absolutely insist on calling Chiang Kai-shek's feudal fascism democracy and our new democracy totalitarianism, they naturally have that freedom. But the people of China certainly wish to follow the new democratic way indicated by Mao Zedong, not the way of feudal fascism indicated by Chiang Kai-shek. In order that together we may triumph over the Japanese bandits and build world peace, we hope that all the upright elements among American public opinion and among American politicians and military men, all who are prepared to treat us on a basis of equality, will intervene actively to rectify Hulley's erroneous policy, for the final result of this policy can only be to delay victory over Japan and to destroy world peace. 9G reactionaries and atom bombs are paper tigers. 1. I do not mean to say that the US reactionaries have no intention of attacking the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union is a defender of world peace and a powerful factor in preventing the domination of the world by US reactionaries. That is why the US reactionaries rabidly hate the Soviet Union and actually dream of destroying this socialist state. I think the American people and the peoples of all countries menaced by US aggression should unite and struggle against the attacks of the US reactionaries and their running dogs in these countries. Only by victory in this struggle can a third world war be avoided, otherwise it is unavoidable. Strong, that is well put. But suppose the United States uses the atom bomb? Suppose the United States bombs the Soviet Union from its bases in Iceland, Okinawa, and China? Mao, the atom bomb is a paper tiger used by the US reactionaries to scare people. It looks terrible, but in fact it isn't. Of course, the atom bomb is a weapon of mass slaughter, but the outcome of a war is decided by the people, not by one or two new types of weapon. All reactionaries are paper tigers. In appearance, the reactionaries are terrifying, but in reality they are not so powerful. From a long-range point of view, it is not the reactionaries but the people who are really powerful. In Russia, before the February Revolution of 1917, which side was really strong? On the surface the Tsar seemed strong, but he was swept away by a single gust of wind in the February Revolution. In the final analysis, the strength in Russia was on the side of the Soviets of workers, peasants, and soldiers. The Tsar was merely a paper tiger. Wasn't Hitler once considered very strong? But history proved that he was a paper tiger. So was Mussolini, so was Japanese imperialism. But the strength of the Soviet Union and of the people in all countries who loved democracy and freedom proved much greater than had been foreseen. Chiang Kai-shek and his supporters, the US reactionaries, are all paper tigers, too. Speaking of US imperialism, people seem to feel that it is terrifically strong. But it will be proved that the US reactionaries, like all the reactionaries in history, do not have much strength. In the United States there are others who are really strong, the American people. Take the case of China. We have only Millet plus rifles to rely on, but ultimately history will prove that our Millet plus rifles is more powerful than Chiang Kai-shek's aeroplanes plus tanks. Although the Chinese people still face many difficulties and will long suffer hardships from the joint attacks of US imperialism and the Chinese reactionaries, the day will come when these reactionaries are defeated and we are victorious. The reason is simply this: the reactionaries represent reaction, we represent progress. 9H American imperialism is sitting on a volcano. 1. America's strength is superficial and transient. The crisis 2 is like a volcano that menaces American imperialism every day. American imperialism is sitting on this volcano. This situation has driven the American imperialists to draw up a plan for enslaving the world, to run amok like wild beasts in Europe, Asia, and other parts of the world, to muster the reactionary forces in all countries, the human dregs cast off by their peoples, to form an imperialist, anti-democratic camp against all the democratic forces headed by the Soviet Union, and to prepare for war in the hope that in the future at a distant time, someday, they can start a third world war to defeat the democratic forces. This is a preposterous plan. The democratic forces of the world must and certainly can defeat this plan. The strength of the world anti-imperialist camp has surpassed that of the imperialist camp. It is we, not the enemy, who are in the superior position. The anti-imperialist camp headed by the Soviet Union has already been formed. The Socialist Soviet Union is free from crisis, in the ascendancy, and cherished by the world's broad masses. Its strength has already surpassed that of the imperialist United States, which is seriously menaced by crises, on the decline, and opposed by the world's broad masses. The people's democracies in Europe are consolidating themselves internally and are uniting with each other. In the European capitalist countries the people's anti-imperialist forces are developing, with those in France and Italy taking the lead. Within the United States, there are people's democratic forces that are getting stronger every day. The peoples of Latin America are not slaves obedient to US imperialism. In the whole of Asia a great national liberation movement has arisen. All the forces of the anti-imperialist camp are uniting and forging ahead. The Communist and Workers' parties of 9 European countries have established their information bureau and issued a call to the people of the world to rise against the imperialist plan of enslavement. This call to battle has inspired the oppressed people of the world, charted the course of their struggle, and strengthened their confidence in victory. It has thrown world reaction into panic and confusion. All the anti-imperialist forces in the countries of the East, too, should unite, oppose oppression by imperialism and by their domestic reactionaries, and make the emancipation of the more than 1 billion oppressed people of the East the goal of their struggle. We must grasp our own destiny in our own hands. We should rid our ranks of all impotent thinking. All views that overestimate the strength of the enemy and underestimate the strength of the people are wrong. If everyone makes strenuous efforts, we, together with all the democratic forces of the world, can surely defeat the imperialist plan of enslavement, prevent the outbreak of a third world war, overthrow all reactionary regimes, and win lasting peace for mankind. This is the historic epoch in which world capitalism and imperialism are going down to their doom and world socialism. and democracy 1 are marching to victory. The dawn is in sight, we must exert ourselves. 9 Imperialists will never become Buddhas until they're doomed to. How different is the logic of the imperialists from that of the people? Make trouble, fail, make trouble again, fail again, till their doom, that is the logic of the imperialists and all reactionaries the world over, and they will never go against this logic. This is a Marxist truth. When we say imperialism is ferocious, we mean that its nature will never change, that the imperialists will never lay down their butcher knives, that they will never become Buddhas till their doom. Fight, fail, fight again, fail again, fight again, till their victory, that is the logic of the people, and they too will never go against this logic. This is another Marxist truth. The Russian People's Revolution proceeded according to this truth, and the Chinese People's Revolution is proceeding according to it at the present time. 9J The east wind prevails over the west wind. 3. Chairman Mao pointed out first of all that the October Socialist Revolution marks a turning point in world history, the appearance in the heavens of 2 artificial satellites and the coming to Moscow of delegates from the 64 Communist and Workers' parties to celebrate the holiday of the October Revolution mark a new turning point. The forces of socialism surpass the forces of imperialism. The imperialist forces have a leader, aimer. ICA, our socialist camp must also have a leader, and that leader is the Soviet Union. If we do not have a leader, our forces might disintegrate. Chairman Mao said it was an event of great significance that the Communist and Workers' parties of 64 countries attended the celebrations of the 40th anniversary of the Great October Socialist Revolution. It showed the solidarity of the socialist countries, led by the Soviet Union. It showed the solidarity of the Communist and Workers' parties the world over, with the Communist Party of the Soviet Union as their center. Chairman Mao said that the direction of the wind in the world had changed. In the struggle between the socialist and capitalist camps, it was no longer the west wind that prevailed over the east wind, but the east wind that prevailed over the west wind. The whole world now has a population of 2.7 billion, of which the various socialist countries have nearly 1 billion, the independent, former colonial countries more than 700 million, the countries now struggling for independence or for complete independence plus the capitalist countries with neutralist tendencies 600 million, and the imperialist camp only about 400 million, besides which they are also divided internally. Earthquakes are likely to occur over there. At present, Chairman Mao said, it was not the west wind that was prevailing over the east wind, but the east wind prevailing over the west wind. 9K We must not fear nuclear war. 1. In my opinion, the situation today is characterized by the fact that the east wind is prevailing over the west wind, in other words, by the fact that the forces of socialism are overwhelmingly superior to the forces of imperialism. Proceeding from that estimate, Comrade Mao Zedong pointed to the steadily growing possibility of preventing imperialism from launching a new world war. Comrade Mao Zedong then added, at present another situation has to be taken into account, namely, that the war maniacs may drop atomic and hydrogen bombs everywhere. They drop them and we drop them too, thus there will be chaos and lives will be lost. The question has to be considered for the worst. The political bureau of our party has held several sessions to discuss this question. If fighting breaks out now, China has got only hand grenades and not atomic bombs, but the Soviet Union has them. Let us imagine how many people will die if war should break out. Out of the world's population of 2,700 million, 1/3, or, putting the figure a bit higher, half, may be lost. It is they and not we who want to fight. When a fight starts, atomic and hydrogen bombs will be dropped. I debated this question with a foreign statesman. One, he believed that if an atomic war was fought, the whole of mankind might be annihilated. I said that if the worst came to the worst and half of mankind died, the other half would remain while imperialism would be razed to the ground and the whole world would become socialist. In a certain number of years, there would be 2,700 million people again and definitely more. We Chinese have not yet completed our construction and we desire peace. However, if imperialism insists on fighting a war, we will have no alternative but to make up our minds and fight it, before going ahead with our construction. If every day you are afraid of war and war eventually comes, what will you do then? First, I have said that the east wind prevails over the west wind and that war will not break out, and now I have added these explanations about the situation in case war should break out. In this way both possibilities have been taken into account. An American Negro leader now taking refuge in Cuba, Mr. Robert Williams, the former president of the Monroe, North Carolina, chapter of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, has twice this year asked me for a statement in support of the American Negro's struggle against racial discrimination. I wish to take this opportunity, on behalf of the Chinese people, to express our resolute support for the American Negroes in their struggle against racial discrimination and for freedom and equal rights. There are more than 19 million Negroes in the United States, or about 11% of the total population. Their position in society is one of enslavement, oppression, and discrimination. The overwhelming majority of the Negroes are deprived of their right to vote. On the whole, it is only the most backbreaking and most despised jobs that are open to them. Their average wages are only from a third to a half of those of the white people. The ratio of unemployment among them is the highest. In many states they cannot go to the same school, eat at the same table, or travel in the same section of a bus or train with the white people. Negroes are frequently and arbitrarily arrested, beaten up and murdered by U.S. authorities at various levels and members of the Ku Klux Klan and other racists. About half of the American Negroes are concentrated in 11 states in the South of the United States. There, the discrimination and persecution they suffer are especially startling. The American Negroes are awakening, and their resistance is growing ever stronger. In recent years, the mass struggle of the American Negroes against racial discrimination and for freedom and equal rights has been constantly developing. In 1957, the Negro people in Little Rock, Arkansas, waged a fierce struggle against the barring of their children from public schools. The authorities used armed force against them, and there resulted the Little Rock incident, which shocked the world. In 1960, Negroes in more than 20 states held sit-in demonstrations in protest against racial segregation in local restaurants, shops, and other public places. In 1961, the Negroes launched a campaign of Freedom Riders to oppose racial segregation in transport, a campaign which rapidly extended to many states. In 1962, the Negroes in Mississippi fought for the equal right to enroll in colleges and were greeted by the authorities with repression which culminated in a bloodbath. This year, the struggle of the American Negroes started in early April in Birmingham, Alabama. Unarmed, bare-handed Negro masses were subjected to wholesale arrests and the most barbarous repression merely because they were holding meetings and parades against racial discrimination. On June 12, an extreme was reached with the cruel murder of Mr. Medgar Evers, a leader of the Negro people in Mississippi. These Negro masses, aroused to indignation and undaunted by ruthless violence, carried on their struggles even more courageously and quickly won the support of Negroes and all strata of the people throughout the United States. A gigantic and vigorous nationwide struggle is going on in nearly every state and city in the United States, and the struggle keeps mounting. American Negro organizations have decided to start a Freedom March on Washington on August 28, in which 250,000 people will take part. The speedy development of the struggle of the American Negroes is a manifestation of the constant sharpening of class struggle and national struggle within the United States. It has been causing increasingly grave anxiety to the U.S. ruling clique. The Kennedy administration has resorted to cunning two-faced tactics. On the one hand, it continues to connive at and take part in the discrimination against and persecution of Negroes, it even sends troops to repress them. On the other hand, it is parading as an advocate of the defense of human rights and the protection of the civil rights of Negroes, is calling upon the Negro people to exercise restraint, and is proposing to Congress so-called civil rights legislation, in an attempt to numb the fighting will of the Negro people and deceive the masses throughout the country. However, These tactics of the Kennedy administration are being seen through by more and more of the Negroes. The fascist atrocities committed by the U.S. imperialists against the Negro people have laid bare the true nature of the so-called democracy and freedom in the United States and revealed the inner link between the reactionary policies pursued by the U.S. government at home and its policies of aggression abroad. I call upon the workers, peasants, revolutionary intellectuals, enlightened elements of the bourgeoisie, and other enlightened personages of all colors in the world, white, black, yellow, brown, etc., to unite to oppose the racial discrimination practiced by U.S. imperialism and to support the American Negroes in their struggle against racial discrimination. In the final analysis, a national struggle is a question of class struggle. In the United States, it is only the reactionary ruling clique among the whites which is oppressing the Negro people. They can in no way represent the workers, farmers, revolutionary intellectuals, and other enlightened persons who comprise the overwhelming majority of the white people. At present, it is the handful of imperialists, headed by the United States, and their supporters, the reactionaries in different countries, who are carrying out oppression, aggression, and intimidation against the overwhelming majority of the nations and peoples of the world. They are the minority, and we are the majority. At most they make up less than 10% of the 3,000 million people of the world. I am deeply convinced that, with the support of more than 90% of the people of the world, the just struggle of the American Negroes will certainly be victorious. The evil system of colonialism and imperialism grew up along with the enslavement of the Negroes and the trade in Negroes. It will surely come to its end with the thorough emancipation of the black people. 9. U.S. imperialism is the most ferocious enemy of the world's people. 1. The heroic struggle now being waged by the people of Panama against U.S. aggression and in defense of their national sovereignty is a great patriotic struggle. The Chinese people stand firmly on the side of the Panamanian people and fully support their just action in opposing the U.S. aggressors and seeking to regain sovereignty over the Panama Canal Zone. U.S. imperialism is the most ferocious enemy of the people of the entire world. It has not only committed the grave crime of aggression against the Panamanian people, and painstakingly and stubbornly plotted against socialist Cuba, but has continuously been plundering and oppressing the people of the Latin American countries and suppressing the national democratic revolutionary struggles there. In Asia, U.S. imperialism has forcibly occupied China's Taiwan, turned the southern part of Korea and the southern part of Vietnam into its colonies, kept Japan under its control and semi-military occupation, sabotaged the peace, neutrality, and independence of Laos, plotted to subvert the royal government of Cambodia, and committed intervention and aggression against other Asian countries. More recently, it has decided to send a U.S. fleet to the Indian Ocean, menacing the security of all the countries of Southeast Asia. In Africa, U.S. imperialism is feverishly pursuing its neo-colonialist policies, seeking vigorously to take the place of the old colonialists, to plunder and enslave the peoples of Africa, and to undermine and stamp out the national liberation movements. The policies of aggression and war of U.S. imperialism also seriously threaten the Soviet Union, China, and the other socialist countries. Moreover, it is vigorously seeking to push its policy of peaceful evolution in the socialist countries, in order to bring about the restoration of capitalism there and disintegrate the socialist camp. Even toward its allies in Western Europe, North America, and Oceania, U.S. imperialism is pursuing a policy of the law of the jungle trying hard to trample them underfoot. The aggressive plans of U.S. imperialism to dominate the whole world run in a continuous line from Truman through Eisenhower and Kennedy to Johnson. The people of the countries in the socialist camp should unite, the people of all the countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America should unite, the people of all the continents of the world should unite, all peace-loving countries and all countries that are subject to U.S. aggression, control, interference, and bullying should unite, and so form the broadest united front to oppose the U.S. imperialist policies of aggression and war and to safeguard world peace. Riding roughshod everywhere, U.S. imperialism has placed itself in the position of the enemy of the people the world over, and has increasingly isolated itself. The atom bombs and hydrogen bombs in the hands of the US imperialists can never cow people not willing to be enslaved. The raging tide of the people of the world in opposition to the US aggressors is irresistible. The struggle of the people the world over against US imperialism and its running dogs will assuredly win still greater victories. Relations with the Soviet Union and the other communist parties. If communist and nationalist motives converged in the area covered by the previous chapter, they may easily conflict in the domain treated here. On the one hand, Mao Zedong long admired the Soviet leaders, particularly Stalin, and wanted to be their faithful disciple. On the other hand, he often observed that because of their distance from China and their ignorance of Chinese conditions, they gave very poor advice to the Chinese Communist Party. And in any case, he wanted to be the master in his own house. The counterpoint between these two themes runs through the documents presented here regarding Mao's attitude toward the Soviet Union down to 1957. But in recent years, the problem has become more complex, for Mao has come to oppose Khrushchev and his successors not because of a pure conflict of national interest, but on the grounds that Soviet actions are harmful not merely to China but to the cause of world revolution. As suggested in the general introduction, how much Mao's proclamation that henceforth Peking constitutes the only genuine center of Marxist-Leninist orthodoxy reflects a commitment to revolution for its own sake, and how much it betrays rather a concern for his own dignity and that of China, is one of the knottiest problems raised by the developments since 1963. The first text, an extract from an interview with Edgar Snow in 1936, refers frankly to a possible conflict between the two imperatives of proletarian internationalism and Chinese nationalism. Regarding an eventual communist government in China, he says that it is only where the interests of the Chinese masses coincide with those of the Russian masses that such a government could be said to obey the will of Moscow. This clearly implies that in certain cases the interests of the Chinese masses and those of the Russian masses may diverge. To be sure, one must take account of Mao's purpose at the time, which was to appear as the leader of a truly national force in China. But there was very probably a large component of sincerity in these declarations. Text XB, an extract from In Memory of Norman Bethune, deals with the problem of internationalism and patriotism. Since the first edition of this book was published, it has been singled out as one of the three constantly read articles by which Maoist morality is inculcated in China. Text XC, an extract from a speech to the cadres of the Communist Party, not an interview with a Western journalist, resembles text XA in many ways. In particular, we find here the surprising affirmation that since 1935 the Comintern has not meddled. The Chinese term, ganshi, is not a particularly polite one, in the internal affairs of the Chinese Communist Party. One should also note Mao's affirmation that his and his comrades' task was even more complicated than that of the Soviet leaders. It is clear that in stating this, Mao wished to emphasize the ability of the Chinese leadership to deal with such difficult problems. Despite its contemporary ring, the statement that it is henceforth impossible to direct the world communist movement from a single center is, on the contrary, not at all original, and was included in the official documents of the Comintern concerning its own dissolution. Text XD shows that Mao long ago began to take an active interest in European politics and to attribute to himself responsibilities in this domain. The letter to Earl Browder, apart from the contrast it offers with the text following it, contains a curious manifestation of Mao's rather doctrinaire vision of the Western world. He appeared to believe that if revolution triumphed in China, Browder might replace Roosevelt in the White House. The original version of the telegram to William Z. Foster, which seemingly simply conveys the automatic approbation of a decision sanctioned by Moscow, contains a remarkable sentence deleted from the selected works thanking Comrade Browder, despite his disgrace, for his past services to China. This is another manifestation of Mao's independent attitude toward Moscow. The three texts XG to XI show the evolution of Mao's relations with the Soviet Union and Communist parties. 417. Attitude toward Stalin. In the first of these, dating from 1939, Mao presents himself as the humble pupil of the Soviet dictator. In the present edition, Mao's article celebrating Stalin's 60th birthday, which originally constituted text XG, has been replaced by his speech delivered on the same occasion. I hesitated between these two texts when compiling this anthology in the first place, and finally chose the article because a contemporary text was available, whereas the speech of December 21 is translated from the version published in 1949. The change has been made in the first instance because the speech is the locus clas sicut of Mao's famous statement, "To rebel is justified," which provided the slogan for the all-out onslaught on the party during the first phase of the Cultural Revolution. But it is also most interesting not only for the fulsomeness with which Stalin is praised, but for the limits of that praise. The Soviet leader is credited with developing and applying Marxism-Leninism, but not with making major theoretical contributions. And one cannot read Mao's justification of the need for a commander who gives orders without finding in it a premonition of his own cult today. Text XH, a eulogy of Stalin written immediately after the latter's death, represents the high point in Mao's praise of his great teacher. Even as he wrote it, Mao must have been mindful of the mistakes enumerated in text XI, just as in this editorial of 1956 he stressed Stalin's achievements as well as his shortcomings. Text XK, an extract from Mao's speech at Moscow airport in November 1957, and text XM, a message to the Albanians written 9 years later, illustrate the almost incredible distance traveled in the past decade. The Soviet leaders, who were hailed in 1957 for their contribution to the liberation of the oppressed peoples, have become in 1966 slaves who prostrate themselves before imperialism. As early as 1962, if the recently published extract which appears as text XL is authentic, Mao had in fact predicted that, as the Chinese press constantly clamors today, the Soviet people were about to rise up and overthrow their reactionary rulers. Text XJ, dating from 1954, shows that cordial relations between Peking and Tirana are not merely of recent origin, but it would have been hard to predict that, as the Soviet leaders shrank in Mao's eyes to the dimensions of a dust heap, Anver Hakha would become, in text XM, a lofty mountain towering to the skies. Particularly ironic is the denunciation of false friends and double dealers, obviously the Soviets, with honey dripping from their tongues and daggers concealed in their hearts, Koyumi Fujian, in exactly the same terms as Mao used in 1939, in celebrating Stalin's birthday, to characterize the imperialists. In Mao's eyes, Kosygin has succeeded Neville Chamberlain as a present-day Li Linfu. SRS. XA We are not going to turn the country over to Moscow. I one question, in actual practice, if the Chinese Revolution were victorious, would the economic and political relationship between Soviet China and Soviet Russia be maintained within the Third International or a similar organization, or would there probably be some kind of actual merger of governments? Would the Chinese Soviet government be comparable in its relation to Moscow to the present government of Outer Mongolia? Answer: I assume this is a purely hypothetical question. As I have told you, the Red Army is not now seeking the hegemony of power, but a united China against Japanese imperialism. The Third International is an organization in which the vanguard of the world proletariat brings together its collective experience for the benefit of all revolutionary peoples throughout the world. It is not an administrative organization nor has it any political power beyond that of an advisory capacity. Structurally it is not very different from the Second International, though in content it is vastly different. But just as no one would say that in a country where the cabinet is organized by the Social Democrats the Second International is dictator, so it is ridiculous to say that the Third International is dictator in countries where there are communist parties. In the USSR, the Communist Party is in power, yet even there the Third International does not rule nor does it have any direct political power over the people at all. Similarly, it can be said that although the Communist Party of China is a member of the Comintern, still this in no sense means that Soviet China is ruled by Moscow or by the Comintern. We are certainly not fighting for an emancipated China in order to turn the country over to Moscow. The Chinese Communist Party is only one party in China, and in its victory it will have to speak for the whole nation. It cannot speak for the Russian people or rule for the Third International, but only in the interests of the Chinese masses. Only where the interests of the Chinese masses coincide with the interests of the Russian masses can it be said to be obeying the will of Moscow. But of course this basis of common benefit will be tremendously broadened, once the masses of China are in democratic power and socially and economically emancipated, like their brothers in Russia. When Soviet governments have been established in many countries, the problem of an international union of Soviets may arise, and it will be interesting to see how it will be solved. But today I cannot suggest the formula, it is a problem which has not been and cannot be solved in advance. In the world of today, with increasingly close economic and cultural intimacies between different states and peoples, such a union would seem to be highly desirable, if achieved on a voluntary basis. Clearly, however, the last point is of utmost importance. Such a world union could be successful only if every nation had the right to enter or leave the union according to the will of its people, and with its sovereignty intact, and certainly never at the command of Moscow. No communist ever thought otherwise, and the myth of world domination from Moscow is an invention of the fascists and counter-revolutionaries. The relationship between Outer Mongolia and the Soviet Union, now and in the past, has always been based on the principle of complete equality. When the People's Revolution has been victorious in China, the Outer Mongolian Republic will automatically become a part of the Chinese Federation, at its own will. The Mohammedan and Tibetan peoples, likewise, will form autonomous republics attached to the China Federation. XB in memory of Norman Bethune 1. A member of the Progressive Workers' Party of Canada, Comrade Norman Bethune was over 50 years of age when, sent by the Progressive Workers' Party of Canada and the Communist Party of the United States to help China in the anti-Japanese war, he made light of a distance of thousands of miles and arrived in China. He came to Yan'an last spring, went to work in the Wutai Mountains, and unfortunately died a martyr to his duties. What kind of spirit is this that made a foreigner, without any selfish motive, regard the cause of the Chinese people's liberation as his own? It is the spirit of internationalism, the spirit of communism, and every Chinese communist must learn from this spirit. Leninism teaches that the world revolution can succeed only if the proletariat of the capitalist countries supports the struggle for liberation of the people of the colonies and semi-colonies, and the proletariat of the colonies and semi-colonies supports the struggle for liberation of the proletarians of the capitalist countries. Comrade Bethune put this Leninist line into practice. We Chinese communists must also carry out this line. We must unite with the proletarians of all the capitalist countries, with the proletarians of Japan, Britain, the United States, Germany, Italy, and all other capitalist countries. Only then can we overthrow imperialism, and achieve the national and social liberation of our people and of all the peoples of the world. This is our internationalism, the internationalism with which we oppose both national chauvinism and narrow patriotism. Comrade Mao Zedong first pointed out that the dissolution of the Communist International was, exactly as an American press agency had reported, a great event marking the dividing line between two epochs. Comrade Mao Zedong asked, why should the Communist International be disbanded? Did it not devote all its efforts to the emancipation of the working class of the whole world and to the war against fascism? Comrade Mao Zedong said, it is true that the Communist International was created by Lenin himself. During its entire existence it has rendered the greatest services in helping each country to organize a truly revolutionary workers' party, and it has also contributed enormously to the great cause of organizing the anti-fascist war. Comrade Mao Zedong pointed particularly to the great services of the Communist International in aiding the cause of the Chinese Revolution. Comrade Mao Zedong further pointed out, revolutionary movements can be neither exported nor imported. Despite the fact that aid was accorded by the Communist International, the birth and development of the Chinese Communist Party resulted from the fact that China herself had a conscious working class. The Chinese working class created its own party, the Chinese Communist Party. The Chinese Communist Party, although it has a history of only 22 years, has already undertaken 3 great revolutionary movements. Since the Communist International has rendered such great services to China and to various other countries, why should it be necessary to proclaim its dissolution? To this question Comrade Mao Zedong replied, "It is a principle of Marxism-Leninism that the forms of revolutionary organizations must be adapted to the necessities of the revolutionary struggle. If a form of organization is no longer adapted to the necessities of the struggle, then this form of organization must be abolished." One Comrade Mao Zedong pointed out that at present the form of revolutionary organization known as the Communist International is no longer adapted to the necessities of the struggle. To continue this organizational form would, on the contrary, hinder the development of the revolutionary struggle in each country. What is needed now is the strengthening of the National Communist Party Minzu Kungchen Tang of each country, and we no longer need this international leading center. There are 3 main reasons for this. 1. The internal situation in each country and the relations between the different countries are more complicated than they have been in the past and are changing more rapidly. It is no longer possible for a unified international organization to adapt itself to these extremely complicated and rapidly changing circumstances. Correct leadership must grow out of a detailed analysis of these conditions, and this makes it even more necessary for the Communist Party of each country to undertake this itself. The Communist International, which is far removed from the concrete struggle in each country, was adapted to the relatively simple conditions of the past, when changes took place rather slowly, but now it is no longer a suitable instrument. 2. The anti-fascist states are of all kinds: socialist, capitalist, colonial, semi-colonial. Among the fascist states and their vassals there are also great differences. In addition, there are also the neutral countries, which find themselves in varying circumstances. For some time it has been felt that a centralized organization of an international character was not very appropriate for organizing rapidly and efficiently the anti-fascists of all these states, and this has become particularly obvious recently. 3. The leading cadres of the communist parties of the various countries have already grown up and attained political maturity. Comrade Mao Zedong explained this point by using the example of the Chinese Communist Party. The Chinese Communist Party has been through 3 revolutionary movements. These revolutionary movements have been continuous and uninterrupted and extraordinarily complex, even more complex than the Russian Revolution. In the course of these revolutionary movements, the Chinese Communist Party has already acquired its own excellent cadres endowed with rich personal experience. Since the 7th World Congress of the Communist International in 1935, the Communist International has not intervened in the internal affairs of the Chinese Communist Party. And yet, the Chinese Communist Party has done its work very well, throughout the whole anti-Japanese War of National Liberation. XD Letter to the Spanish People 1. People of Spain, comrades in arms. We, the Chinese Communist Party, the Chinese Red Army, and the Chinese Soviets, regard the war fought by the Spanish Republican government as the most sacred war in the world. This war is being waged not only for the life of the Spanish people, but also for the oppressed peoples of the world, because the Spanish government is resisting German and Italian fascism, which, with their Spanish accomplices, are destroying the culture, civilization, and justice of the world. The Spanish government and the Spanish people are fighting the German and Italian fascists, who are in league with and giving support to the Japanese fascist invaders of China in the Far East. Were it not for the support received from German and Italian fascism, Japanese fascism could not, as it is now doing, attack us like a mad dog. We do not believe that the struggle of the Chinese people can be separated from your struggle in Spain. The Communist Party of China is supporting and encouraging you, the Spanish people, by struggling against Japanese fascism. The Communist Party of China, the Chinese Soviets, the Chinese Red Army, and the Chinese people are greatly moved by your defense of Madrid and by your victories on the northern and southern fronts. Each day our press here in the Soviet regions publishes reports and articles about your heroic struggle. We firmly believe that the unity of your various parties in the People's Front is the basis for your final victory. We know that your victory will directly aid us in our fight against Japanese fascism. Your cause is our cause. We read with emotion of the international volunteers organized by people from every land, and we are glad that there are Chinese and Japanese in their ranks. Many comrades of the Chinese Red Army also wish to go to Spain to join you. Were it not that we are face to face with the Japanese enemy, we would join you and take our place in your front ranks. As many of you know, the Chinese Red Army has carried on a ceaseless and hard struggle for 10 years. We fought without resources, through hunger and cold, with insufficient arms, ammunition, and medical supplies, until at last we won our victories. We know that you and your army are also passing through great hardships such as we also have passed through, and we are certain that you will be victorious. Our 10 years struggle has proved that if a revolutionary people and their revolutionary army are not afraid of suffering, but continue to fight heroically and unyieldingly against the enemy, they will be victorious. Dear Comrade Browder, taking advantage of the visit of a comrade, I am sending this letter to you, honored Comrade Browder, the good friend of the Chinese people and the leader of the American people. We have heard from several American comrades and from other quarters that the American Communist Party and the great mass of the American people are profoundly concerned about China's anti-Japanese struggle, and they have already aided us in several ways. This gives us the feeling that our struggle is not an isolated one, that we are receiving heroic assistance from abroad. At the same time, we have the feeling that, when we obtain victory, this victory will be of great assistance to the struggle of the American people for liberation. Today's world is on the eve of a great explosion, and the working class of the whole world, as well as all the people seeking liberation, must certainly unite and carry on a common struggle. Revolutionary greetings. Mao Zedong, June 24, 1937. To Comrade Foster and to the Central Committee of the American Communist Party, we are happy to hear that the Extraordinary Conference of the Communist Political Association of the United States has decided to reject the revisionist and capitulationist line of Comrade Browder and to re-establish a Marxist leadership, and that it has reconstituted the American Communist Party. We congratulate you warmly on this great victory of the American working class and of the Marxist movement. In his past activity, Comrade Browder has rendered many services to the struggle of the Chinese people, which deserve our gratitude. But his whole revisionist and capitulationist line, which found its full expression in Comrade Browder's book Tehran, essentially reflected the influence of the reactionary capitalist clique in the United States within the American workers' movement. This reactionary capitalist clique is now attempting to extend its influence in China, too, and is supporting the erroneous, anti-national, anti-popular, and anti-democratic policy of the reactionary clique within the Kuomintang, putting the Chinese people in a grave danger of civil war, and causing prejudice to the interests of the two great peoples, Chinese and American, during and after the war. The victory of the American working class and of its vanguard, the American Communists, over the revisionist and capitulationist line of Comrade Browder will undoubtedly represent a great contribution to the war against Japan actually being waged by the American and Chinese peoples, and to the great cause of the edification of a peaceful and democratic world after the war. Chairman of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party, Zedong, July 29, 1945. XG Stalin is our Commander 1. Today we are holding a meeting to congratulate Stalin on his 60th birthday. From ancient times, few men have reached the age of 70, and to live to the age of 60 is also rare. But why is it that we celebrate only Stalin's birthday? And why is it, moreover, that such celebrations are taking place not only in Yenin, but in the whole country and in the whole world? Provided only that they know who the man is who was born this day, provided they know what manner of man he is, then all those who suffer oppression will congratulate him. For Stalin is the savior of all the oppressed. What kind of people are opposed to congratulating him, and do not like to congratulate him? Only those who do not suffer oppression, but on the contrary oppress other people, first of all the imperialists. Comrades. A foreigner, who is separated from us by thousands of miles, and whose birthday is yet celebrated by everyone, is this not an unprecedented event? This is because he is leading the great Soviet Union, because he is leading the great Communist International, because he is leading the cause of the liberation of all mankind, and is helping China to fight Japan. At the present time, the whole world is divided into two fronts, struggling against one another. On the one side is imperialism, which represents the front of the oppressors. On the other side is socialism, which represents the front of resistance to oppression. Some people imagine that the National Revolutionary Front in the colonies and semi-colonies occupies an intermediate position, but its enemy is imperialism, and hence it cannot do otherwise than call upon the friendship of socialism, and it cannot but belong to the revolutionary front of resistance to the oppressors. China's diehards imagine that they can play the harlot and at the same time set up arches in honor of their own virtue, fighting communism with one hand and resisting Japan with the other. They call themselves the middle-of-the-road faction, but they will never achieve their aims. If they do not repent, they will certainly end by going over to the side of counter-revolution. Both the revolutionary and the counter-revolutionary fronts must have someone to act as their leader, someone to serve as their commander. Who is the commander of the counter-revolutionary front? It is imperialism, it is Chamberlain. Who is the commander of the revolutionary front? It is socialism, it is Stalin. Comrade Stalin is the leader of the world revolution. Because he is there, it is easier to get things done. As you know, Marx is dead, and Engels and Lenin too are dead. If we did not have a Stalin, who would give the orders? This is indeed a fortunate circumstance. Because there is in the world today a Soviet Union, a Communist Party, and a Stalin, the affairs of this world can be more easily dealt with. What does a revolutionary commander do? He sees to it that everyone has food to eat, clothes to wear, a place to live, and books to read. And in order to attain these objectives, he must lead 1,000-odd million men in struggle against the oppressors, and bring them to final victory. This is precisely what Stalin will do. Since this is the case, should not all those who suffer oppression congratulate Stalin? I think they should, I think they must. We should congratulate him, support him, and study him. The two aspects of Stalin which we want to study are the doctrinal and practical aspect. There are innumerable principles of Marxism, but in the last analysis they can all be summed up in one sentence: to rebel is justified. For thousands of years everyone said, oppression is justified, exploitation is justified, rebellion is not justified. From the time when Marxism appeared on the scene, this old judgment was turned upside down, and this is a great contribution. This principle was derived by the proletariat from its struggles, but Marx drew the conclusion. In accordance with this principle, there was then resistance, there was struggle, and socialism was realized. What is Comrade Stalin's contribution? He developed this principle, he developed Marxism-Leninism, and produced a very clear, concrete, and living doctrine for the oppressed people of the whole world. This is the complete doctrine of establishing a revolutionary front, overthrowing imperialism, overthrowing capitalism, and establishing a socialist society. The practical aspect consists in turning doctrine into reality. Neither Marx, Engels, nor Lenin carried to completion the cause of the establishment of socialism, but Stalin did so. This is a great and unprecedented exploit. Before the Soviet Union's 2 5-year plans, the capitalist newspapers of various countries proclaimed daily that the Soviet Union was in desperate straits, that socialism could not be relied upon, but what do we see today? Stalin has stopped Chamberlain's mouth, and also the mouth of those Chinese diehards. They all recognize that the Soviet Union has triumphed. Stalin has helped us from the doctrinal standpoint in our war of resistance against Japan. Apart from this, he has given us material and practical aid. Since the victory of Stalin's cause, he has aided us with many airplanes, cannons, aviators, and military advisors in every domain, as well as lending us money. What other country in the world has helped us in this way? What country in the world, led by what class, party, and individual, has helped us in this way? Who is there, apart from the Soviet Union, the proletariat, the Communist Party, and Stalin? At the present time there are people who call themselves our friends, but in fact they can only be classed with Li Linfu of the Tang dynasty. This Mr. Li Linfu was a man who had honey dripping from his tongue and daggers concealed in his heart. The imperialists all have honey dripping from their tongues and daggers concealed in their hearts, and Chamberlain is a present. Relations with the Soviet Union and Communist parties 429. De Li Linfu. What imperialist country has abolished the special privileges enjoyed by many countries in China, such as the right to station troops, consular jurisdiction, extraterritoriality and so on? Not a single one. Only the Soviet Union has abolished them. In the past, Marxism-Leninism provided theoretical guidance to the world revolution. Today something has been added: it is possible to give material aid to the world revolution. This is Stalin's great contribution. After we have celebrated Stalin's birthday, we must continue to carry out propaganda among the people of the whole country to make these facts known. We must explain things clearly to the 450 million Chinese, so that our whole people understands, only the Socialist Soviet Union, only Stalin, are the good friends of China. Joseph Vissarionovich Stalin, the greatest genius of the present age, the great teacher of the world communist movement, the comrade in arms of the immortal Lenin, has departed from the world. Comrade Stalin's contribution to our era through his theoretical and practical work is beyond estimation. Comrade Stalin is representative of the whole of this new era of ours. His activities have led the Soviet people and the working people of all countries to transform the whole world's situation, which means that the cause of justice, of people's democracy and socialism, has attained victory over an immense sector in the world, a sector embracing 800 million people, more than one-third of the Earth's population. Comrade Stalin was responsible for overall, epoch-making developments in the theories of Marxism-Leninism and impelled Marxism forward to a new stage. Comrade Stalin creatively developed Lenin's theory on the law of uneven development of capitalism and the theory that socialism can first be victorious in one country. Comrade Stalin creatively contributed the theory of the general crisis of the capitalist system, contributed the theory of building communism in the Soviet Union, contributed the theory of the fundamental economic laws of present-day capitalism and socialism, contributed the theory of the revolution in colonial and semi-colonial countries. Comrade Stalin also creatively developed Lenin's theory on party building. All these creative theories of Comrade Stalin further united the workers throughout the world, further united the oppressed classes and the oppressed peoples throughout the world, thereby enabling the struggle for liberation and happiness on the part of the world working class and all oppressed people, and the victory of this struggle to attain unprecedented scope. All the writings of Comrade Stalin are immortal Marxist documents. His works, The Foundations of Leninism, The History of the CPSU. Bolsheviks, and his last great work, Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, are an encyclopedia of Marxism-Leninism, the summation of the experience of the world communist movement in the past 100 years. We Chinese communists, like the communists of all countries of the world, sought our own road to victory in the great works of Comrade Stalin. Since the passing of Lenin, Comrade Stalin has always been the central figure in the world communist movement. We rallied around him, ceaselessly asked his advice, and constantly drew ideological strength from his works. Comrade Stalin was full of warm love for the oppressed people of the East. Do not forget the East was Comrade Stalin's great call before and after the October Revolution. Everyone knows that Comrade Stalin had an ardent love for the Chinese people and believed the might of the Chinese Revolution to be immeasurable. To the problems of the Chinese Revolution he contributed his sublime wisdom. And it was by following the theories of Lenin and Stalin and with the support of the great Soviet Union and all the revolutionary forces of all Relations with the Soviet Union and Communist parties 431. Other countries that the Chinese Communist Party and the Chinese people a few years ago won their historic victory. Now we have lost our great teacher and most sincere friend, Comrade Stalin. What a calamity this is! No words exist to express the sorrow that this misfortune has brought us. Our task is to transform sorrow into strength. In memory of our great teacher Stalin, the great friendship that exists in the name of Stalin between the Communist Party of China and the Chinese people and the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the Soviet people will be boundlessly strengthened. The Communist Party of the Soviet Union is a party personally nurtured by Lenin and Stalin. It is the most advanced, the most experienced, and the most theoretically cultivated party in the world. This party has been and is our model both in the past and at present and will still be our model in the future. We fully believe the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the Soviet government, headed by Comrade Malenkov, will definitely be able to follow Comrade Stalin's behest to drive forward the great cause of communism and carry it to further glorious fruition. The reason why the friendship between the great peoples of China and the Soviet Union is unbreakable is that our friendship has been built up on the great principles of internationalism of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin. Manifestly, the strength created by this kind of friendship of ours is infinite and truly invincible. Let all imperialist aggressors and warmongers tremble before our great friendship. Long live the theories of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin. Eternal glory to the heroic name of the great Stalin. After Lenin's death, Stalin, as the chief leader of the party and the state, creatively applied and developed Marxism. Leninism. In the struggle to defend the legacy of Leninism against its enemies, the Trotskyites, Zinovievites, and other bourgeois agents, Stalin expressed the will and wishes of the people and proved himself to be an outstanding Marxist-Leninist fighter. The reason Stalin won the support of the Soviet people and played an important role in history was primarily that he, together with the other leaders of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, brought about the triumph of socialism in the Soviet Union and created the conditions for the victory of the Soviet Union in the war against Hitler. These victories of the Soviet people conform to the interests of the working class of the world and all progressive mankind. It was therefore quite natural for the name of Stalin to be greatly honored throughout the world. But, having won such high honor among the people both at home and abroad by his correct application of the Leninist line, Stalin erroneously exaggerated his own role and counterposed his individual authority to the collective leadership, and as a result certain of his actions were opposed to certain fundamental Marxist-Leninist concepts he himself had propagated. Marxist-Leninists hold that leaders play a big role in history. The people and their parties need forerunners who are able to represent the interests and will of the people, stand in the forefront of their historic struggles, and serve as their leaders. But when any leader of the party or the state places himself over and above the party and the masses instead of in their midst, when he alienates himself from the masses, he ceases to have an all-round, penetrating insight into the affairs of the state. As long as this was the case, even so outstanding a personality as Stalin could not avoid making unrealistic and erroneous decisions on certain important matters. During the latter part of his life, Stalin took more and more pleasure in this cult of the individual and violated the party's system of democratic centralism and the principle of combining collective leadership with individual responsibility. As a result, he made some serious mistakes. For example, he broadened the scope of the suppression of counter-revolution, he lacked the necessary vigilance on the eve of the anti-fascist war, he failed to pay proper attention to the further development of agriculture and the material welfare of the peasantry, he gave certain wrong advice on the international communist movement, and, in particular, made a wrong decision on the question of Yugoslavia. On these issues, Stalin fell victim to subjectivism and one-sidedness and divorced himself from objective reality and from the masses. The cult of the individual is a rotten carryover from the long history of mankind. The cult of the individual is rooted not only in the exploiting classes but also in the small producers. As is well known, patriarchism is a product of small producer economy. The struggle against the cult of the individual, which was launched by the 20th Congress, is a great and courageous fight by the Communists and the people of the Soviet Union to clear away the ideological obstacles blocking their advance. It must be pointed out that Stalin's works should, as before, still be seriously studied, and that we should accept all that is of value in them, as an important historical legacy, especially those many works in which he defended Leninism and correctly summarized the experience of building up the Soviet Union. But there are two ways of studying them, the Marxist way and the doctrinaire way. Some people treat Stalin's writings in a doctrinaire manner and therefore cannot analyze and see what is correct and what is not, and everything that is correct they consider a panacea and apply indiscriminately, and thus inevitably they make mistakes. For instance, Stalin put forward a formula that in different revolutionary periods the main blow should be so directed as to isolate the middle-of-the-road social and political forces of the time. This formula of Stalin's should be treated according to circumstances and from a critical, Marxist point of view. In certain circumstances it may be correct to isolate the middle forces, but it is not correct to isolate them under all circumstances. Our experience teaches us that the main blow of the revolution should be directed at the chief enemy and to isolate him, whereas with the middle forces, a policy of both uniting with them and struggling against them should be adopted, so that they are at least neutralized, and, as circumstances permit, efforts should be made to shift them from their position of neutrality to one of alliance with us in order to facilitate the development of the revolution. But there was a time, the 10 years of civil war from 1927 to 1936, when some of our comrades crudely applied this formula of Stalin's to China's revolution by turning their main attack on the middle forces, singling them out as the most dangerous enemy. The result was that, instead of isolating the real enemy, we isolated ourselves and suffered losses to the advantage of the real enemy. In the light of this doctrinaire error, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China during the period of the anti-Japanese war formulated a policy of developing the progressive forces, winning over the middle off-roaders, and isolating the diehards for the purpose of defeating the Japanese aggressors. Some people consider that Stalin was wrong in everything. This is a grave misconception. Stalin was a great Marxist-Leninist, yet at the same time a Marxist-Leninist who committed several gross errors without realizing that they were errors. We should view Stalin from a historical standpoint, make a proper and all-round analysis to see where he was right and where he was wrong, and draw useful lessons therefrom. Both the things he did right and the things he did wrong were phenomena of the international communist movement and bore the imprint of the times. Taken as a whole, the international communist movement is only a little over 100 years old, and it is only 39 years since the victory of the October Revolution. Experience in many fields of revolutionary work is still inadequate. Great achievements have been made, but there are still shortcomings and mistakes. Reactionary forces the world over are pouring ridicule on this event. They jeer at the fact that we are overcoming mistakes in our camp. But what will come of all this ridicule? There is not the slightest doubt that these scoffers will find themselves facing a still more powerful, forever invincible, great camp of peace and socialism, headed by the Soviet Union, while the murderous, blood-sucking enterprises of these scoffers will be in a pretty fix. Relations with the Soviet Union and Communist parties 435. The Albanian people is a hard-working and courageous people with a glorious and historic revolutionary tradition. In the 10 years since its liberation, the Albanian people, under the leadership of the Albanian Labour Party, has smashed all the plots and attempts at sabotage of internal and external enemies. It is now engaged in building a beautiful life for itself with complete confidence, and it has obtained brilliant successes. In the struggle to build socialism and to defend the independence and the security of its fatherland, the Albanian people has displayed a patriotic spirit and an incomparable enthusiasm for work that have aroused the admiration of the Chinese people. During the past 5 years, our two peoples have already established a fraternal friendship. I am profoundly convinced that, following the exchange of ambassadors, the sincere and friendly collaboration between our two countries will not fail to develop further. This will not only contribute to the happiness of the peoples of our two countries, but will also help to strengthen the world forces for peace and democracy, headed by the Soviet Union. Dear comrades Khrushchev, Voroshilov, and Bulganin, dear comrades and friends. The anniversary of the October Revolution is a great festival of victory for the Soviet people and for the proletariat, the laboring masses, and all oppressed peoples of the world. The victory won by the Soviet people under the leadership of the great Lenin and the great Communist Party of the Soviet Union 40 years ago initiated a new epoch in human history. In the process of 40 years of construction, the Soviet Union has made brilliant achievements at an extraordinary speed and in many fields has advanced to the forefront of the countries of the world, thus setting an outstanding example for the peoples who are striving for progress and happiness. The launching of the first man-made Earth satellite by the Soviet Union is no simple feat. It marks the beginning of a new era of man's further conquest of nature. The socialist camp headed by the Soviet Union is a strong bulwark ensuring world peace and a faithful friend to all peoples who refuse to suffer imperialist oppression and enslavement. The October Revolution enabled the Chinese people to find the way to emancipation, prosperity, wealth, and power Fu Xiang. In their own cause, the Chinese people have received tremendous sympathy and generous assistance from the people of the Soviet Union. The peoples of our two countries have already formed a fraternal alliance in their common struggles, and there is no force on earth which can separate us. Comrades, we will stand together forever, fighting for world peace and for the victory of our common cause. Glory to the great October Socialist Revolution. Glory to the great Soviet people and to the great Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Long live the great friendship between the Chinese and Soviet peoples. Long live world peace. The Soviet Union was the first socialist state, and the Communist Party of the Soviet Union was founded by Lenin. Although the leadership of the Soviet Party and state has now been usurped by the revisionists, I would urge comrades to remain firm in the conviction that the broad masses of the Soviet people, party members, and cadres are good, that they want revolution, and that revisionist rule will not last long. 10M The Soviet leading clique is a mere dust heap. 1. To the 5th Congress of the Albanian Party of Labour. Dear comrades, the Communist Party of China and the Chinese people send their warmest congratulations to the 5th Congress of the Albanian Party of Labour. We wish your Congress every success. The glorious Albanian Party of Labour, headed by Comrade Enver Hoxha, is firmly holding aloft the revolutionary red banner of Marxism-Leninism while encircled ring upon ring by the imperialists and the modern revisionists. Heroic people's Albania has become a great beacon of socialism in Europe. The revisionist leading clique of the Soviet Union, the Tito clique of Yugoslavia, and all the other cliques of renegades and scabs of various shades are mere dust heaps in comparison, while you, a lofty mountain, tower to the skies. They are slaves and accomplices of imperialism, before which they prostrate themselves, while you are dauntless proletarian revolutionaries who dare to fight imperialism and its running dogs, fight the world's tyrannical enemies. The Soviet Union, Yugoslavia, and all those countries where the modern revisionist clique is in power have either changed color or are in the process of doing so. Capitalism has been or is being restored there, and the dictatorship of the proletariat has been or is being transformed into the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. Against this adverse current of counter-revolutionary revisionism, heroic socialist Albania has stood firm. Persevering in the Marxist-Leninist revolutionary line, you have adopted a series of measures of revolutionization and consolidated the dictatorship of the proletariat. Taking the path of socialism, you are building your country independently and have won brilliant victories. You have contributed precious experience to the history of the dictatorship of the proletariat. A bosom friend afar brings a distant land near. China and Albania are separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, but our hearts are closely linked. We are your true friends and comrades. And you are ours. We are not like those false friends and double dealers who have honey dripping from their tongues and daggers concealed in their hearts, and neither are you. Our militant revolutionary friendship has stood the test of violent storms. The truth of Marxism-Leninism is on our side. The international proletariat is on our side. The oppressed nations and oppressed peoples are on our side. The masses of people who constitute over 90% of the world's population are on our side. We have friends all over the world. We are not afraid of being isolated, and we most certainly can never be isolated. We are invincible. The handful of pitiful insects who oppose China and Albania are doomed to failure. We are now in a great new era of world revolution. The revolutionary storms in Asia, Africa, and Latin America are sure to deal the whole of the old world a decisive and crushing blow. The great victories of the Vietnamese People's War against U.S. aggression and for national salvation are convincing proof of this. The proletariat and working people of Europe, North America, and Oceania are in the midst of a new awakening. The U.S. imperialists and all other such harmful insects have already created their own grave diggers. The day of their burial cannot be far off. Naturally, the road of our advance is by no means straight and smooth. Comrades, please rest assured that whatever may happen in the world, our two parties and our two peoples will always be. Relations with the Soviet Union and Communist parties 439. United, will always fight together and be victorious together. Let the parties and peoples of China and Albania unite. Let the Marxist-Leninists of the whole world unite, let the revolutionary people of the whole world unite and overthrow imperialism, modem revisionism, and the reactionaries of every country. A new world without imperialism, without capitalism, and without any system of exploitation is certain to be built. A brief chronology. 1893 December, Mao is bombed in the village of Shaoshan, Hunan Province. 1895 China, defeated by Japan, is forced to recognize the independence of Korea and to cede Taiwan and the pescadores to Japan. 1898 Failure of the reform attempted by Kang Yue, Liang Chichao, and Tian Su Tiong. 1900 Boxer uprising is quelled. 1911 October, outbreak of the revolution. Mao joins the anti-imperial army and remains in it for 6 months. 1913 Mao becomes a student of the 4th Normal School in Changsha, and then is transferred to the 1st Normal School when the two schools amalgamate. 1915 Hsinch is founded by Chn Tusiu. Mao becomes a faithful reader. 1917 Hsinch publishes a study of physical culture by Shi Huasheng, Mao Zedong. 1918 Spring, Mao graduates from the 1st Normal School. Formation of the first Marxist study groups at Peking University, under the leadership of Li Tachao and others. Autumn, Mao goes to Peking and becomes a librarian's assistant at the university. The head librarian is Li Tachao. 1919 April, Mao goes to Shanghai with some friends who are going to France, and then returns to Changsha. May 4, beginning of the celebrated protest movement of the students against the decision of the Paris Peace Conference giving Shantung to Japan. July, Mao Zedong founds Shangchang Ping Lun, a review propagating the ideas of the May 4 movement. He organizes protest movements of the students against the local warlord and against Japan and participates in a variety of other literary and political enterprises. 1920 Mao Zedong organizes a communist group in Hunan and works in the labor movement. 1921 July, Mao is one of the participants in the first Congress of the Chinese Communist Party in Shanghai. October, Mao becomes secretary of the Chinese Communist Party for Hunan Province. 1922 August, the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party, urged on by the emissary of the International, adopts the policy by which communists will join the Kuomintang as individual members. 1923 June, Mao is elected to the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party by the Third Congress of the party. 1924 January, the First National Congress of the Kuomintang approves the reorganization of the party and the admission of communists as members. The policy adopted by the Chinese Communist Party in August 1922 can thus be put into practice on a large scale. Mao Zedong participates in the Congress, and is elected an alternate member of the Kuomintang Central Executive Committee. February, Mao assumes important functions in the Shanghai Bureau of the Kuomintang, under Wang Qingwei and Hu Hanmin. Autumn, Mao, under attack from his comrades in the Chinese Communist Party for his excessive zeal in cooperating with the Kuomintang, retires to his native village for arrest. 1925 May, Mao Zedong leaves Shaoshan and undertakes to organize the peasant movement in Hunan. May 30, the police of the British concession in Shanghai open fire on a demonstration of students and workers, killing several persons. During the succeeding weeks, a vast strike movement gets underway in Shanghai and Canton, accompanied by a boycott of Hong Kong. October, threatened with arrest as a result of his work in organizing peasant associations in Hunan, Mao flees to Canton, where he works in the Peasant Bureau of the Kuomintang. December, Mao Zedong becomes editor of a new Kuomintang organ, Changqi Zhoupao, the political weekly. 1926 January, Mao participates in the Second Congress of the Kuomintang, where he advocates leniency toward the extreme right wing of the party. March 20, first incident between Chiang Kai-shek and the Communists. May, Mao becomes principal of the Kuomintang Peasant Movement Training Institute for the 6th session, from May to October. June, beginning of the Northern Expedition against the warlords and their government in Peking. 1927 January-February, Mao visits Hunan once more and writes his report on an investigation of the peasant movement in Hunan. March, Chiang Kai-shek occupies Shanghai and Nanking. March, Mao Zedong participates in the third plenum of the Kuomintang Central Executive Committee in Wuhan. April, raid on the Soviet embassy in Peking. Li Ta-chao is arrested and strangled. Chiang Kai-shek decimates the workers' organizations in Shanghai and consolidates his power by mass executions. April, Mao drafts a resolution on the agrarian question for the Kuomintang Land Committee, and advocates the confiscation of the rich peasants' land. June, on orders from Stalin, Mao helps restrain peasant excesses in his capacity as a member of the Executive Committee of the All-China Peasant Association. August, uprising at Nanchang by troops under the command of Ye Tiang and Ho Lung. Mao is sent to Changsha to lead an uprising during the autumn harvest. September, after the failure of the autumn harvest uprising, Mao takes refuge with the remnants of his forces in the Qingkang Mountains and establishes a revolutionary base there. November, Piang Pai, who has been organizing the peasants for several years, founds the first Chinese Soviet government in Halifang. This government survives until February 1928. November, the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party censors Mao Zedong for his military opportunism and removes him from all his posts in the party hierarchy. December, on orders from Stalin, the Chinese Communists undertake the uprising known as the Canton Commune, which is rapidly repressed. 1928 April, junction of Mao's forces with those of Chu Te in the Qingkang Mountains, and creation of the Fourth Army of the Chinese Workers and Peasants Red Army. Chu Te becomes military commander, Mao Zedong political commissar. 1929 August, Mao and Chu establish a Soviet regime in Jiangxi. 1930 July, failure of the attempt to take and hold Changsha, ordered by Li Lisan. November, Chiang Kai-shek launches his first campaign of encirclement against the Soviet areas in Jiangxi. The Communist International condemns the adventurous line of Li Lisan. 1931 May, Chiang Kai-shek launches his second encirclement campaign. July, Chiang Kai-shek launches his third encirclement campaign. September, Japanese attack against Mukden. Autumn, pursued by the police, the principal leaders of the Chinese Communist Party, who had hitherto been living underground in Shanghai, begin to take refuge in the Soviet base in Jiangxi. November, the first All-Chinese Congress of Soviets, at Juakan, proclaims the establishment of the Chinese Soviet Republic and elects Mao chairman. 1932 April, the Provisional Central Government of the Chinese Soviet Republic declares war on Japan. May, conclusion of an armistice between the nationalist government and Japan. June, Chiang Kai-shek launches his fourth encirclement campaign. 1933 January, the Chinese Communists offer to conclude an alliance with any armed force which is prepared to wage a joint struggle against Japan. October, Chiang Kai-shek launches his fifth encirclement campaign. November-December, the Chinese Communists fail to come to the aid of the Fujian rebels, led by Tse, with whom they had concluded an anti-Chiang agreement on October 26, 1934. January, Second All-Chinese Congress of Soviets. October, beginning of the Long March 1935. January, a special conference of the Politburo of the Chinese Communist Party at last puts Mao Zedong in effective control of the party. Autumn, arrival of the first elements of the Red Army, led by Mao, in the northwest. 1936 August, letter of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party to the Kuomintang proposing collaboration against Japan. December, following the Xi'an incident, Chiang Kai-shek modifies his attitude toward cooperation with the Communists. 1937 July, beginning of Japanese war of aggression against China. July 15, agreement between the Chinese Communists and Chiang Kai-shek. August-October, the Chinese Communist Party announces the transformation of the Chinese Soviet Republic into a regional authority. The Red Army becomes the 8th Route Army and the new 4th Army. 1938 October, in his report entitled On the New Stage, Mao Zedong gives a theoretical justification for the policy of collaboration with the Kuomintang. 1939 December-January, in two important writings, entitled The 1940 Chinese Revolution and the Chinese Communist Party and On New Democracy, Mao Zedong formulates a line involving fewer concessions to the Kuomintang. 1941 January, attack of nationalist troops against the new 4th Army. 1942 February, Mao launches the rectification, Changfeng, movement for the ideological remolding of the Chinese Communist Party. 1945 April, Mao delivers a report on coalition government to the 7th Congress of the Chinese Communist Party. August, Mao flies to Chongqing to negotiate with Chiang Kai-shek. October 10, agreement between the Chinese Communist Party and the Kuomintang, followed almost immediately by the outbreak of new hostilities. 1946 January, ceasefire agreement, negotiated by General Marshall. July, beginning of large-scale civil war. 1947 December, in his report The Present Situation and Our Tasks, Mao Zedong announces an offensive on all fronts. 1949 January, Peking is occupied by the Communists. April, following the collapse of the efforts for a negotiated peace with the Kuomintang, Mao Zedong orders the People's Liberation Army to cross the Yangtze and to pursue the conquest of China. June, Mao Zedong writes on People's Democratic Dictatorship. October, Mao Zedong proclaims the establishment of the Chinese People's Republic. November, the nationalist government moves to Taiwan. December, arrival of Mao in Moscow. 1950 February, conclusion of a Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship and Alliance. June, Mao Zedong and Liu Shaoqi advocate carrying out land reform with moderation, and preserving a rich peasant economy in order to promote production. October, intervention of Chinese volunteers in Korea. 1951 Mao launches a series of campaigns, thought reform of the intellectuals, the campaign against counter-revolutionaries, the 3 antis and 5 antis, in order to reshape Chinese society and the thinking of the Chinese people. 1953 January, Zhenmin Jipao announces the beginning of the first 5-year plan. August, signature of the armistice in Korea. 1955 July, Mao's report on the question of agricultural cooperation marks a brisk acceleration of agricultural collectivization. 1956 April, Mao's viewpoint on de-Stalinization is given in a Zhenmin Jipao editorial entitled On the Historical Experience of the Dictatorship of the Proletariat. 1957 February, Mao's speech on the correct way of handling contradictions among the people. November, Mao Zedong, in Moscow, proclaims that henceforth the east wind will prevail over the west wind. 1958 May, Liu Shaoqi, at the second session of the 8th Congress of the Chinese Communist Party, launches the policy of the Great Leap Forward and the theory of the permanent revolution. September, Mao Zedong advocates the creation of people's communes throughout China and the mobilization of the masses for the production of steel. December, Mao announces his decision not to stand for another term as chairman of the Chinese People's Republic. 1959 August, at the Lushan plenum of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party, Pang Te violently attacks Mao's radical policies. He is subsequently removed from his post as Minister of Defense. September, publication of a TASS statement on the Sino-Indian border conflict, which marked the first public expression of foreign policy divergences between Moscow and Peking. 1960 April, withdrawal of Soviet technicians from China. November, at the Second Moscow meeting of Communist and Workers' parties, the Chinese and Soviet delegations clash sharply on the peaceful road to socialism. 1961 October, Zhou Enlai, Chinese delegate to the 22nd Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, lays a wreath on Stalin's tomb and then leaves abruptly for home. 1962 September, at the 10th plenum of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party, Mao Zedong puts forward the call, "Never forget the class struggle." October, Sino-Indian Border War. 1963 May, in a note on materials regarding the participation of cadres in productive labor, Mao Zedong calls for the three great revolutionary movements of class struggle, the struggle for production, and scientific experiment as the only method for preventing a change of color in China. June, in a letter to the Soviet Communist Party, the Chinese Communist Party declares for the first time that henceforth Africa, Asia, and Latin America constitute the storm centers of world revolution. October, in an attack on the Soviets entitled Apologists for Neocolonialism, the Chinese elaborate on the idea that henceforth the center of the world revolution has shifted from Europe to Asia. 1964 February, in China a campaign is launched to learn from the People's Liberation Army. February, in the Soviet Union a plenum of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union launches a full-scale ideological counterattack against the Chinese and denounces for the first time the personal dictatorship of Mao Zedong. May, publication by the General Political Department of the People's Liberation Army of the first edition of quotations from Chairman Mao. July, an editorial entitled "Khrushchev's Phony Communism and Its Lessons for the World" quotes Mao as calling for bringing up millions of successors for the revolutionary cause in order to give the lie to imperialist prophecies regarding a peaceful evolution towards capitalism in China such as has taken place in the Soviet Union. 1965 January, the 23-article directive attributed to Mao launches the For Clean UPS movement in the countryside. February, beginning of American bombardment of North Vietnam. September, Lin Piao, in an article "Long Live the Victory of the People's War," calls for the encirclement of the cities from the countryside on a world scale. November, attacks on Wuhan, the vice mayor of Peking, give the first warning signals of the coming Cultural Revolution. 1966 May, Mao denounces in a directive on the Cultural Revolution persons like Khrushchev nestling beside us. August, Mao writes his big character poster entitled "Bombard the Headquarters." The 11th plenum of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party adopts the 16-point decision regarding the Cultural Revolution. August-November, Mao reviews millions of Red Guards at mass rallies in Peking. 1967 January, Mao launches a new phase of the Cultural Revolution in which revolutionary committees based on the Triple Union endeavor to take over all power from the state and party authorities. April, beginning of a campaign of denunciation directed against Liu Shaochi, designated by the epithet China's Khrushchev, and against his ideological influence. 1968 August, an editorial hailing the second anniversary of Mao's big character poster "Bombard the Headquarters" emphasizes that Chairman Mao's proletarian headquarters is the one and only leading center and that we must carry out every one of Chairman Mao's instructions, even when we do not understand it. September, revolutionary committees have at last been set up in all provinces of China except Taiwan. October, the 12th plenum of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party officially denounces Liu Shaochi as a scab, renegade, and traitor, and approves as a basis for discussion a new draft party constitution proposed by Mao Zedong.